Welcome. Come on over.
On the bench at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. You know, before Sarah, you leave the frame, can we give Sarah a round of applause? This couldn't happen without the logistics crew. So, yeah. So, Sammy, you come, but we give them an applause.
All right. Do I need to sit?
You know what? Would you rather sit or stand as you pray?
I would rather stand as I pray.
Then you should. Do you want me to stand too then?
Yes, would you stand?
I would. So, I've got myself already, you know, I got to do something different here.
I wasn't talking. Are we live? All right.
Oh, wait. I got it. Wait a second. I got myself in a tangled mess. I got to do this. There we go. Now I'm in a better state. Okay. You know. Thank you, Sammy.
All right. Thank you. Well, Pam, I think we better get started.
Do I need to introduce you first, or do you want to introduce yourself?
I can.
You introduce yourself.
All right. My name is Sammy Watkins. I'm the Director of Chaplains here at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities, and I have the honor and privilege of opening up today's event in prayer. So thank you, Pam, for inviting me and having me to open us up in prayer today.
I'm honored you said yes.
Thank you. All right. So if we would bow our heads and hearts, I prepared a few remarks. Lord, we gather on this day under the open heavens, the same heavens that cover every man, woman, and child in this city. We pause to remember that while many of us have warm beds and safe homes, there are some who will lay their heads beneath these skies on this very night. We thank you for the ministry of Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, for the hands and hearts and prayers that have joined together to serve this city in your name. Thank you, Lord, for stirring our hearts, hearts that refuse to look away, hearts that embrace the truth of Scripture that faith without works is dead. Today, we choose to act on that faith. We lift you before our CEO, Pam, asking that you grant her wisdom, stamina, and Christ-like insight as she serves you through this initiative. We also pray for the team behind the scenes, Sarah, Beth, Drake, and Kelly, for their strength. We pray for their safety and steadfast hearts as they have handled the many details and logistics that make this day possible. We lift up the many leaders who will join Pam on the bench, men and women who have chosen to step away from comfort and crowded calendars to step inside compassion. Lord, may this time on the bench be more than a symbol or fulfill initiative. Let it be a sacred moment of identification with those who are too often unseen and unheard. May it produce plans and strategies that advance your kingdom and bring hope, help, and healing to the least of these. Lord, as conversations unfold between Pam and our neighbors, our partners, donors, and city leaders, we ask that you knit hearts together with a common purpose to bring resources and restoration to your children. Let words be seasoned with grace. Let ideas be bathed in wisdom, and let partnerships be born that will outlast this significant moment on the bench. Bless every story that will be shared here. May they not stir only emotion, but inspire transformation in our policies, in our systems, and in our own very hearts. Remind us, Lord, that we are not defined by where we sleep, but by the truth that every one of us is fearfully and wonderfully made in your image. Finally, Lord, we pray that these conversations on the bench become a living testimony that Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, the church, the city, and the community as a whole may unite as one body to say, we see you, we love you, and we will not stop until homelessness is replaced with hope and dignity for all. Be glorified, Lord, in every conversation, every handshake, and every silent prayer whispered on this bench tonight. May your kingdom come and your will be done here at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, across this city, as it is in heaven. In the mighty and matchless name of Jesus, we pray, and all God's people said,
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that was beautiful. Can I give you a hug? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have a couple of minutes, I think, because I don't think our guest is here yet.
Okay.
So I am going to have you join me until our guest comes.
All right, that sounds good.
This is like my warm-up.
All right. It's my warm-up, too.
After that beautiful prayer. Thank you for that. It's I really do pray that as well. So, first of all, I'm going to I'd like to ask you a couple questions that we are asking all our guests.
All right.
When you hear the word homeless, what are 3 words that you think of?
3 words that come to my mind when I think of homelessness. I think hope. I think Christ. And resolve.
Oh, nice. How are you interrupting homelessness?
Well, as a chaplain here at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, I have the unique opportunity every day to sit with the men who come to us, who are broken and hurting, and to share the hope of Jesus through Bible studies, one-on-one sessions, just through walking through the lobby, man, sharing a kind word with a guy who looks probably very afraid because it's his first time here. And so, yeah, every day we get a unique opportunity as the chaplains team to share that hope.
Well, I know that you and your chaplains, you know, the toughest question I've got in preparation for this is, how are we working with the individuals who are living in encampments to try to help them find hope, resolve, and Christ, since that's the words you used?
Well, that's an easy one there, Pam, because you know that our chaplains team head out to the encampments here in St. Paul every Friday afternoon. And so what we do is not go and try to force shelter on them, but we meet them at their point of need. We offer the love of Christ by building relationships with them, getting to know who they are before we try to, foist any plan that we may have for them. And over the last year and a half, I think we've seen maybe 6 or 7 individuals come in for shelter here at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. We've gotten 3 women into Tapestry Treatment Center here in St. Paul, and countless other relationships have been built. So I go through the encampment with the chaplains, and people hear our voices, and they know our names. They know who we are when we come there. Kind of reminds me of when Jesus says, "My sheep recognize my voice."
Yeah. So that is something that how you're making a difference is building that trust, meeting people where they're at so that they can take that next step, which is so hard.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we are really grateful for the work you do here.
Thank you.
And grateful for how you share Jesus' unconditional love with all of the guests that we have and help them take those next hard steps.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Because I think I saw our next guest. That was awesome. Knock, knock. All right, I am good. I would love if you'd sit on the bench. I am, but I am learning. I'm going to watch you as the master. And I'm going to tell you, you know this anyway, but have the microphone close to your mouth, right?
I can do that.
I bet you can.
I expected walk-on music, though.
Well, we'll make that improvement.
That's right.
Come back at the end.
You're going to beatbox or something.
Yeah, watch it at the end of 24 hours how much we've improved.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. No, this is fantastic.
Any
Thanks
other
for
tips
inviting
or
me.
suggestions for my team?
My
that
tip
you want
is
to say in public in
keep
front of
doing
everyone?
what you're doing. Thank you for what you do, and we're really proud of our partnership with you.
Well, so let's just start and make sure everybody knows who you are. We've got with us this 5th generation St. Paul resident, Mayor Melvin Carter, who took office in 2018 and has done, your accomplishments include raising minimum wages, tripling free programs in rec centers, reestablishing the affordable house transplant program. What do you think you're most, I got your bio here, what do you think you're most proud of?
You know, I'm proud of a lot of the things that we've done. I think the thing I'm most proud of is how we do it, and that is by engaging with people in this city, by believing that people can work together across interests, across groups, across communities, across some of the walls that we sometimes turn back away from and think are going to stop us. So I always tell folks I think the most exciting thing that we're working on is the College Bound St. Paul program that starts every child born in our city with $50 in a college savings account. And, you know, I'm very proud today to be in a city where we've been able to successfully drive every category of violent crime down by double digits. And I think some of that work is impactful. And I know every day that, you know, that the secret sauce of that isn't me. It's the way that we've figured out that we can all get things done together in this city.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we want to talk about in the next 24 hours is how do we work with not only government, but private and not-for-profit and public together. But I want to pull on that thread that you had around children. Most people don't know and find it surprising that Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities runs a NACE-accredited 4-star parent-aware child education center. When our moms come to us with little kiddos, we know that that if they get quality pre-kindergarten and child development center, that helps break the generational cycle. Otherwise, they're 5 times more likely to become homeless. What have you been doing to help our children, and I think you touched on it, to have a better start in life?
That's an important question, and this is something that my career is very rooted in, starting back when I was on the city council and working out of the Ward 1 City Council office to create the St. Paul Promise neighborhood. And then, of course, after that, I was at the state under Governor Dayton as executive director of the Minnesota Children's Cabinet, leading the team that, among other things, awarded 4 stars to your child care center, and leading the team that implemented full-day kindergarten in the city and early learning scholarships and some of those types of things that you guys work on. The reason college savings accounts are so exciting for me is because we're able to support children's education, we're able to support family health, and we're able to support kind of family financial freedom all at the same time. One of the biggest concerns that I hear as I talk to kindergarten teachers around our city, as I spent 4 years talking to kindergarten teachers around the state when I worked at the state, was their frustrations over what they would call kindergarten surprises. These children that would show up at 4 and 5 years old with severe delays, who were behind in many cases. And I heard kindergarten teacher after kindergarten teacher say, we could have done something. We could have helped this child if we had known that child was out there just a couple of years ago. It never felt good enough for me because these children are in our libraries. Their families are paying water bills. They're on WIC and they're on child care assistance. We know that they're out there. We just have to find ways to kind of connect and build a relationship with them in a better way that produces child outcomes. So that's where college savings accounts comes in. Research shows that children from low and moderate income families who graduate from high school with literally more than $1 in college savings, not $100,000 or not $50,000, with literally more than $1 in college savings account, are 3 times more likely to graduate, and when they do, they're 4 times more likely to, or they're 3 times more likely to go to college, and when they do, they're 4 times more likely to graduate. And so, I've become really enamored in the dividend that we earn when we tell our children that we believe in you enough to invest in you.
Yeah, well, we do see the difference investing in those children, breaking that cycle. Our pre-kindergarten, 87% kindergarten readiness, which is better than the state average, so we see an impact. How do you see the city?
And that has an impact on their schools.
Yeah, it does.
Right? Because
does.
when that first grade teacher, or when that kindergarten teacher doesn't have to get 3 years of academic progress in the kindergarten year just to try to get above water, you give, when you deliver those children 87% ready for kindergarten, that has an impact on that young person's life forever. Because, again, 95% of brain development happens before age 5. But it also has an impact on the whole classroom. Not just the children who are in here with you, but the teacher has more time on task with the rest of the children. That's a profound thing to be able to say, and that's an incredible service that you all provide to this city right there.
Speaking of youth, you've got a long history with Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, don't you?
I do.
Tell us a little bit about, you're not just here today, but you've got some history with us.
A lot of history with you. Volunteering as a kid, growing up, hanging out and coming around and, being in some of the spaces, coming and volunteering on holidays, and just, again, through my time on the city council, I guess I've grown up around Union Gospel Mission for a really long time and gotten a chance to see, again, as a policymaker, as a young person coming up in the city, as a neighbor, as a son of a police officer and a teacher, have just gotten a chance to see the different angles of this organization, and it's pretty profound.
Yeah. So how do you think the city of St. Paul and Union Gospel Mission can be even better partners, or what do you think we're doing great as partners together?
I know that there are other communities, and you know as well as I do that we haven't, solved anything, or there's no mission accomplished banners flying over our heads for a reason. I think one thing that we do really well in St. Paul is personalized service. One of the things that I've learned really well is the extent to which when we see people who are unsheltered, when we see people who are either in our shelters or living in tents in our community, they may have a million different stories. And if, that statement, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, is very true. and that our approaches to be able to serve folks has to be as diverse as the people who we serve, as the stories of the people that we serve are. And as I've seen this shift to say we're going to know people's names, we're going to understand people's stories, we're going to stay with folks, we're going to put stuff into storage if we need to, we're going to care for pets, we're going to connect with individuals, not just sort of say a service was there behind a door, but really go above and beyond to connect with individuals and to bridge some of those gaps. My predecessor, Chris Coleman, used to say that people are like water. Every time you move them, you lose some. And, we've seen people who fall through the cracks, who fall through the gaps in our system. And I also think that's just something that we've done well is figure out how to close some of those gaps so that we're able to make the warm handoffs and to connect folks so that when they encounter a police officer or a firefighter or one of our outreach workers in community, we can know that we're effectively being able to connect them to care.
One of the Chaplain Sammy was talking earlier about encampments. I do know that that's one of the things we work really closely with city officials on is when encampments may have come unsafe, how do we partner? How do us and other not-for-profits go in and try and offer services, offer pathways for people out of the encampments? What do you think your heart team is doing really well?
Oh, that's a great question. This by name registry is, I think, really important. And again, the ability. I remember when there was a couple winters ago when we had a day that was dangerously cold. And we turned a couple of our rec center buildings, we turned a couple of our park buildings into warming places, into shelters. And I walked through before we opened it, and next to every bed there was a picture of a state. And I said, "What's this about?" And they said, "Well, we serve people who have been given numbers all of their lives." And they said, "I'm not going to send somebody to bed number 35. I'm going to send you to Montana for the night." And it was so heartwarming for me to see that our team is that obsessed with ensuring that the people we serve know that we identify them as people. Some of the important things that we've done together is just shifting our language. When we talk about our neighbors, I remember when I was in grad school, I remember people used to say, like, the indigent. And it's funny because when I was in grad school, I was in a class one day, and I kept hearing the word they. They this and they that and they this and they that and and I end up looking at the person next to me and say, who is they? Who are we talking about? And we were talking about the impoverished, and we were talking about the indigent, and we have all these beautiful words to talk about people who live in crisis, who don't know where they're going to sleep tonight, and it felt like we can do better. Like it sounded beautiful, but it's not. And when we generalize. When we assign folks numbers, when we treat diverse community as though everyone in that community is the same, we're taking ourselves backwards. So I think our heart team has done a really good job of meeting people where they are. I think our heart team does a really incredible job of not just knowing people's names through the by name registry, but being able to connect people with resources in a meaningful way. I think one of the important evolutions of this work that I think is really sacred is our ability to just stay connected with folks, not just sort of drop somebody off at your door and say, all right, we did our job, bye, but to stay connected with folks and work with people kind of over a period of time to make sure that we know kind of how our services are connecting with them or aren't connecting with them, and when it's time to course correct or make a change or approach it in a different way.
I love your about by name, and that was an early lesson I got to learn or had to learn. We were doing screening during COVID, and the men would line up. First, they would line up with Judy next to me because they knew Judy and trusted her, and then Judy knew their name, and Judy knew how to spell their name.
That's right.
And how to spell their name the right way.
That's right.
And instant trust, because once you have trust, you can help them take the next step because it's hard.
That's 100% right. And, we see people who come, and on occasion when we've closed tent encampments, we've had people who come and protest us. And we were at one that I remember, and, we've been to a number of them, but one in particular, where one of these protesters looked at our deputy mayor, who is a core part of Heading Home Ramsey, who has been sort of the quarterback of our unsheltered work in our city for years now. They were protesting us, saying we're not going to leave people out here. And to be clear, and I've had to share folks, there's nothing I've ever told you that would make you think that my vision for the city includes, keeping people outside when it's 20 below or having people kind of shelter outdoors. In my first year as mayor, I remember we had, 20-some people sheltering outdoors, I think maybe 19. And we had a big meeting in my office, and this is an oversimplification, but half of the folks in the office said, we got to bring in the bulldozers, and half the folks in the office said we got to bring in the porta potties. And it felt like, we're a smart enough room to come up with something a little bit more balanced and a little more nuanced and a little more humane than either one, right? Our goal isn't to bulldoze and throw folks' stuff away, which is why we put folks' stuff in a storage and care for folks in the way that we do. And our goal definitely isn't to try to figure out how to make people comfortable living outdoors in a city like St. Paul in particular. And so all that to say, we were at this tent encampment closure, and one of the protesters was trying to figure out kind of what our plan was working with some of the folks. And he looked at Deputy Mayor Tincher, Jamie Tincher, and he goes, "What about that guy?" And the deputy mayor looked him in the eyes and said, "Who are you talking about?" And he says, "That guy over there. What's your plan for that guy?" And the deputy mayor says, "I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking about." The guy gets really frustrated because she won't look in the direction he's pointing. He goes, "That guy over there in the tent over there." And the deputy mayor says, "Listen, tell you what, tell me a name. And if you tell me a name, I'll tell you what our plan is to work with that individual, what we're doing to work with that individual. But if you don't know a name, if all you know him as is that guy, then maybe I'm not the one who's dehumanizing him." And it was a really profound moment. And the guy, actually, to his credit, took the lesson and stood back a little bit, and I think realized that the way we do things here in St. Paul is different, it's unique, and it's aggressively humane.
Well, I think that's what we want to talk about for the next 24 hours with everyone is how do we treat people with dignity and respect? How do we meet them where they're at and then help them in that journey and that pathway? And sometimes it's hard, and I use some of the sayings, is create a little positive friction because sometimes good change is hard change and not easy, and that's what we have to do every day and help people not see their setbacks as well.
Yeah, by definition, something new is uncomfortable. I tell folks every day, the only thing I know for a fact is what will happen if we keep doing things the same way we've always done them. That's how we got to where we are right now. And when we try something new that makes us uncomfortable, that in and of itself is a signal that it might get us a different outcome than we're used to. And the key word that you said is people. I think we spend... some of the folks who you serve, some of the neighbors, some of the residents who you serve, aren't used to being treated as neighbors, as residents, as people. They're used to be treated as clients, as subjects, as suspects. They're used to be treated as numbers. But that by name registry is really a proxy for humanity. It's a proxy for understanding that the human beings who walk in this door need to be treated like a human being, same as you and I do. They need to be able to have options. They need to have agency. They need to be able to have some sense of autonomy to be able to have a sense of pride in the things that they do. It's the same as I do, the same as you do. And in that sense, I think it gets a little less... when we look at folks who, every now and then I hear somebody say, well, all other things equal, there are people who just want to be outside. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that there are people who, all other things equal, want to sleep in a tent when it's 20 below. I believe there are people who want to live on their own 2 feet. I believe there are people who want to be able to make their own decisions. I know there are people who want to be able to cuddle up with their spouse or their loved one or their pet. And this goes back to being fiercely human and humane in our treatment. It goes back to knowing people's names, and not just their names, but their stories. And it goes back to, again, not just delivering a service, but helping people. And that's something I think that Union Gospel Mission has been at the forefront of here in St. Paul for a really long time.
Well, we're proud to do that work. As you talk about it, we call our guests when people first come to us because we want to treat them as individuals and people with dignity and respect. And then we want to move beyond homelessness, which requires us to take another pathway. And most people don't know that we're more than a shelter, is that we offer we offer adult education and job training. We offer free mental health services, financial literacy, back to where we started this conversation, so that actually once they become housed, they can stay housed. I'd like to ask you a few lightning round questions as well.
But that's another thing we do well, is that transition that I think is a good partnership. Because as we seek to kind of put people into permanent, supportive kind of spaces, and you guys take great care of them as we kind of get them in the queue, and we appreciate that work as well.
Well, I do. I think we've got a great relationship, and I work closely with the deputy mayor, and you guys are actually helping us. You can't see all the construction here, but we just got a permit from the city, and we're like, please let our permit come through
transforming
as
this
fast
space
as possible.
That's right.
So that we actually, the reason what we're doing with it is people think it's all about the beds, and what I've learned in 5 years, people come for a meal, people come for shelter. That's why they come. And then why we welcome them is that after their bellies are full, after they've had a good night's sleep, after they've got, then we can say, can we help you actually get your ID so you can apply for a job? Can we help you think about how you might take a first step for education? Can we help you go see a mental health therapist? So
that sounds like gospel. I mean, it really does.
Yeah.
That sounds like the gospel. And I know that this is a faith-based organization. That sounds like the gospel. And as the chaplain was speaking, I heard him speaking. And that's, I think, what the gospel is centered around. And I think folks mistake the gospel for sort of like a Bible-thumping kind of situation. But when I read the gospel, and frankly, every major faith that I know of really centers around just helping people with the basic necessities, helping to make sure that people have clothes on their back and food in their bellies and a warm, safe place to sleep. And that sounds like gospel in action. So congratulations.
So we'll have a lot more space during the day and better space at night. So what would
Lightning round.
Lightning round. When you hear the word homelessness or homeless, what are 3 words that come to your mind?
3 words that come to mind. Crisis, because you can't be stable. It's hard to be stable without a home. Poverty, because we don't talk about poverty enough, but there are so many of the webs of poverty that are interwoven that are obviously inextricably interwoven with homelessness. But probably the most important word is potential, because the guests who walk through your doors are people who have an enormous amount of potential. They have potential to be homeowners. They have potential to be our workforce in our community. They have potential to be the builders of community. And in fact, they are potentially one of the strongest and most powerful sources of potential that exists. They have potential to help us clean up our community through our Work Now, St. Paul Work Now program. The amount of potential that walks into these doors every single day is limitless.
Yeah, that is awesome. One of the gentlemen called me one day. He didn't like a policy we were implementing, and they freely give me their suggestions. Yes. And but he said,
as they should.
Yes, yes. And I solicit more than my team wishes I would sometimes.
As you should.
And so he goes, the reason this bugs me is I'm just going through a bad spell for a moment, and I don't want everyone to know that. And it gave me pause to think about how we help people, so that when they look back, I'm thinking of your word potential, is when they went through a bad spell for a moment, so they really look at that for just a bad spell in a moment.
That's right.
Yeah, because they have potential.
They have potential, and you're helping us back on our feet.
So how are you interrupting homelessness?
Oh wow, we do a lot. Whether that's building that heart team that you asked me about. We didn't have that heart team when I became elected mayor, and I'm really proud of the work that they do and the way that they intervene and kind of connect with folks, all the way to just trying to help to fund projects like this one and help try to fund more beds in our community. To working with our partners. One of the most challenging parts about being mayor is that you just can't do it. You still can't do anything by yourself. You have to have great partners, whether that's organizations like you, whether that's working with our state and with our county to be able to connect with folks. I think is really critical. And like I said, I do believe that the approach that we staked out in St. Paul, in particular, the way that we connect with folks as individuals, the way that we, even when we close a tent encampment, we've never done it by arresting or forcing or bulldozing somebody out of a space. Every time we close a tent encampment and we move people out of those spaces, it's because every single one of those individuals determined for themselves through a lot of conversation and a lot of teamwork that they have a better option available to them. They don't all necessarily take us up on the options that we'd like, but we've been fiercely defensive of our ability to treat individuals who experience homelessness, particularly individuals who experience unsheltered homelessness, as neighbors, as community members, as people with unlimited potential in our community, and I'm really proud of that.
I would say there was good collaboration. There was some encampments behind us, and we worked really closely with the city of St. Paul. Again, it's how you find compassion and excellence at the same time, because while we have many men who are trying to become sober on this, and yet you don't want that influence, and yet we want safety, and we want to invite them in, but we want them to take that first step. But I found great collaboration when we've had to close the encampments, especially as we needed access to some of the areas.
And the truth is, and I hear people talk about those interests as like competing interests or conflicting interests. I don't really think that they are. A lot of the things that we do as a city, I literally just came here from talking to my cabinet, and part of the conversation we were having is what it looks like to treat a whole community of people as though we love them. That's what our community first public safety framework is about. When we talk about safety in a political debate, it's always about police and prisons and prosecutors. But when I talk about safety for my children, right, we don't start with how do we get somebody to jail as soon as possible after something terrible happens. We start with how do we transform the environment so something terrible never happens. In that same way, when we treat folks like we love them, that involves care, but it also involves limitations and accountability, right? There are certain things that I'm just not prepared to watch my children. There are certain roads I'm just not prepared to watch people who I love dearly go down. And I'm going to intervene, and, I can't always keep folks from, I can't always make folks make the decisions I want them to make, but I'm going to do everything that I can to find that balance when we care for somebody between care and accountability. And I think it's important. I think it's absolutely critical for us to strike that balance as a community.
I think it's an and too. And
That's
my
right.
team gets to hear that all the time.
That's right.
It's an and.
It's an and.
What would you like to ask me about, or what do you need for Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities to make the city of St. Paul an even better community?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, you guys are, like I said, our frontline staff and, the deputy mayor works with you more directly than I do. And everything I hear is about just how incredible those relationships are. I know we had some challenges we had to work on the front end just around things like data sharing to be able to do, because we're really proud and strict around data sharing requirements and stuff like that in Minnesota. But that can be a challenge sometime to the kind of case management type of model that we were talking about earlier, to the by name registry model that we were talking about earlier, to the warm handoffs and the follow-up that we were talking about earlier can be challenging. So building that team, I think, has been really critically important for us. We need you to hurry up and get this space ready so that we can expand, so we can finish that expansion before it gets too cold out here. It's the beginning of October. It feels like the beginning of June or July or something now today. But we know that winter's around the corner, and that we know that your guests who come in here with some urgency today, even on a beautiful day like this, we'll walk in with even more urgency as the temperature drops in our community. So I think that's really important. I guess the question that I would have for you is the same. As you see the footprint and the fingerprint of this organization on our community, which is very historic and very large, what do you see as the next chapters for Union Gospel Mission? And what do you see, what do you dream about for this organization before you go to bed at night?
Oh, what do I dream about? A lot. And then I get up and the next morning my team has a list of to-dos that I'd like them to get done.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Or when I go out of town and I come back with some notes.
Oh, yes, and they wished I would sleep.
That's right.
Beyond the men's campus, which for me is about creating a more warming space, more trauma-informed, more day space, so that, again, it's after they are fed, after they have slept, giving them a space to say, we'll walk alongside to help you change and transform your life. So that's just the first step for men here on this campus. And really, it's changing our minds. It used to be we only provide a place to sleep, and now it's all about the wraparound services. And then I have a vision and a dream that we'll one day be able to do the same thing for women and children. And we have really struggled. We had a building that had concrete that fell off the sides. I was working with the city inspectors to make sure it was safe. And we found ourselves an interim location. We have a vision and a dream that we will be able to have child development center, adult education, all the wraparound services at the same location that we have for our men, that we'll have that for our women and children. Almost 50% of our community who is unsheltered are women and children. And as we talked at the very beginning of our discussion, we talked about how do you break the cycle? How do you change it? How do you give those kiddos a head start in that change?
That's right.
And so what I see is this is just the start of how we are doing more. The breadth of what we do, most people don't know. And then a lot of people don't know what we do for women and children. And that's my vision and dream that keeps me getting up every day and say, let's get after it one more day. And then when I get to work and someone says thank you, that's the power I need to get through the days when they're hard.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say thank you. And I think another thing that we both need, that I just want to say out loud, is more partners. And not just more partners in St. Paul, but more partners beyond St. Paul. You know, one of the things that always strikes me when I come visit your campus, or when I walk through a tent encampment in our community, is, you know, generally speaking, less than half of the people I see would say, yeah, I grew up in St. Paul. And it's always striking to me the number of people who, as I ask them about to tell me their story, whose story comes through some suburb or through some exurb or through some rural community that maybe didn't have maybe didn't have a Union Gospel Mission, and they needed some support, and so they came to St. Paul. They came to find you. They came to find our Heart team. They came to find our Heading Home Ramsey team. They came to find the supports that exist here. And I am simultaneously, it's as you say, both and. I am simultaneously proud that we're able to care for folks in this community. And I like to make sure that people understand that, you know, it's going to be a lot to try to ask you to solve a whole region or whole metro area or a whole state's worth of need. Which is why I'm really proud of the regional sales tax for housing, and always try to take a moment to just share the extent to which I think you and I both need folks who I think mean well and have positive intentions to step up to the plate and make sure that we're providing amazing campuses and resources like this in our suburbs and in our rural communities, so that we as a state can meet people where they are.
Yes, we serve people from all over. We may be located in St. Paul.
That's right.
It's funny, I served on City Council for New Brighton. I think you met with our Public Safety Director, Pasnick, earlier today. So
how do you know that? Hey, I want these leaks tightened up.
Because we're a big community, and when we help each other out, we are better, and when we look for better, bigger solutions.
That's right.
then that makes all of us better.
No doubt. It definitely does.
Absolutely it does.
It definitely does.
So yes, that is something I think we're trying to look at, just not here locally, but across the state as well.
Well, thank you for your
Good.
leadership,
Thank you.
and thank you for doing it. And thank you for doing this. This is really cool.
You know what? You are kicking off for a great day, and I will report back to you what we've done for improvements over the 24 hours. And if you'd had a walk-off song, what would it have been?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not in charge of such things. I don't know.
Oh, well, we will pick one out for you.
I was just teasing. You have enough to do. Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities has enough to do without trying to pick out walkout songs for the bench day. So no, I was just teasing. You do more than enough. We're proud of our relationship, and I appreciate the chance to just sit on a bench with you for a couple minutes.
Well, thank you. Awesome. All right. Well, I got my first one under the belt.
This is a choice.
They just need to get a job.
It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves.
They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try and
already
help.
pay taxes? Isn't
It's
that enough?
sad,
But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal
This is
responsibility.
just
Just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's the
them.
government's
It's not safe to
responsibility.
stop and help.
Difference from one person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
Hi, my name is Jason Drentel. I'm a graduate of the Union Gospel Mission Christ Recovery Center. Well, I was walking the streets of St. Paul, living under this bridge right here, and decided one day I had enough, and walked out under the bridge, ran into a couple guys that I had graduated the program with, and they extended their hands to help me out and pull me out of the rut I was in. My biggest struggle was staying sober for a long period of time. I could do the 30 to 60, 90 days, 6 months, but I would get done with those programs. I would go right back to the same stuff I was doing. Pretty much everybody had just not answered my phone calls, and it's a very lonely place. Nobody to talk to, walking the streets of St. Paul, bathing my feet in the Mears Park, feeling that loneliness and no hope, and then just finally getting hope and feeling the presence of God around the Union Gospel Mission. I just love it down here. What it really helped for me is getting the time I needed, not doing the 30, 60, 90-day programs. It gave me time to really connect with God and to get my spiritual mind right, get the alcohol and the drugs out of my system, have a chance at getting my own stuff, my license back, my car, feeling good about myself. It's such a good community of people staying connected. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't walk up underneath this bridge and see my brothers that I went through the program before. They saved my life. They gave me another opportunity. But, once you get in the program, it's the time that they give you to feel good. It took me 2 years to get my license back, feel good about myself, get God back in my life, go to church. Do all the stuff that you're supposed to do in everyday situations and just reach out to others, help others. It's not all about yourself, reaching out and helping people, just staying connected, and helping the next addict or homeless person or somebody that just got out on bad luck. I hope and pray for all the people out there struggling. I know what it's like. Single dads that were maybe in my position. I had to give my son to go into treatment, and that was one of the hardest things to do. But I knew it was going to be a good outcome, and that's why I'm so happy to tell you that he's a senior now in college. And I got him back when he was in 7th grade, and I swore I'd never drink again. And I'm sticking by that, and I'm just so grateful today for the Union Gospel Mission and Christ Recovery Center and everything they've done for me. from me coming in here with nothing, a backpack of just a little bit of clothes, to getting me back to life, you know. And now I'm a proud owner of a business, and I just love to give back, and I'm glad to be here today. I hope to help somebody. If my dad was here today, he loved the Christ Recovery Center and the Union Gospel Mission and what they stand for. And he never lost faith in me. And I know he's probably smiling right now and happy I'm doing his work, God's work. I would say thank you for your support. I wouldn't be alive without you. And that's the honest to God truth. If it didn't have the program for such an extensive time, it gives you the opportunity to get back on your feet, you know? And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, I am now joined. Well, that ending with the Mayor Carter is like a perfect setup, because waiting in the wings to talk to me is our Vice President of Women and Children's Programs, Lisa Michaelson. So welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy
to be here.
Well, good. I'm going to treat you just like I've treated everyone else, and I'm going to ask you some of the questions that I ask all of our guests.
Fantastic.
Just because you're an employee doesn't give you any extra reprieve at all.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, first of all, when you hear the word homeless, tell me 3 words that you think of when you hear that.
I think of hope-filled. I think of circumstantial. And I think of transformational.
Sounds like the pathway we ask, in your case, women and children when they come, it sounds like the pathway we offer to them is starting with hope and ending with transformation.
Yes, this is true.
Did you think of it that way?
I didn't. I just heard the question, but that is true.
Oh,
I mean, that is how we're serving and supporting our women and our children and families.
So with that, I'm going to add the other question I ask everyone: how are you interrupting homelessness?
Yes, so I have the honor to work in Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities Naomi Family Program, and we're serving single women and women with children who have experienced homelessness or have had a circumstance where they are no longer in safe or stable housing. And when they come into our program, we give them hope. And we're able to not only meet those basic needs, but really focus in on what is it that they want for their future and walk alongside them as we help them to understand and see that they have potential. This is a circumstance. It isn't their whole story. And they have an opportunity to transform their lives. And then we get to be a part of that story as they start to see that there's another chapter and there's another future for them. So not only is it transforming their lives, but the lives of their children and that next generation. And that's how we're interrupting. And that's how we're preventing future generations from even experiencing one instance of homelessness.
One question I often get is, after they don't know that we serve women and children. Mm-hmm. And we're sitting here at our men's campus, and it is our largest campus, but we also serve women and children, and people are surprised. But tell me about some of the unique things when you serve women and children.
Yeah, so obviously, everyone has unique needs. When we're serving women and women with children, we really need to look at the unique needs of everyone in that family. And often the children outnumber the women. We have a lot of kids, and we serve children and welcome families of all ages. And so we have many, many new babies. We actually have had 3 babies welcomed into Naomi Family Program in the last few months, and we have 3 more on the way. And so we also serve pregnant women in that transition. And when we think about the needs of a woman, a pregnant woman, a new mother, a newborn baby, siblings, expanding households, teenagers. Just yesterday, we brought a family in who had been sleeping on the street the night before. They brought their 16-year-old, 14-year-old, and younger elementary-age child, and the relief on their face when we said, "You are not sleeping on the street tonight. You're sleeping here," was amazing. But then the needs of all the members of that household were very different, not only from basic needs, food, the clothing, the supplies that those families need, especially if they're coming off the street or in a circumstance where they have maybe nothing, or just what they have on their backs or could bring with them. Then we think about the emotional needs and the physical needs. Where are they at in their journey? Maybe the children haven't been in school or haven't had an opportunity to have early childhood education. So we also provide that at our Child Development Center for our children to make sure that they are getting the needs they have met and are ready for kindergarten, as we wish for all our children. So when we think about holistic support, obviously we're faith-based. We want to support their spiritual growth and development, their well-being, and that's physical, emotional, mental health, physical health. Bring them into our community. So we want to make sure they feel like they have a sense of belonging, not only in the Naomi Family Program in our organization, but in the community, like St. Paul and the neighborhoods that we are living in. And then we also want to make sure that we're working towards their goals around income and housing. So we're creating that transformational opportunity for them to move out of homelessness into stability. So everyone's journey is different. We say we're journey-oriented, not time-limited, which makes us unique. And we really want to just walk alongside folks and meet whatever those individual needs they have are. But they are a lot. And they change daily with whom we have in our home at that time.
Yeah. Well, I shared with you, I recently had the opportunity to drop off some pumpkins for the women and children. And I was so delighted that we were, but before I knew it, I had 3 boys jumping over a fence, offering to help with the pumpkins.
They were very excited.
And I was like, will my staff think I'm doing this safely?
Of course.
And yet, how can we have these children feel that joy?
Yes.
And doing a little hard work, too.
Well, and that's a great point. We also, because we're serving more children than anybody, right? In the Women and Children's Program, let the kids be kids.
Yeah.
So they are experiencing this really hard time in their life. This is an experience that no one would wish to have. But we know that we can also support them in this time, that it is an opportunity where they feel loved and supported and get to be a kid. And so we are really intentional. We often hear about adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, and how those impact children for generations to come. We focus on positive childhood experiences, or PCEs. And so bringing a truckload of pumpkins from our CEO that the kids get to unload and start to decorate and celebrate. We're having a fall party and celebrating all the birthdays in October. So those kiddos get to have a positive memory. And you only turn 8 once. If your 8th birthday happens to be when you're in a shelter, you want to look back and remember that you were celebrated and you got to blow out candles and make a wish, just like other children get to do. And so we really make sure that we give those experiences. So thank you for the pumpkins.
Yeah. Well, I know that it's often about the stories we share and about the positive experiences, but how do you know you're doing life-transforming work? How do you know you're delivering the best work ever?
Well, we do have outcomes. We measure. So we want to make sure that we are really focusing in on providing support that is equaling transformation and results, right? So I mentioned we have 5 key outcomes. We're measuring all the progress that women and our men are making in program around faith, making sure that they're growing in their faith. In community, we actually, in community and well-being, have seen 88% of the women that we've served increase in their sense of belonging and in their well-being. So they are actively engaged in their own well-being. And then as well, they're increasing their income, and 93% of the women that we serve exit our program safely into safe and stable housing. So we have outcomes to show that when you come to Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities and engage in our programs, there is life transformation that can happen. And I get to see it every day. I see the stories of transformation. I see women building confidence, building positive relationships, moving towards their goals, and really starting to light up because they see that hope in their future.
Well, that's awesome. So as we close, because we're tell me, if those who are listening to us today, what do you think if they would say, I too want to interrupt homelessness, I too want to support the work you're doing, what would you tell them?
Get involved. Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities has so many ways you can get involved. You can volunteer. You can donate goods or money. You can support by telling others about the work that we're doing. You can educate yourself on the issues in your own community and help to educate others. There's so many ways that you can help to interrupt homelessness, and UGMTC is a great place to learn and engage and help to be a part of the solution.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
I am
you.
glad you could join us today, and thank you for helping those moms and those women and those kiddos and really changing the trajectory of their lives and really giving those little kiddos a head start.
Thank you. All right, have a wonderful time on the bench, Pam.
I shall.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
This is where people in our city come when they have no other options. If I may ask, how did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
It's so sad.
He needs help. No one should be out here like this.
If it were my brother, I'd want someone to step in.
And how do we step in?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
All right, welcome back. I'm joined by Vicki Erickson, who's the Senior Vice President of Communications for TopLine Credit Union. And anyway, so I've known Vicki actually for a long time now because I bank at TopLine. And I've banked there for 40 years, 40 years, since my first job out of college is when I joined it. But Vicki is the Senior Vice President of Marketing and Communications. She's responsible for overseeing all aspects of marketing, communications, member experience, brand stewardship, internal and external communications, omni-channel integrated advertising, public relations, and community initiatives. And I got to know her because I used to be a board member, and that's how I first got to know her. And then it's just been a privilege that after I moved over to Union Gospel Mission, I got to really see and feel the work that her team does in community in a different way. Welcome.
Thank you for having me today. This is a pleasure. And that was a lot. That was a mouthful. So I usually just say that I'm in the people financial wellness business.
Oh, well, I like that because TopLine has a mission statement, which is what?
We do. It's dedicated to delivering personalized service and helping people along their financial journey. And our goal is at a credit union. Maybe if I can talk a little bit about what a financial cooperative is. First of all, let me back up. I've known Pam for 11 years. You sat on our board, and it was a true pleasure. I learned a lot from you in board meetings. And now I'm so excited that we still get to maintain our partnership together. And so a little bit about TopLine. We're a financial cooperative. So the intent of a financial cooperative is the profits that we make go back to our members. And so higher dividend rates on savings, lower rates on loan products, free and no fees. But the big component is financial education. How can we continue to help build knowledge and stability around financial education? And so we do a lot. I'm also the president of our nonprofit foundation, which supports a variety of community initiatives. We partner with about 20 different partners, and we are honored to call Union Gospel Mission one of our really great partners.
I want to talk later about those community partnerships because that's a big thing. But I actually first want, and that's where we started some of our work, but we tripped on to how we could have a really unique relationship one day. I've been known to wander the hallways here, and sometimes I wander and invite myself into rooms, and I was joining, it was our Axe Men's program, and they were sitting there, and they were trying to solve the problem of many of the men that we serve have past due debts, they may have fines they have to pay, child support, and they don't trust financial institutions necessarily. And so they were like, well, we're just sitting here trying to figure out how to help our guys who are unbanked have a financial partner. And they were looking at all the online things. They said, Pam, you have any ideas? I said, well, as a matter of fact, I do. And that actually was a start of a relationship where TopLine has had a really unique partnership with our residential programs, our transitional housing programs, of doing some financial literacy and some financial partnerships. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you do there?
Sure, yeah. We developed our partnership in 2020. Certainly there was a need there, and we look for opportunities with a lot of organizations, but we designed a financial education program based upon the needs of your residents. And so we've hosted several sessions. I don't even know the number off the top of my head, but I know that we've reached over 70 individuals through our financial workshops, through your men's residence program, and we've opened up over 200 memberships because of that. And now we're also extending that partnership into your women's program, the Naomi program, that we're very excited about. But on top of those 200 memberships that we opened, initially that financial education workshop is there to help build that confidence. So in those sessions, we help people understand what is a budget and how to develop one. We ask them questions about, do they know what credit is? How do you manage credit wisely? What are credit scores? How do they work? What are the factors that go into developing those? How do I access my credit report? And so it's a very interactive session. They're meant to be opportunity for people to come back and forth and ask questions, feel comfortable. And our goal in that session is really to make everybody feel comfortable. Finances are overwhelming. And so if you're looking at, our goal is to help every individual and families along their financial journey. If they're starting, if they're on their next, if they're establishing credit, establishing a financial services relationship, or reestablishing or rebuilding credit. We're there for wherever you are in your financial journey. So our goal is to make everybody feel comfortable, and I guess it shows through the 200 memberships that we have now. And beyond opening that, savings and checking account, we've also helped them continue to build their credit or reestablish credit through credit builder loans, credit cards, and auto loans. And we feel so honored and rewarded every time we open up one of those accounts. Valerie Ross, our branch manager at Bloomington, typically teaches the session, and she comes back and she shares all these fun stories with me. And so it's all about the smile that we can make on someone's face and make them feel that we are their trusted partner.
I had the privilege of, Valerie was doing one of the first sessions ever. And I walked in the back of it, but they let me know because they knew about this relationship. Valerie brought tears to my eyes as she shared her own personal stories and why helping individuals who have struggled financially, to teach them and guide them and help them build their confidence in financial literacy. You heard Lisa was with me a little bit before. One of our 5 outcomes is income, the ability to have some financial stability, get a job, go to school. It could be some use if you have disability, but one of the things that really goes with that is teaching that when you have that job, how do you know that you can remove past due debts, or you're on a pathway to save for first month's rent or last month's rent. And it's been a great partnership, and it's a journey to help people along. But credit restoration has been a big part of how you've helped the men and women as well, because many of them come with debts. And so how do you go through that process?
So we try to understand each individual situation, and so the goal is really every person matters. Every financial journey is different. Everybody's unique, and so it's building that rapport and that relationship with that individual. We really pride ourselves on 4 core values, which are integrity, trust, respect, and ownership. And how do we leverage that in every single interaction that we have with a person? And again, it may be someone starting out, or someone reestablishing, or someone that's been in the financial services world for quite some time. But again, it's overwhelming for people to think about how to manage their finances sometimes. But ideally, our goal is to create that passion and that trust amongst one another, so we can help them and whatever questions they have or whatever needs that they have.
I do think that is a unique spot for organizations like TopLine and credit unions. And obviously, I believe that as I've been a board member, because when you're member owned, you can think about some of that. And TopLine actually has gone the extra step for the $5 for the savings account. So you've personally made that investment as well and taken away that barrier to getting started. And we know that if you take away the barrier for getting started, maintaining it is a lot easier as well.
Right. Yeah, and our ultimate goal is, having affordable financial products for everyone, but also allowing people to have that financial empowerment through our education and guidance. And so not only do we do it in person, but we have a lot of resources online that people can continue their education. But certainly we always pride ourselves on being available for organizations. We do financial education workshops throughout the year on a variety of topics, as I spoke earlier: budgeting, credit scores, credit, identity theft, and different types of planning. But we also do it specifically for organizations such as yourself in terms of designing that program that meets your residents' needs.
So let's shift from how we've integrated financial literacy. That's an important part of our program, and I was so thrilled when you extended what we've done with men's, and now it was like a perfect example how you pilot something. We piloted with our ACTS program. We moved it to our CRC. We've expanded. Then we moved it to our women and children, not just the women, but the kiddos as well. Because I remember the days. I'm old enough. I remember the days when I used to go to school, and you could actually open up your savings accounts at school, and every week you could bring money at school and put them into your savings accounts. But we know that builds confidence, and a little bit, a long time goes a long ways. So it's an important part of our outcomes. But we also have a really unique relationship with you beyond how we've integrated into financial literacy. Is one of your, actually I loved as you said your values again, integrity and respect. 2 of those values, we have 5 values, and those 2 values, integrity, respect, are our values, so great intersection. Yeah. But we've also benefited because you've adopted us as a community partner.
We have. Yeah.
And so what does that mean? How did and so why don't you just share a little bit the things that you do for Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities as a community partner. And there are people out there and other companies and organizations that go, oh, how could my business get involved or do something?
Sure, yeah. We have about 15 to 20 partners, as you mentioned, and we pride ourselves on connecting in our communities near where we have our branch locations, so we can help the local and hyper-local communities, and really understanding those gaps. And so we reach out to each one of our community partners to understand what are the needs that they have and how can we fulfill those. And so on a monthly basis, we run a variety of donation drives. So anything from food donation drives to personal care drives, clothing drives, holiday wish list drives, school back to school supplies. But in your case, we run this very successful clothing drive every year, and I think we're on year 3 or 4. But this year we collected over 1,300 pounds of clothes and shoes to donate to the Union Gospel Mission. So it's always very exciting when we see the Union Gospel Mission truck pull up, and he's like, oh my gosh, this is a lot more than I anticipated. And then we're like, can you weigh this for us? He's like, absolutely. As soon as I get back, I will weigh it. And we outdo ourselves every year. So we're always excited to host that drive in the spring. Other things that we do personal care kits for you guys. And we love to participate in your annual gala to support other fundraising events.
Yeah, well, that is awesome. So I am always excited that when you are asking your members to engage and give back, you make it easy for them to do that, and you make it easy for us. And actually, that's a great thing for me to talk a little bit, like, why are those clothing drives important to us, or why are those toiletry drives important to us, is we do direct care. So when we get donations, so they come through companies like you or individuals. Our donation center is right down there. If you ever want to go see, maybe you need to see the donation center before you leave. Yeah, I think, you need to see Ed in his element there.
Yes.
And what it is all of the men and women staying with us have access. It's their big closet. It's their big wardrobe. And they have access then to clothes and then we change with the seasons and when they need jackets and when they need shoes. And then there are towels, and I did ask once, I go, is there any towel that's too crappy to take? I was thinking about my own at home, like should I just be throwing them away? And they said, well, Pam, if they're not good enough to shower, we cut them up and turn them into rags. And we use toiletries. And I will know it, because I used to go to board meetings, and every now and then you'd pull me aside and you'd give me a few more bags of toiletries to bring. But I love that way of engaging. So is it hard to do those community drives? So if I was a business out here listening and going, could I do this at my work? What would you tell them?
I would say absolutely yes. I am a very passionate person about giving back and about finding those gaps in our communities. So you need to find that champion in your organization. And once you find that champion, you will see that there are so many other people in your organization that want to do the same thing. And a little goes a long ways. So I tell everybody, no matter what you can donate, if it's time, dollars, items, it all makes a difference and it all adds up.
Yeah, so thanks for role modeling. Thanks for those partnership drives, and those really do make a difference, because so your members know, we don't sell it, they go right into direct care, and I'm always so proud when every now and then, I have a favorite story to share. One day, I'm with the Axe guys, and I'm doing an open forum, and they're giving me feedback, but I notice, I keep looking, they're all wearing ties. And I said, why are you all wearing ties? And they said, well, we thought it was an important meeting and we should wear ties.
Oh, I love.
Isn't that
so
nice?
So very nice. Yeah.
So so your organization, so you've got these community drives. You do more than that. So you do the community drives. You've been a sponsor at our gala and you come to our events. And then you also volunteer here.
We do, yeah. I was just.
So you've got Credit Union Day. Tell us about Credit Union Pay It Forward Day, right?
Yeah. So every Indigenous Peoples Day, credit unions in general collaborate across the state of Minnesota, and we call it our Day of Kindness, where most of us close our doors to our shops and line up volunteer opportunities for our employees to participate in and give back. We're very excited again to be here this year. So I will be here on Monday serving lunch, and we've lined up about 14 or 15 different sites off location and doing anything from serving lunch, packing food shelves, sorting clothes, doing lawn work, whatever the charitable partner needs, painting. And so as a credit union and as TopLine, we're really passionate about giving back to our communities and about the people in our communities. And that's just one specific day in the year that we all collaborate. But throughout the course of the year, we volunteer on a very regular basis. And so I can tell you last year, we volunteered over 3,000 hours. And additionally, we hosted over 900 we taught many sessions, but hosted over 900 people through our financial literacy programs, including one of yours.
Yeah, that is so awesome. So I have joined you, but you guys have had to do all the work. I was just the showcase jumping in on the picture. But your team has served the lunches, which it's a great, I just want to put a plug in for anyone listening here, is our volunteers serve our meals, breakfast, lunch, and supper. We can't do it without volunteers. And so like when corporations or groups of friends or whatever it might be, retirees, come and volunteer, it makes a difference. So when we have organizations like yours and said, we'd like to come in on a volunteer day, And in addition to serving the meal, I'm just forewarning you, you get to sweep and mop the floor afterwards because you get to do that as well.
Excellent. And I get to wear a hairnet.
And you get to yes, you get to wear. Yes.
I'm looking forward to that.
I know.
Because then we can have a better hair
So
day.
Jeremy, I gave you a heads up as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So hopefully you guys were all fighting over who gets to volunteer here.
Absolutely. Always. Always.
But it is always, I just hear really good things from our volunteers because one of the things we want to do is change people's perception of what it is to interact with people who may have fallen on hard times or may have experienced homelessness and what brings them asking for our assistance and care. And that's also part of what we want to do through this is how do people change their perception of and educate around those experiencing homelessness. Volunteering is one way to do that.
Right. It's exposing yourself to a new environment and connecting with people in our communities that may need a little extra assistance. If you think back in your own life, we all need a little bit of help every now and then.
Yes.
And so what is the difference between me needing help and somebody else, and when can I be there to help that person?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's exploring, opening yourself up, being vulnerable, and a learning opportunity. My goal, I guess, every day is I get up and I try to learn something new. And so I encourage people to learn and to listen and then to inspire others and make a difference. And that goes a long way with a person. You never know what kind of a day a person is having. So giving them the benefit of the doubt and just being there, saying hello, giving them a smile, shaking their hand, it could make a huge difference in that person's life and you don't even know.
Yeah, well, that is so perfect because we think that's often where the work starts is when I see you. We often see that those experiencing homelessness don't feel seen. And so seeing them, smiling with them starts a difference. But I know you have done some work, not only with us, but personally you also do work with other organizations who serve the homelessness. So I want to just talk a little bit, that's a good one as you share that, like you've done some great work in our community, not only from a work, but also personally. How do you interrupt homelessness?
How would I, just being there, right? And taking the time out of your day and thinking of others and looking for those opportunities where you can make a difference. So I partner with Avenues for Youth, which supports homeless youth in Minneapolis and Brooklyn Park. I've sat on the YWCA Youth and Family Services Board, which near and dear friend Lisa that now works for you. That's how we met. And then it's engaging with others that also have that passion and encouraging people to step out of their bounds and you have fun doing it. You never know who you're going to meet and what you're going to learn and how you're going to influence somebody else's day positively.
Yeah, that's nice. When you hear the word homeless, what are 3 words? I'm asking this of everyone.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. What are 3 words that you think of when you hear the word homeless?
Let's see. Okay, this is a hard one. I'm going to have to think about this for
Well,
a
you
second.
can take a pause if you need to.
Okay, 3 words that I guess define what I think homelessness is, right?
Or what you think of when you think of homeless or homelessness.
I think of future opportunities. I think of assistance from others. These are more than 3 words, by the way.
That's okay. That's okay. We're redefining the rules here as we go.
Okay, and I guess I think of having respect for each other.
You know, that respect, it comes back. I heard that as a value of TopLine. Respect is one of our 5 values. Our other one, besides we overlap in integrity and respect, we have compassion, we have excellence, and then as a Christian faith-based organization, we have faith as one of our other values as well. So, respect. You know, this interesting future opportunities also is one, we talk about it as hope a little bit, and that how do we give people hope or and assistance of others. Often people who come to us who've experienced homelessness, it's just because they may not have had the safety network. It may be they were estranged from their family. It may be that they didn't have, like a church often provides a safety network. And so when they are at a moment of crisis or they are at a moment when they need help, they don't. And our mutual friend, Lisa, who runs my Women and Children's program, would say, it's a sad moment when women and children come to us and we say, we need a contact for an emergency as they come with children. So if something happens, who do we call? And they sit there and they don't know a name and a number to call us. And so we help them rebuild that sense of community and that network as well.
Yeah. That reminds me of our tagline is connected, we all do better. And that was developed probably 3 or 4 years ago. But the intent behind that tagline is exactly what you're talking about, is how can we connect with each other? How can we connect in our communities? And how can we connect to make a difference? And so I pride myself on looking for those connections and then also connecting people, right? Like, it's about networking and finding other opportunities that we can all work together and connect with each other to make a positive impact.
Yeah, I love that, because this, how we all work together. If there's a theme as well that I think, like when they ask me, what do I want to accomplish in these 24 hours? One of the things is your experience as a business leader, your experience as an individual. Your experience is how do we parlay that all, because that is, if we go take it all the way back, is that's how we're finding solutions and things that, like, I didn't know a solution how to do it and my team didn't know, and yet I said, I think I know someone who could. And then it takes off from there, because we let the really smart people, we let the Valeries of the world, a plug out to Valerie. Valerie, if you're watching this, you are awesome and you have done such great work. And you made me cry in the back of the room, and I don't cry very easily. But that started with that first one, doesn't it?
Right.
One person at a time.
Right, yeah. No, and it's you know, using and partnering for other people's experiences and expertise and being open to collaboration and being innovative, right? Thinking of new ways. Like your financial education program was a dream. Like it just started, you know, out of nothing. And like, what can we do with another partner to help continue education at Union Gospel Mission? So.
Yeah, and when we partner, we're all better. When we let you do what you're really good at, and we do what we're good at, we suddenly are, it's 1 + 1 is 3.
Right, right. And it's all about asking, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you don't ask, you don't get anywhere. But
I know. Can I tell the bankers 1 + 1 is 3 and it's okay?
To me, you can, because I'm not a finance person, but
that's my interest, all right? That's my dividends and my interest, isn't it? So, you know, as we're about ready to wrap up, Vicki, is there anything that I haven't asked you that you'd like to make sure that people who might be listening, or challenge others if they want to think about what they can do to help people experiencing homelessness?
Yeah, I would just say be open and be there for each other. We only get better together, and connecting with people outside of your regular circles and networks, and opening up yourself to new opportunities and learning experiences. I know that I find it very rewarding, and every time I volunteer, I walk away thinking, wow, I got more out of that than they did. And what did I learn, and how can I leverage that someplace else? And so I hope others feel that way, and I encourage my team at TopLine that through See You Forward Day, it opens up a new life for some people in terms of they never had the opportunity to volunteer or just didn't think about it, and then they do, and they come back and they share these phenomenal stories. And so if we can all do that and learn from each other, I think that's what I might close with.
I think that is great. Any questions you want to ask me?
I'm very excited about this whole program that you're doing for the next 24 hours. So you are going to be on this bench for the full 24 hours.
I do get to go inside to a bathroom.
Okay.
So that is a really important thing. So I'll be very honest about that. I do have access to a bathroom, which I think is pretty important.
Yes.
But I will try to take a little nap in the middle of the night, I think, at some point.
Okay.
But I will be out here. If anybody wants to come and talk to me, I will be here. The weather is going to be gorgeous and crisp, and I've got 2 jackets, and I will be layering up. And I'm just really excited because more people have said yes than have said no. And I'm like, would you like to join me? And we talked about how when you build partnerships and relationships, we're both better.
Yeah.
And I can already see that starting to happen, even through the invitations we've made. And so I'm really kind of excited, and I couldn't do this. I'll put another plug in. Like, we're all better when we have awesome people around us helping do all the hard work behind us.
Yeah, and I do have to put a plug in. Pam is so inspiring. So I appreciate every conversation that we always have. I always walk away with a different nugget of knowledge that I take. And in certain situations, I'm like, what would Pam do? And so I truly appreciate our friendship, our business relationship, and the opportunity to stay connected.
So, well, thank you very much. It's just been a pleasure, and I hope you have a great time serving a meal, and I want to hear feedback on how it goes. And it was cornbread today, which is my favorite. Oh, do you?
I love cornbread.
I have an extra piece in there.
Oh, you need it for later, though.
I took 2. It is the best.
And before we go, I do have, and you might want to use this later.
Oh.
It's our new time.
Oh, all right. You know what? It's been so windy. And when the sun and that, this is a nice hat. So it does. Well, yes. Well, I am like, it's just, you guys have been great partners, and I have learned a lot, and I really appreciate you filling the gap on helping with those financial literacy and volunteering and running community drives, and you make us all better.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I like to read urban books. I'm a foodie. I love to cook. And watching Disney movies with my kids. Lilo and Stitch is about big sister taking care of her little sister. And then they adopt an alien dog. I was a big sister taking care of my little sisters. My dad was a single dad. He would work 10 to 12 hour shifts, so I would be helping with my sisters. Get up, get ready for school, make sure they're matching, make sure we got food to eat. When I was 17, I wasn't able to leave, but I still did on my own because I wanted to be able to be a kid, go out and party. So that was definitely a part of the reason why. I didn't finish high school. When I got pregnant at 19, I was nervous because I didn't have the financial stability, but I knew I was gonna have the baby, so I was happy.
Dad said Ohana means family. Huh? Ohana means family.
I had Brandon when I was 20. 4 years later, I had Braden, and then I had Bernaya.
Mommy,
Yes. And then I had Braylon, and Braylon is my youngest son. I had moved to Mankato, and then in Mankato, I was just I can't do this. It's I have no support out here. It was hard to maintain childcare with the kids, even trying to work or anything. So I left Mankato, came to the cities, but I didn't have nowhere to stay with 4 kids in the cities. So that's when I went to NFP.
Hey, Ms. Gladys. Hey, how are you today?
I met with my worker, and she showed me around to my room. And then I met everybody, Miss Lee Ellen, Miss Heidi, and then Miss Sharon. She was a good caseworker. She helped me a lot. A week into it, I was nothing's gonna change, nothing's going to happen. So I want to say a week after, Miss Sharon was all right, it's time to buckle down. We gotta get this, and this done. And I was okay. And then the kids got enrolled into daycare. And I started going to school, and I'm like, well, it's going fast. I'm getting somewhere. I moved out October 3rd, 2024, and it felt great. And then a big relief, because I was finally in my own spot.
Come on, Mommy, so we can do your homework.
I didn't have my mom around, but I know, like, me being a parent to my kid, I provided, like, what I think a mom should have been.
So 1 and a 4.
4.
Mm-hmm.
1 and a 4. Nurturing your child, listening to your child when they cry, and then just seeing what you accomplish with them. Like, you made them. They're very smart. Now, MACV program, they have so many resources that can help you get to where you need to go. But if you don't ask, you're not gonna get nowhere. Well, I finished school in July of next year with my associates. Hopefully in 5 years, when my 2 younger kids get a little bit older, I can start nursing school. So I wanna go to nursing school for to be able to work in a pediatric hospital, and mainly children's. So that's my hopes for the future.
Well, welcome back, and I'm so happy to be joined by Reverend Shawn Morrison. He's the founder and the executive director of Good in the Hood and Soul Care for Souls. Let me give a little bit of your long bio of the work that you've been doing. Reverend Shawn Morrison has served as a minister and a not-for-profit leader for more than 30 years, including your current role as the founder and executive director of Good in the Hood. You serve on a number of boards and committees as an advisor, a member and officer. You've served at Bethany Global University, formerly Bethany College. You've partnered with Union Gospel Mission. We'll talk about that. A senior pastor at Cedar Crest Free Methodist. And of course, you've got a lovely family, 5 children and growing family of grandchildren. That's awesome. Yeah.
19 grandchildren today.
19?
I'm tired.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, absolutely. Love them all.
That is awesome. Actually, well, first of all, thank you for coming and spending time with us.
It's my pleasure. Pam, thanks for asking me, and I can't think of a better cause to support than what Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities does.
Actually, Shawn, when I first became CEO here, now, 5 years, depends how you count. You were one of the first people who sent me more than a lovely card. You sent me flowers. And I remember it. And I was like so touched. And so I have felt like you are a great supporter of Union Gospel since my first days here and the work we do.
Well, I am a supporter, and I believe in the mission. I believe in the leadership, and I've been part of the organization. I was the Minneapolis program director for a season, but we've then contracted for several years. And it's just been a pleasure to partner with an organization that is making such a difference. And when you came in, you were obviously new to the organization, and I thought we need to welcome you with open arms, because you have a big mission, and I'm sure you have a very big vision.
Yes, I was new to everything. That's a whole other story about me, but we're going to focus on you. And there is so much goodness to talk about in the work that you do, because I feel like you do very much a lot of the same work that I do. You just do it in different areas and different places. So for those, let's start first with Good in the Hood, because I think let's start there. So for those who don't know, what is Good in the Hood and what do you do?
Well, I was the director of evangelism at Bethany for a season, and I had all these students. So I'm just giving you a little backstory here. And how do I train missionaries? And so I wanted to bring them into the city where it's cross-cultural, where we could learn evangelism and service and educate and cross-cultural and partnerships. And so went away and prayed for a season, and God just began forming in my heart this vision for what became Good in the Hood. And I was going to call it Good in the Neighborhood. Mr. Rogers had that. So we went with Good in the Hood, but it's not about hood as in ghetto, it's about hood as in community. So we're very particular. There's a small apostrophe before the word hood because it's a contraction of neighborhood. And I say that, I grew up in North Minneapolis, and sometimes communities get stigmatized, and we didn't want to do that. We wanted to build upon what was already there. So Good in the Hood, in short, we mobilize resources, we mobilize volunteers. We like to say we bring help, we inspire hope.
That is so nice. And like, what types of services do you offer through Good in the Hood?
To keep it succinct, food and feet, but we do a few other things. We do some holiday things and some, of course, youth program things. We have 31 pop-up food shelves in the Twin Cities, and what we do is we create host sites. Actually, Metro State University, right around our backyard, that was the first university food shelf in the state, and we helped start that, and we just launched them on their own this month.
Oh,
so yeah,
congratulations!
So it was really exciting, and they're doing great. And that's one of the things that I'm just proud to be able to say. We hopefully don't create dependencies. We create opportunities for people and partners. But we have food shelves throughout the Twin Cities. I'm working with YMCA, churches, several schools. And then we do foot care, of course. You know much about that because we have nurses that provide foot care. They soak the feet, they massage the feet to get circulation for those that are dealing with diabetic issues. We take out ingrown toenails, foot fungus. We also deal with any corns or calluses. And then we give them a couple pair of socks and a hug, and we pray with them. Hug is so important because when you haven't been touched intentionally, it makes a big difference. And then we're a partner with Schuler Shoes to bring forward a program called Shoe Away Hunger. And so we bring shoes to shelters and schools and those in need. We ask for a suggested donation. All the money goes to pay for groceries to support our food shelf, thus Shoe Away Hunger.
Yeah. Well, since you've raised a soul care for souls, I always have to think about how I say it, like soul care for souls. It is such a wonderful program, and you tell a little bit about what it is, but I'll actually show you how I see it show up a little bit. Monday afternoons are alive when Soul for Soul Care is here. So the door is propped open because they got to carry in so much stuff. And they are bringing in food for them to eat. And they're bringing in their little bins for the food and that. And so, like, the amount of work it is to bring it in on Mondays. And so we do it weekly. And then I watch the lines queue up. And the guys all know that it is Soul for Soul Care Day, Soul Care for Souls Day. And the lines queue up, and they go, that thing, that foot care. And then every now and then I will see someone who I think I know, and I go to the gentleman and I said, I thought that we worked with you and you found some of your own housing and you're living independently. And they said, I am, and it's working out great. I said, so what brings you back? Soul Care for Souls is what brings them back, is they want to come back for that foot care and that massage and that care and what it means. So if you want to know what it means, that's the story that I see as well, is the lineup on the nurturing of the soul and the feet, which is so important.
And it really is, and your observation is spot on. What we hear is things like, I can dance, and I couldn't do that before after the foot care's been done. Or people that will come for a hug, and they don't need foot care, but they've built a relationship and they just want to feel a sense of belonging. Or they felt listened to. Or a gentleman I met at one of our sites, we have 7 sites, including right here at Union Gospel Mission. But the guy came, and it was his first treatment ever. And he had a toenail so thick, it was at least a ½ an inch thick. It took a Dremel a half an hour to grind it down. When he came, he was doing this, and I'll have to act it out a little bit. His name was Edward, and he goes, I came like this. He goes, I was afraid it was going to hurt. He was shaking visibly. And I sat there and listened to him, and I go, so what's happened? He goes, I almost fell asleep. It was so painless as she was caring for me. And so tender was this nurse who was doing the treatment. And that's what we get the privilege to do. And then what happens is the gospel becomes much more easy to share because they trust us. And when you have trust, and you know this, everything, all the facades, all the fears, anxieties go away. And so Edward literally was falling asleep, and he was so grateful. And then I got to pray with him because he's suffering from cancer too. So there's other things that they open up their heart to. So it really opens the soul in a certain way, being Soul Care for Souls.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was recently doing a podcast with a friend of mine in the healthcare industry, and we're actually going to talk about healthcare later in the session. But foot care is a major concern and issue for those who have experienced homelessness. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
Well, it is, and I've seen, and probably you have too, it looks like foot fungus that is so bad, and there's, of course, amputations, there's diabetic issues that lead to poor foot health issues. I've seen feet that look like they've got cottage cheese between the toes, and it's just foot fungus. It's that bad. Or, and what happens, we get to see the before and after. And the foot care that is done, it turns that foot into almost like baby skin at times. It is amazing. And it's a trust issue, but what it also does, and what maybe makes ours a little bit unique, we don't just provide the care of the foot, we want to provide the care of the inner soul. And so we want to share Jesus with people. We want them to know that they are accepted, they're loved, and they're worthy to be loved. And so that's another part of what we do. That's why we call it Soul Care for Souls, because it's two souls.
Yeah, so let's talk about the role that faith plays in your work. You know, obviously, as a reverend, and it's core to the work that you do. How does faith show up? How do you use your faith?
Well, I'll tell you this, what I don't do is I don't become evangelism linebacker. What I do is get invited, hopefully, to share in a very respectful, dignified way. That's an important piece, is we honor people's dignity. I don't think we should steal that from them. If they don't invite us, I'm not going to, in a sense, blurt at them. What I want them to do ultimately is discover Jesus. And so we try to create low-tension opportunities where we just listen. And we maybe have the privilege to share about our everyday world, but that includes our faith, which is core and central. And so we don't feel like we have to do everything, but we just want to make sure our something's pretty significant. So maybe the next person along the way shares a piece of the puzzle of their journey to Jesus. But I don't have to wrap it up and make it in one setting some pretty package. I just hopefully allow, and our team does this, allows people to be on that journey, moving towards hopefully a relationship with our Almighty Father through Jesus.
Yeah. That notion of trust and invitation came up earlier today when I was talking with Chaplain Sammy, who you know, and we were talking about the work they do in the encampments. And building a trust so that you can invite people to take that next step is such an important part of this work. Is I think if there is, and you can probably comment on some of the work you've done, is I think there's this notion that those experiencing homelessness are actually sometimes more afraid of us because they don't know to trust us. So share with me your experience and what do you see there?
It's very true, and what I like to say is we sometimes see those who are experiencing homelessness, as a category and not as a person. And so then it becomes awkward, and people try to do everything in one setting rather than just like anyone else. We just invite them and maybe hope to get invited into their world, to get invited to be a part of one another's maybe daily life or their community. I think what happens is people are naturally, I think all of us, including myself, insecure at some level. And we lead sometimes with our insecurities. And I think we have to just relax and learn to just sit in somebody's presence. And I know we'll talk about it a little bit. When I was doing the interviews for our book, I learned the power of listening. Now, I learned this because I was a chaplain for a 4th and 5th 12-step program. I did 4th and 5th steps. And so I learned just how powerful listening is. And it's got healing qualities. And I think sometimes we want to share, and often we have this mentality, we're on the hill and we want to do pity giving when we need to learn to do peer giving. We need to see people that are, instead of pity giving, do peer giving. See people on an equal plane. Just because I have stuff or I have privilege, I don't need to leverage my privilege wrongly. I need to leverage any privilege I have to do the maximum good in this world and in the lives of those around me. and hope that others are doing the same. And I think sometimes we think we're doing some big favor for someone. They may be doing the favor and letting us just have what I call an encounter. Most of us do excursions, and we need to learn to do encounters.
You know, as you share that around the experience as we interact and we want to provide help, you remind me of what happens when people volunteer and how we learn through volunteering and how we get a different perspective. What have you seen?
Well, volunteering is so important. I like to say I hope to not do for people, I hope to do with people. And I think that's the key thing, is it's a community helping another community. And that's really important, in my opinion, is that we see ourselves as part of a bigger community.
All right, so what I want to do, I'm going to ask you some questions I've asked everyone, is 3 words that you think of when you hear the word homeless. What do you think of?
First one that comes to mind is hopelessness. The second one that really comes to mind is dismissed. Third one is ostracized. That's what I think they feel. It can be their reality. I hope it doesn't become their identity.
Yep. I want to put in a quick plug for your book. I had the privilege, because I've looked through it. The reason I don't have my book here is I've given it to someone in my organization to look at for some other things. Show your book, hold it up, because you just released your book. In 30 seconds, tell us what you are trying to accomplish with this book.
3 things: humanize those that are on the streets, particularly those who panhandle, to inform the compassion of the general public, to maybe soften our cynicism so that collectively we will start to see them as human beings. We're not trying to make the homeless population or those who are unhoused heroes, but we do want to help them be seen as humans.
Okay.
And if we can do that, we've done something good. We've influenced, and that's what I hope this book will bring perspective of.
Yeah. I have read your book. It is a beautiful book of stories that I think it humanizes. It shows people as real people and allows you, and that is one thing that I've learned since we started this conversation, like what have I learned since I've started here, is to really see each person for who they are. So my final question is, how are you interrupting homelessness?
Well, we do it specifically through foot care and taking care of people's feet. But we like to say this: we're not providing, like Union Gospel Mission provides, housing and shelter, and also vocational training and some of those, which is so necessary. What I'm trying to do is to teach people how to minister in the moment, how to, in 5 seconds, how can you make an impact by letting someone be seen, asking for their name, and treating them as a someone, not just as an anyone. That would be what I do.
Well, thank you. I am so glad we have this partnership. It's a great example of how when we do best and how we make each other better and serve better in community.
Thank you so much for what you do. I'm really grateful.
Thank you.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
How did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
All right, thank you. Welcome back. And I would like to introduce our new guest, Matthew. And Matthew has been watching us for a while and would like to actually have a chance to have his conversation on a bench, I understand.
Yes, thank you for having me, Pam.
Yeah, so Matthew, so you're familiar with Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities?
I am, yes.
Yeah, how are you familiar with us?
I've stayed in the mission before.
Okay.
Yes.
And how'd that go for you?
It was a challenging experience.
Okay. What kind of services were you able to get from Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities?
Well, 3 hots and a cot.
3 hots and a cot, okay.
Yeah.
So the hots meaning a meal?
Correct.
Yeah, how long ago did you stay with us?
About 2 months ago was my last visit here.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
And where are you staying now?
I'm currently residing with my father.
Well, hopefully that's going better for you.
It's an everyday struggle, but one day at a time.
Yeah. So we provided meals in our cots. So you actually saw some of our transition if you were here a couple months ago as we're trying to get ready for some renovation. That's kind of a little difficult right now, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we're trying. It will be better when we're done, but it's kind of difficult. We've got like a lot of bunk beds in our chapel right now.
Yes.
That makes it not as private as we would hope, not as quiet as we would hope.
No.
Unfortunately. And
yes.
Hopefully when we're done, we want to be able to have smaller rooms and more bathrooms, because there's not enough bathrooms there right now, are there?
No.
Absolutely not enough bathrooms. And the dining room, I think, is a little bit too tight right now, too, isn't it?
I would agree.
Yeah, I agree with you, too. That's part of our plan is we don't think men have enough time to sit down and enjoy their meal, because there's a long queue in line, and we want to be able to make that nicer.
Mm-hmm.
So how else can I support you?
Well, that's a good question. I would like to see improvements in the quality of care and the quality of living. I know you guys are underway and making improvements as we speak. You know, and I would like to see the staff engage the clients more. You know, and ask them every day, you know, are you doing okay? Is there anything we can do for you? Having more of a servant's attitude. I would like to see the mental health services provided improved. I felt like I was trying to advocate for myself, but yet I felt like I wasn't being listened to and wasn't being heard. And I felt like it was just them passing the buck.
Well, thank you for that feedback. And one of the things that you share with me, I would also share is we are trying to give an opportunity for more of our guests to share real time and in certain situations how we can improve, because we know there's always things that we can do differently. And it may not have happened while you were there, but we do 2 surveys a year in paper, and then 2 open forums where men, and then we do it also on our women's campus, have a chance to share with us on how we can be better. And we often get, just like you're sharing, suggestions on what we can do. Sometimes we can do some things and we can make those changes, and sometimes we get to work on it. And some of the things we've done around cell phone accesses have come out of that. So we always get something we can do better, and hearing firsthand from people who are using our services does matter to us. And I think you're right. As we think about how we offer services during the day, we don't have enough space for some of it, so we're working on some of those improvements, and I will share that feedback as well.
Well, I appreciate that, Pam.
Yeah, so well, I really am grateful. And so I'm getting like the 1-minute sign here in terms of it. But what I'd like is, Matthew, as we are talking, I'm going to ask you one of the questions that I'm often asking many of my guests, and as our audience, and we're saying, what more can we do to help those people who might have struggled at times with a loss of being homeless in a short period of time? What do you want people to know? How can they support? What do you want people to know that they could do, or how should we think about things?
Well, I think we need to turn back to the founding principles of the organization. I feel we've gotten away from that. You know, I would like it to be more Christ-centered. You know, and I would like more counseling opportunities and repairing trauma and repairing relationships.
Well, I appreciate your feedback on that, and we do have 5 therapists, but obviously that sounds like we don't have enough in terms of what that is for mental health services and some of the other support services. So I will certainly, as we think about where can we do more, whether it's ourselves or through other partners, because we know that that's an important thing. It is, I literally hear you say, is while having hot meals is good, while having a place to sleep is good, we need more. We need that spiritual interactions. We need the mental health services. We need the support services. We need all of that wrap around, and we need more of it, is one of the things I hear you telling me.
I would agree.
So thank you for taking time to share. Thank you for
Pam.
taking time to stop by. I really appreciate it.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing.
God bless you.
God bless you too.
Growing up, I was around a lot of misguided people that had access to drugs and alcohol, and unfortunately guns. I started drinking when I was 12, 13, just experimenting with friends in my neighborhood, thinking that it was something cool to do. Not thinking that it would lead to addiction. My sober date is August 15th, 2021. That's when I signed my paperwork and got admitted into CRC. All of the staff are alumni. All of the staff been through the program and experienced the same thing that I went through. So you can feel that people care and people enjoy doing what they do. I mean, you can actually feel it when you walk in these doors, and that's a big difference. It's more of a family-oriented type of environment. People sit in the conference room or up front in the meeting room and watch football games or have sing-along. After you get out of a 90-day program, most people go back to the same environment that they left because they don't have anywhere to go. I appreciate the fact that you can step up and move upstairs and get a job and work out a payment plan or whatever the case may be and start adulting again. When I first got here, it was people that's been here for 2 or 3 years, but they in different phases of their programming. For me, it's everything that came with sobriety, opposed to just saying, I got 30 days sober. No, now I'm able to see my kids on a regular basis. That's why I'm sober. This is the longest job I ever held in my life. I was able to buy a house working with Dave Stanley and helping me build my credit, and then working with Dave Riley, showing me how to buy a house.
Yeah. Man, this is nice, man. Look at the kitchen. Okay.
It's an up and downstairs duplex with a full basement, and I actually have 2 tenants that came from the sober house with me.
This is a good layout, man. I know where I'll be the next Super Bowl. At your house.
Well,
thank you.
That's another goal of mine, is to buy another duplex and help people with those same hurdles that I had and help people normalize their life. There's no limitations right now. As long as I'm sober, I'm able to accomplish the ideas that I have in my head. I wouldn't change coming through this program for anything. I'm Michael, and Christ Recovery Center helped me change my life in so many amazing ways.
Well, welcome back, and I am really happy to now be joined by Neal Loidolt. But actually, before I have to put a plug in, I have a Diet Coke here now, which people know are my voice. But in our break, one of the guys who was staying with us, Leo, came over and he said, you know, Pam, all the guys are looking out for you while you're doing this, and brought me a Diet Coke. They see that when I do my open forums, I'm always drinking a Diet Coke. So now I'm charged up for our interview and I'm ready to go. So yeah, let me read your bio. And Neal is President and CEO of Minnesota Assistance Council for Veterans, MACV. He joined MACV in February 2017 and works closely with the board of directors, executive leadership team, staff, and community stakeholders to establish and oversee the strategic direction of the organization's mission to end veteran homelessness in Minnesota. Neal's passion for serving veterans grows out of his 34 years of military service. Welcome.
Well, thanks for having me.
I'm really happy to be here with you and that you're joining us, because I actually got to know you like before I even decided to join this organization. We have a mutual friend, retired General Sandy Best, who told me, you need to know Neal.
That's what Sandy said.
That's
yeah,
what Sandy
I'm sure.
said.
No, I was thinking that was probably my first year even at
Yeah.
MACV, and we had a breakfast over at, maybe it was the Egg and I.
It was at the
to
Egg
talk
and I.
about what you were going to do next and how that it might fit and whether I could be a part of that with you.
Yeah, I didn't know how fortuitous that meeting would be, that I was getting some guidance from you, and then later on when I got this job, I'm like, I'm calling Neal, because he is going to be a good partner, because he knows me. One breakfast, and you know me and are indebted to me forever.
Right, right. Yet I was led to believe that meeting was so that I could give you a push to allow your son to join the Air Force. So I don't know whether that was the Sandy Best element or not that may have been representing things differently than they actually were.
You know, we're going to get back to what the work is about, but let me just tell you, my son Timothy just moved to Tucson and is to finish his mission certification as an Air Force search and rescue now. Yay! Yeah. With a plane going overhead.
Couldn't be better timed, just like our conversation.
On call. Well, no, so I think I've always kind of looked to you as a bit of a leader and a mentor, to be perfectly honest, Neal. I don't know if you knew that, but a little bit of a mentor around this non-for-profit stuff. And you were, our organization was struggling to say, what should we do around veterans? And I don't know how you think the conversation went on your side. And they're like, well, I don't know if we can work with them on veterans or not. And yet we knew we wanted to do something and we were struggling. And so reaching out to you and say, Neal, what can we do? What do you think the conversation was on your side?
I think you've described it pretty accurately. You know, John Loidolt, who works for us at MACV, likes to say that the first step in getting to yes is saying yes, and you were saying yes early in our meeting. Yes, how? Yes, maybe. Yes, when we figure it out. But it was yes first. And so often in the line of work that we're all in, you as well, there's a lot of no's, you know, no's in rules and no's in regulations and no from funding and no from different sources. And so it's always refreshing if you can get to someone who starts with yes, because then you've got a possibility of working something out.
Yeah, you know, it really was, because it really challenged both of our organizations to think differently. But I was like, well, we both care about people experiencing homelessness. Yes. We both care about veterans. Yes. So we're like, gosh, if we both say yes to those two things, you'd think we can work something out, right?
Yeah, and indeed we did. You know, every additional tool in the kit on our side, your side, or someone else's for that matter, is going to help somebody. It might only help 6 people, but you know, if you're one of the 6 people that's helped by a new initiative or a new tool, then that's the most important thing that's come along lately for you. And so as many different tools as we can develop, we try to.
Yeah. So what really was out of that is maybe we could talk a little bit about how we partnered, because we actually started to pilot the program in 2021. Now it's a permanent program, but we're always stretching ourselves on how we can be better and do more. But I lift this up as we provide the housing and some services and wraparound, and MACV comes around and wraps around even more services and more care. Talk a little bit about what MACV does.
Well, I think the biggest thing we do, you know, across the spectrum, but primarily in partnership with you, is to provide the case management services to help people navigate the other difficulties once you get somebody housed. It certainly isn't as simple as helping someone be housed and then everything is better, or they're on their own again. And so our team comes over here. You let them come over here. They work with the veterans. They try to meet people where they're at. But I think importantly, to your first question about how we work together, is this idea is there are people who are here because this is the best place for them. So we ought to support them here, those veterans, and not, you know, we had gone through a period maybe in the past before the two of us where we were kind of wrangling over whose veteran it was or how they were going to be served, instead of just trying to figure out, like, how much can you provide and how much can we provide, and wouldn't this be a better service overall for the veteran?
And you know, that case management you provide is that extra care, that extra oversight, that linkages into other services that veterans have opportunities to, that you guys do a lot of those extra things. In fact, since Matthew was on the bench just before you and talking about the need for more care and more wraparound services, we're grateful that you can do more than we can on our own.
I think, you know, we have been talking about what does the future look like at MACV in terms of what should we focus on, or where can we have the greatest impact, and I'm more and more convinced that we need to figure out a way to have more, better, different case management services, because frankly, we can write a check for rents, and we do that all the time, but that's not what keeps somebody housed. That just starts the process. You have to have that sort of face-to-face personal interaction and someone who really cares enough to try to help work on your issues and figure out how to get a dangerous pet rider for your dog so that you can stay in your apartment and not have to move to an apartment that might allow a dog, and that helps disrupt a potential another episode of homelessness.
Yeah. You know, as you talk about that, that's been one of the basic principles at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. People think of us as food and shelter, but we really say it's when we wrap around adult education, when we wrap around financial literacy, we wrap around mental health, when we wrap around life skills and anger management and help people get jobs, that's actually how people stay housed. And people often were housed before they came to us, but for some reason they struggled or went through a difficult time or had a mental health crisis or an episode with substance abuse that caused it. So how do we better equip them to maintain that once they are housed again?
Yeah, I think that's the real impact of the mission, right? You can find any number of self-help gurus that will talk about individual resilience and how to build your toughness and so you can weather the storm, but I think it's community resilience that is the most important thing for us to be able to have, and especially for some of the folks that we're helping through some really significant trauma in the past. Individual resilience either isn't available, or if it is, it's just not enough. And so if you can be at a place like this and have that whole list of services you just described, now you can feel part of something. There are more people helping you, and it's not sort of this transactional thing only relative to you getting on a good path for the future.
Yeah. You know, that's actually been one of the struggles together, and a good struggle that our organizations have had, is how much more support and when do you consider them housed or not housed, because we have also the government rules that say this is when someone is functionally zero, which is good. And at the same time, I would say, and it's bad at the same time, because we needed to set goals, and at the same time, you know, we would say, can we have more time to wrap around more services? And at the same time, when do they meet the definition of permanent support? So I know our teams have struggled, and then we've tried to find new solutions to say, can we do both? Or how do we find that way if we remain person-centric and veteran-centric? What does this veteran need in order for them to be most successful to become housed and stay housed?
Yeah, we need both. I mean, candidly, the data is important when you're making programmatic decisions and some of these big picture measures. But at the end of the day, it's an individual who's homeless. It's not a government entity. It's not a funding program. It's not a grant. And so, we try to keep the data where it belongs, like at the headquarters and places like that, and leave the person-centered approach where it belongs, which is on the front line, here at the mission, in a shelter, wherever you're dealing with someone. And I think that's the job of a leader, is to blur the line there where it needs to be. Our data people need it to be integrity and strong, and likewise on the other side. But sometimes it's for us to say we can have both, because if we stop helping that person according to the rule, they're still going to be homeless, right? So that's our measure. At the front line, will somebody still be homeless? And it happens to us. I'm sure it happens to you here. Someone will come to me and say, well, we don't have a funding source for that, and I usually say the same thing, which is, how much is it? I'll go find some money. I mean, I don't mean to be coy when I say that, but we ought not send somebody back to homelessness because the state grant is out of money.
Yeah.
Right? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I found you to find creative solutions. What do you think are some of the unique challenges that veterans in particular are experiencing, and how should we think about that? I'm going to be in the minority on this. I have been for 9 years now. I don't think that they're unique to veterans. Maybe veterans have a more identifiable source of trauma sometimes. Oh, you were in the fill in the blank. You were in the Army. You were in the Navy. That's maybe where your trauma came from. Or, you saw certain things in combat, and that's where your trauma came from. But all of those things happen to people who aren't veterans. They have childhood trauma. They witness car accidents. They're involved in shootings at their work. So if you look at sort of that kind of base driver of so much homelessness relating to trauma, I don't think veterans get it in any unique way or to a greater extent than anybody else. I think they're fortunate because it is a well-defined subset of a population. Are you a veteran? We can tell. Right.
Are you homeless? Do you need help?
Right.
You sometimes have to figure out where to enter that continuum when someone comes in that isn't, a category, if you will, to figure out, okay, what are we going to do here? But I think people find themselves homeless for a lot of the exact same reasons. Divorce is no different. Substance abuse is no different. Mental health is no different. It's the same.
I was asked a question yesterday on WCCO about, what might we think would be some solutions. And I talked about where I think on some of the regulations where I can have more flexibility to treat unique root causes and less around how I put them into boxes. So I'm just flexible because the boxes keep mixing and I want to be responsive. And I hear a little bit about that. And yet I want to be accountable to hold me accountable for being efficient and effective and having the right outcomes.
Yeah, I think that's the balance, right? And I think that you have to strike that. Your frontline staff shouldn't have to strike it, and neither should your fundraising staff. But you do. That's what you do.
Yeah, I do like to give them directions, I think. I could have been in the military, maybe.
Maybe you could. I don't know.
So I want to just talk with you a little bit about some of the questions I'm asking everyone. When you hear the word homeless, what are 3 words that come to your mind or that you think of?
Well, my good friend Bob Bennett, he's helped us raise a lot of money. He's with the Housing First Foundation, some of our housing programs that you're aware of. Bob always said there's 2 words that shouldn't be together in the same sentence, and that's homeless veteran. Okay. And so this is what I think about with respect to your question, and this idea of terms that you think about with respect to homelessness. And I can apply that overall. I think we ought not have a big homeless problem in the richest country in the world, right? And so that's what I think about, not what does it mean or what's the categorization, but why do we find ourselves here and how come this is so difficult to solve?
Yeah. So we've got a tagline here of interrupting homelessness because we think the work is hard. What are you doing and what is MACV doing to interrupt homelessness?
Well, we have a lot of programs, a lot more than we have time for here, but I think there's sort of three big categories, if you will. We want to do as much as we possibly can with respect to the prevention aspect. Can we keep you in a place, especially if you want to be there and it works for you, can we keep you in your current place? And so that's a big whole part of what we do to interrupt homelessness, right? Get in front of it. Right, but then there is homeless, there's crisis, and so in that bucket, if you will, we try to focus on whatever needs to happen to resolve the current crisis. Right, what is it? How do we find ourselves here? How do we get here? What reasonable steps can we take, to be done with that? And then thirdly, it's okay. We've done that. It always seems to some folks like that's the hardest part, to come up with the money and write the check. It's really the easiest thing that we do. It's after that, right? It's to make sure that we didn't put you, back in a block in the city which led to all your problems in the first place, or you're maybe not someone who does well in a 30-building apartment unit where there's all kinds of commotion and stuff all the time. And so we're trying to do better with that relative to long-term housing retention in the housing selection, right? To the left of that too, not wait till after we've housed Pam and now we realize all these things are going to be a problem and we have to rehouse you, or you leave, you lose your trust with us. So that's what I think about those three big categories that we work in when it comes to that.
So what are some innovative things that you think you are trying to, what I hear you say is not only get them housed, but keep them housed because they need other types of support or care, or how we think about that. So I hear it's more than a housing solution, but housing is important.
Right. So, I never have any creative ideas myself. I just try to make sure we hire people that have creative ideas. But, well known to most people certainly in the veteran housing space in Minnesota is our Chief Programs Officer, Nathaniel Saltz. Nathaniel, because, he's been at this now for 20-some years. And so he's good. He's this in-between mix of data and what we actually need. And so we do try to start with the data, like what are the unmet needs? And so, probably since COVID, we've developed a justice-involved veteran program. We've developed a healthcare navigation program to help folks after they're housed with some of those types of things that might lead them to not be housed anymore. We now have a financial services management team, because if your biggest problem is you can't budget to pay rent, not that you don't have the money, that you can't budget to pay rent, well, none of those other services are for you. What you really need help with is maybe you need help with a rep payee, or maybe you need help with your budget, or maybe you need to have someone call you the day that the check hits the bank to say, no, remember, we need to take $865 out right now, even though it's not due till the 15th, right? Those types of services. So those specialty services, I think, are making a big difference for us. And what we're going to try to do to, my previous point going forward is to do a little better with the data on what are sort of some of the root causes that people, return to homelessness after we've helped them, right? So we've figured we got somebody helped, put a little check in the box in Salesforce that everything is good, and then 9 months later, they're at the shelter again. Some of that isn't us, some of that is the individual, but I wouldn't be naive enough to believe that some of that isn't us at the program level in terms of the way things are designed. And so I would really like to do better there.
What I love about what you're saying is actually, I think sometimes even where we've had the positive conflict in that many of the men who come to us for shelter, we move them into what we call transitional housing or residential long-term housing, but it's not permanent supportive housing. But we do wrap around the financial skills, because it's when you get that first check, there are so many better things that I would like to go and spend that money on as well, than some past due bill that needs payment. And building that muscle memory or saving for the future is really hard sometimes. I think those are conversations we always have with our kids, don't we? Or that sudden need for some mental health support when things got a little tough, when we talked about resilience. And so we have found, like in our longer term residential programs, we're building that muscle memory. We're building that, I also heard you say community, because it takes more than just one person when you're gonna, like, oh my gosh, when you have a weak moment, who do you have who you can call and say, not right now, or let me take you under my wing at this moment. So I love that.
Well, and I think it creates a lot of, unfortunately, it creates a lot of stress for people on our team. But sometimes that's the answer. We're the one. Your case manager is who you call. And when that's at 11:30 at night or every Sunday, and it's the same here. But if you want to continue in that relationship long enough to maybe move somebody past that, you got to figure out a way to be able to take that call.
Yeah, we're doing some work on that. Like, I appreciate you saying how hard the work is of our employees. Our employees' work is hard. And there's always 24/7. And, but this sense of community. So we spend a lot of time trying to rebuild community here so that when they move beyond us, they've got a community that goes with them. It could be, we love alumni who come back and are role models and provide a support, or peer mentors like our Christ Recovery, churches, AA groups, that sense of community, so they have more people that they can call and more people than just our employees, because that's how people become equipped. And that's actually often why people who stay housed is they've got that sense of community.
Yeah, and I mentioned it before. I think that's what's attractive here to the mission to a certain population is, there some folks work harder for other people than they do for themselves. And so if you're here and you've got someone you rely on to see at lunch or every evening or, whatever, that could be the thing that keeps you on track too, more so than a little note on your fridge that says stay on track.
It is often those other people. So I want to just say, what else do you think I should know at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities? What more do you need us to do or be doing? Or how can we be a better partner to MACV?
Yeah, I would say the same thing I say like 2-3 times a year when you ask me that, right? If you can keep saying yes, if we can continue to think of the conflicts when we have them as just a thing that needs to be worked out, not a challenge, not an end of a program, not somebody making a mistake or thinking that they're better than the other person, I think we can get that figured out. And I think that this idea of this, people that have measures need to have measures. Okay, and they need to call stuff a certain thing. But the last meeting I was at here, I think, with your team, one of your teammates said, well, we can't do that or he's going to be homeless again. And sort of the room thought, well, then let's not do that. You know what I mean? If that's a minus someplace on a score sheet, well, then we'll get a minus, right? But we still need to be focused on the individual and their needs first.
Well, I am really grateful as we start this, for what you are doing for veterans. I am grateful for actually you being a colleague that I can call for advice and sometimes for support when we could go, am I crazy or what? And then I have that moment, and I am glad that together we have found a way to serve our veterans in a different way and be one of the options that are available to them, and I'm grateful for that.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm grateful for the relationship as well, and good luck on that bench all night long.
Check on me tomorrow.
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves.
They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try.
I already pay taxes. Isn't that enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility. It's just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's
them.
the government's
It's not safe to stop and help.
help.
One person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
For today.
Yep.
So yes, thank you. I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad we're going to become friends. And now, like, Rico and I, like, already started becoming good friends.
Amazing friends.
I'll wait. Are we starting? We're live. Oh, we're live. Oh my gosh. Like, the good thing I can say the right things on and off camera. So serious. No, like Rico and I talked earlier because we wanted to make sure what we can and can't say. And so maybe I have your introductions and I can read them, or should I let you both because I get a little overwhelmed by all of the acronyms and that in the police department and that. So maybe I'm going to have you both introduce yourselves, and then we'll get started from there. Do you want to start?
Sure, I'll start. My name is Rigo Aguirre. I'm currently hold the position of commander here at Central District. Been here for a few months, had some other assignments. Worked throughout the police department. For myself, I noted in the bio there, I am also part of the National Latino Peace Officers Association here in Minnesota. Both sit on the board here in Minnesota and also nationally. Member of many, many other groups. I was born and raised here in St. Paul. We're just talking off camera here about I'm an East Sider myself, public school here, so love this city. Glad I'm working here, and I can go on and on.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, got it.
So I am the commander of the Community Partnerships and Outreach Unit. So we do community outreach and partnerships. Also what we do is we have our cadet programs. So a lot of our student employees that are working their way through school to become police officers is one of the big parts of our unit that we have here. So, and then before I started in this unit, I was the patrol commander in the West District. So doing exactly what Rigo does, but on the other side of the city.
Well, good. Well, I really am happy to have you because I have wanted representatives of the St. Paul Police Department to come, and it is like really important because you're really important partners on many fronts. You guys are right across the street from my men's campus, and we call you a lot. But we actually, it's a really positive, I think we have a positive relationship. Maybe you want to describe, how do you think the relationship is over here at our men's campus or with Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities?
Honestly, I think we have an amazing relationship. When our officers know your staff, when they can come over here, know them by first name. If we ever need anything, our officers are over here right away. If you guys ever need anything, you guys can reach out to us. And not only that, but also some of your leadership. I know it's changed more recently, but St. Paul Police has been part of your leadership for a while, right? And just more recently, a little change. But no, I think we have an amazing relationship. We know that if there's anybody that we encounter that could use your services, we know that you're a great, you provide great services for them, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, and I would, kind of focus on the word partnership as well, right? If we take a football analogy, right, we can get the ball to the 5-yard line, but we can't do everything, all right? And there's so much that is kind of undercurrent and overcurrent when we talk about homelessness that, we can only do so much as police officers. So knowing that we have a good partner that we can, make a transition to it helps us, kind of go home at the end of the shift and say, okay, I know that person's going to get the help they need, or they're going to have a place to stay tonight. And that's that partnership that we really enjoy having.
I want to talk about that a little bit because one of the things you may or may not know, but I implemented with my leadership team, we try to meet quarterly with representatives from the Central District, which is here where our men's campus is, the East District, which is where my women and children are housed, and the Western District. So we're in all your districts, which is where my administrative offices are, because I have found that if we can meet with you and have good relationships, that it helps us when we have a crisis or a problem. And it helps on those few times where I'm like, oh my gosh, what do I need? I'm like, this is not in your bailiwick, just tell me where to go. Or more recently, on my administrative campus, there is this person who is dumping garbage and trash in apartments, and we're paying thousands of dollars, and I'm like, what should I do? And I went in and said, who do I call? And actually, your crime prevention unit came out and was giving us recommendations and is helping me through a very different scenario to say, I too care about crime. I too would like to find some solutions, and are really helping us proactively work through it. But I forget that there are those resources within the police department to be proactive and do prevention. and yet you're there as a resource for me as a community member and helping me find some other solutions. So I appreciate that and that reminder. And actually, they came out here on my men's campus, and we said, oh, we want to put new lights. I wanted to have my parking lot lit up better because we want it to be a safer place. And the crime prevention unit came out and told me what I should do and how bright and where they should go and really make it a better place. So I think this notion that police are reactive is true, but how can we be prevention together as well?
Yeah, no, I think our crime prevention specialists are huge, and we use them all the time, even as officers, right? Whether it's a community meeting, an area that needs some help, such as your dumping issue there. They're great. They're very knowledgeable. They're certified, and I'm just saying that, but Dave's actually the one who runs that whole crime prevention site. He does. Yeah, he does. He does an amazing job. If there's anything that we need in Central or whatever district you're at, it's just call Dave, get Patty out here, get the other crime prevention people out there. It's great. So,
yeah, absolutely. I don't go a week without hearing how awesome Patty is. So it's good to continue that trend. But yes, she is very knowledgeable, and it's a wonderful, I don't want to liken her to a tool, but it's a wonderful resource that we have within the department that we're able to offer to the city. And just to have, one more thing that we can use to partner, with our various different organizations and groups to ensure that, even things like lighting and tree trimming and stuff like that we necessarily wouldn't think about are things that she thinks about all the time. So having those resources and those connections. But you hit the nail on the head. Even just us having this conversation right now, when that crisis moment comes, and just being able to look at each other and say, oh, I remember that time we had that conversation, gets us that much farther down the road to be able to solve those problems in that crisis moment. That
is that. And we always, some wise advice I got early in my career, of course I got it after I'd made a mistake, but was how you invest in the relationships. And I'm going to take that theme a little bit further, because one of the feedback that when I first started meeting with the police commanders was like, can I drop men off at your campus? And I would say, like, I think there was a period of time initially where like, no, you cannot. We are not open and available. And I hope, and I'm just going to ask, and we'll find out, that we've really tried to say is, when you run into someone who might be experiencing homelessness, it doesn't always happen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we love it when they can come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we can encourage them to shower and have a meal before they go to bed. But it sometimes happens at the worst time in the middle of the night. And we've really tried to say, hey, can you, we want to, it helps if you call ahead, but we want to when you find a situation, can we be there to help? Hopefully you're hearing and getting that type of support from my team.
No, I can tell you that we absolutely are. Being in the position of a patrol commander, and Dave's done it before, when we hear from our officers that, Union Gospel Mission was a big help, and not just here, right, but we have some other resources here, whether it's, Listening House or Catholic Charities, everybody, it's not just one partner, right? And we talk about it all the time, and just having this conversation here is just another reminder for me to make sure that we're talking about it at our roll calls, and we're, giving that information out to our officers. We have a bunch of officers right now that are in field training, so they're first time out here, right, as cops, and we're making sure that they're out here seeing that this is another resource, another partner that we have for our policing.
And I can think of one of those 2 o'clock in the morning stories, going back to when I was a patrol commander in the West District, and we had a family, a mother and some kids, and it truly was 2 o'clock in the morning, and we were able to work with your staff to get a voucher for a hotel room. And so that's something that is just, again, it lets those officers go home at the end of the night knowing that there's a safe place for that family to be in, their worst moment in their life. And it's that partnership and it's that relationships that we build, which then builds the trust to be able to say, okay, I can go to the Union Gospel Mission, knock on the door, and they might be able to help, or might know somebody who can help us. Yeah. And that's a wonderful example.
Yeah, I do. That is a good point, because sometimes we're in a situation where we can, and I do know my team works really hard to say who else, and they may have other connections. And I've been called by the deputy mayor. There was a house burnt down, and it was a family of 13, and they needed a place, and I'm like, I don't know. And I'm like, we're figuring it out. We think we have a solution. And those are hard moments because it can be many different things at it's not always when it's most convenient, is it? Yeah. So that's a little bit about how we can be a resource. But I also want to talk about security here on my campus and security for the women and children at my Women and Children's campus, because that's often I get a question, and it's probably the thing that I worry about, because security is always an important thing. And in this case, it's how do I make it a safe place for those that are in our care, those that are in our shelter, those that are in our transitional. And yet, so I know in some cases that's often why I may be the person calling and asking for your help if I have a situation where we have done everything we can to de-escalate it. We've done everything we can to avoid and try and take it out, but there are times that we need your assistance. And so we found you to be good partners in that. And how do you think we should be thinking about providing safety and security here?
So I won't get into what Patty might do on the physical part of it, security of it. But anytime that your staff's going to know your clients, right? They're going to know what it is that they need, how to talk to them. And I think you do everything, what you're doing right now. Everything you're doing right now is, with talking to them, trying to de-escalate, that's perfect. But there does come a time, right, where we might need some other resource. We might need the police to show up, and we might be the best solution. We might be someone that can help you find some other solutions too, right? Our officers are trained to show up, to evaluate the situation, and more than anything else, talk to your staff first. What is it that we're trying to accomplish? Are we trying to get them out of the facility? Are we trying to just calm them down or take them somewhere else, right? And I think that's the thing, is more the communication and more before this happens. So like these conversations we're having now or in the future, you're talking about meeting quarterly. I think those are great opportunities for us to really learn, for our officers to know what is expected of them when they come to one of your facilities, right? From the physical side of it or the environment side, I don't know if Dave has anything on that, but that would, with Patty coming out, and I'm sure she's done it before.
Yeah, so the first thing I would tell anybody is get a hold of Patty in crime prevention. And, she gets lots of props in that. But I'm also a self-proclaimed emergency management, crisis management nerd. And I would also say, looking at your plans, making sure that it doesn't say, 1994 on the bottom, that type of thing. And making sure that it's up to date and it's realistic of what is taking place at your facility right now. And that's for each specific building, right? If you have kids there, there's certain, things that you're going to want to take into consideration. But then, too, if you have, like, the men's facility or even your offices, there's certain specific things that you're going to want to look for, which is really specific to that building. So making sure you look at those plans at least once a year, training them so all staff knows, what should we do. And then it just goes back to if you see something, say something. And, in our culture and who we are, just because we want to see the good in everybody, we tend to kind of rationalize, behavior that maybe is alarming. And so by, just recognizing the fact that if you do need to call 911, it's going to be us showing up. That we know what's going on at that facility, and we're going to respond accordingly. And if it's something where, we have the information of what specifically is going on or not, our officers are going to show up. They're going to be kind, they're going to be understanding, but they're also going to do their job to make sure that everybody's safe. And it's having that, again, it goes back to the relationships and knowing the staff and knowing the officers that work the area and all that really good stuff that we pride ourselves here in St. Paul on.
You do remind me, Senior Commander Omari recently had the eastern area, and we had relocated our women and children's to the east side there, and really kind of out of safety for the area they had been in and some other things. But it was really a proud moment when he said after we had moved into community, the crime in that area went down. And I just want to put it out there that people think sometimes when homeless shelters come in that we create crime, and actually is the work we do in community like that. We are very attuned. We have extra security precautions. We have lots of video stuff. In fact, police officers often come to us for our video footage because they want access, and we have some of that can help them on other things. And so we've hacked right into our processes and procedures. How do we provide video footage for something that's unrelated to something we cared about? And in that one, it was really interesting because when we had moved in our women and children, the crime went down. There had been drug dealing going in that apartment building before we bought it. And now we know it's a safe place for women and children. And so, you know, as you talked about that, I'm like, I actually want to dispel the myth that shelters create crime. And I know it was true when Interfaith moved into theirs. We can be a place where we bring stability and safety in the community because we care deeply about providing safety for it. I want to ask you some of the questions we've been asking everyone is when you hear the word homeless, share, I'm gonna have you each do it. Share with me 3 words that you think of when you hear the word homeless or you think of someone who's homeless.
Put me on the spot there.
I know.
Might not be 3 words.
Okay.
I think of someone that is finding their way. I think of someone that may need some help and hopefully open to suggestions or help or services.
Thank you.
So for me, I would lean towards, you know, needing the help. Maybe somebody that is lost their way. But whenever I, you know, encounter homelessness, whether it's an individual or a situation or it's on the job or it's, you know, going to and from work or going to and from home, I think the word respect really sticks in my mind. It's something that, you know, if we can give people respect and we can look at people as humans, it allows us to be able to, you know, really dive deep into finding solutions for the problem.
Good. I love all those. We like to think of ourselves as well as helping people who are finding their way and that while they're in a predicament or a bad spell, how do we help them in terms of what that is? And respect is pretty important to us. It's one of our 5 values as well. So as you think about the St. Paul Police Department, you think about yourselves personally. So either personally or as part of the department, how are you or your organization helping to interrupt homelessness?
So each one of our districts has officers assigned to respond to some of these encampments that we have throughout the city. And, you know, we're part of we're not just the police department, but the whole city. Hopefully part of the solution, hopefully good partners where we're out there, we're trying to make the, you know, some of the conditions that they're in better, whether that's cleaning up, providing services with like familiar faces is another part of the city that's out there trying to get, you know, help for those in the encampments. Those are the day-to-day. We think about this. We think about what can we do as a department better? What can we do, you know, changing the same old way of maybe responding, you know, is there other people we can partner with? That's the other thing, you know, and even these things, right? Just, you know, I work just across the street here and being able to now come over here, maybe talk to you, see you more often and having our officers over here more often. I mean, those are important. It goes back to the relationship thing that we've been talking about.
And as far as, I mean, specifically with the community partnerships and outreach unit, you know, we've talked a lot about our crime prevention specialists, but we also have our cultural engagement specialists. And so if that homelessness overlaps with, you know, cultural needs, maybe it's an Ecuadorian selling, you know, something on the side of the street or something like that, and there's that overlap, then we can really, you know, our unit can really take that and, you know, kind of run with it more and, you know, looking at the cultural pieces of that. And so we have that. But then also, as I mentioned before, we have all the cadets. So part of what we want to do is we want to expose them to everything that they're going to see as a police officer, but we want them to have that experience. So having them do service projects, having them interact at their level that they're at right now as their students is very important to us, and making sure that they know what St. Paul is, know what the resources are in St. Paul. And so having that outreach and, you know, building those bridges and those connections at that level is important to us as well.
I love that, and I think Pamela Berrigan had served on our board and had the cadets, and they came out to do a service project, and we would love to have them come out again ever if you want a service project. You have an open volunteer. Sarah runs my volunteers and that, and would always be happy to help out, and we have found a way to bridge and build trust. We've talked a bit about trust is through volunteering, and we get to know each other, and that's a positive thing, and that's an opportunity for put a plug in for we can't do things without our volunteers, so we love it when all of our hot meals, 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, are served by volunteers. So yes, for the cadets, and yes, if you guys ever want to come over, I actually like for our guests and residents to have positive interactions with police officers as well. I think that builds long-term trust as well. And so I actually like it when we have our meetings that I'll come in, they can see something really positive. Or when the police band performs for us at Christmas every year as well. So again, providing those positive experiences we think are a good thing. I just want to thank you for your time, for your partnership. I know when I've made those calls, when we've asked for extra patrols through my parking lots, you guys have been resource strapped, but you try to make it happen. And so I'm grateful for that. And I look forward to getting to know each of you better and how you continue to help and support my staff as well as we do good things together in community. Thank you.
Well, thank you for doing this, and got lucky with the weather. So
it is perfect tonight. I'm so lucky. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I grew up on the east side of St. Paul. My mom was a single mom, and I had 2 brothers and a sister. We struggled here and there. I remember finding a relationship with God when I was a teenager, but I was still backsliding. Ended up getting baptized at 18 and going through struggles after that. The first time I experienced homelessness was due to a domestic violence relationship. I ended up having to leave my apartment very quickly with me and my children and ended up in a domestic violence shelter. I got into another program that helped me find a home. And then 10 days after we moved in, I got fired due to COVID. My financial security is gone, and now I'm afraid I'm gonna go right back to the same situation. And I'm like, I just worked so hard to get right here and get us a home. I was still going through the very toxic and unhealthy relationship with my children's father in that home. It started to get dangerous. So we ended up packing our car up and going to Florida. 10 days before I went to Florida, I found out I was pregnant. We were going to stay with my brother, so we stayed for a little bit, but then his landlord was kind of like, there's just too many kids in this small place. So we ended up in our car. We parked at a 24-hour fitness gym. Florida's hot. This was in August of 21. So I had to keep the AC running all night. We ended up getting a Section 8 voucher a few months later and getting a home down there. And then in July of 22, my sister passed from lupus. In February of 23, my best friend passed. And then my son's grandfather died. And then my grandma wasn't doing too good. So at that point, I decided, I was like, we're gonna go back to Minnesota because we're away from all of our family. And life was just too short. We got to see my grandmother on Mother's Day. So we got to say goodbye to her, and 2 days later she passed. And then that same day, my uncle also passed. Dealing with this loss, it was just like back to back. Like I still haven't even processed my sister. I'm trying to find a home up here now. That didn't go too good. So we ended up back in our car. I heard about Naomi Family Program at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. I did the intake. So we kind of just heard my story, kind of what was going on. So they called me back about an hour later. So we have a room for you and you guys can come down and see it. So we came down and saw the room. I brought my kids with me and they were so excited. There, we have our own bed. It was different than any other shelter I've been in. They had opportunities to set you up for success right there in the program. If you didn't have a GED, you could get your GED. If you wanted to further your education, you could do that. They offered free childcare, which was a huge help. They had devotions every morning where you got to get in God's word. And they have mental health services where you can go and get help. I was a little nervous at first. I've never really gone to therapy, but I was like, well, we'll give it a try. So I started talking to Tiffany. She was just a huge help. I had realized that I was suffering from depression for a long time. It's helped me cope with things. It's helped me kind of redirect my brain into, well, this is what's going on. It changed how I viewed myself, what I could do with my life. I want to do kind of what they do there. I want to help people who have been in my situation. If I hadn't come to Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, we would have been in our car and went to another shelter. I wouldn't have got the love and support that I got at Naomi. I would still be struggling with what I was struggling with before. It completely changed my life in that situation, and I feel like that's why God placed me there. A long time, I struggled with asking anybody for help. I don't need help. I'll figure this out. I got this, because there's nobody out there that's going to help me. And going to Naomi is the thing that changed it. I saw that they actually cared. After leaving the mission, I am happy. I have changed my outlook on life. I've changed how I viewed myself. Even though I went through difficult times, they don't define me. I have discovered who I am and how strong I am.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
How did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man. What should we do?
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
Hello, my name's Jonathan, and I'm 36. I've been involved in the Union Gospel Mission for over a year now. Going on 2 years, it'll be 2 years in June. Basically, just came here to get a change of life and just redirect my priorities. I was born in Kankakee, Illinois, but moved here in '95 due to my brother passing away. Half my life addicted to drugs and alcohol. Addiction is a major problem out here. So I encourage people just to want to leave it alone, give it up. What led up to me coming to the Union Gospel Mission was basically living a life of sin, doing the wrong things, and homeless a little bit, not a little bit, a lot of it. And I just want to get closer to God also, and just get off the streets and somewhere where structure was being made at. First off, I found God, found the new way to live without worrying about where I'm gonna sleep at tonight. I found out how to build my spiritual relationship with Him and then work on my health after it. I have 5 kids. I have twins, paternal twins. My son passed away though at 3 months. I have 4 living, but 3 girls and 1 boy. It's important for me to be in my kids' lives and starting to change my life as of right now, so I could be in their lives. If I haven't come to Union Gospel Mission, me personally, I don't know God's will, but I think I'll be probably dead. Thank God, praise God, yes. To serve other people, it actually gives me a sense of peace. It feels good in the inside, because knowing that you're making somebody else smile or something, or if they was going through a rough time or something, you can just say something, or you can clean something and just brighten up their day or anything. It feels good in the inside to help somebody. You see the smile on their faces. I learned this organization, they love what they do. They love helping people. They want to see you in a better position than where you was before you got here. So that's what I love about this place. They truly dedicated to what they do, and it's a blessing that to have a place like this. What gives me hope is God has me on this path. I don't know what He want me to do, but keeping hope and faith, going to church, and just keeping hope in God that He's going to continue to lead me on the righteous path.
Well, we are just, we have a minute before we have our next guest. So,
yes, we do.
Yeah, so we're just about ready for them. And because we're fortunate while we're doing this event, we have a bathroom nearby.
We do.
We do. Bathroom breaks are important.
Yes, they are. So, I actually our director of community relations, Sarah Paterka, is joining us, and this is like a big event and a big lift for you, isn't it?
It was. My team stepped up to the plate when you said to me one day, I want to say it was maybe May, June. It was after our celebration of hope. You said, "Hey, we got this idea. I'm going to sit on a bench for 24 hours and talk to people." And I smiled and I said, "Okay."
And I was so excited, wasn't I?
You were very excited, and it took me a little while to get excited.
Are you excited today?
I'm so excited today. Today has been wonderful. And we've got however many hours to go.
I know, 3 hours in, but they went by really fast.
It did. It did. You're doing a wonderful job.
Well, I'll give an applause for my tech crew.
Tech crew,
back
yeah.
there. Yay for the tech crew. And because, like most leaders, we don't appreciate how much work it really does take, does it?
It takes a lot. A lot of hands lifting today.
Yeah, so we're grateful. We've got a lot of volunteers, which is, what our mission can't. How many volunteers does our mission use a year?
I didn't do the math for our fiscal year that just ended, but I want to say we're over 6,700 for fiscal 25.
That's kind of amazing, isn't it?
It is.
What all do our volunteers do here?
Our highest and easiest need is to come and serve a meal. And they are the 5 o'clock volunteer shift just started. And so dinner is getting wrapped up, or it's getting started. And it's easy, 2 hours a shift, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 7 days a week, $365 a year. So easiest way to do it.
I always think that's the first good start. But there's also some skilled volunteering opportunities, isn't there?
There are. If you are in HR, you're a good interviewer. We always have mock interviews for our adult education team. We also would love to see folks who are talented in other areas, from graphic design to possibly just other financial literacy, to do seminars with our employees and our guests and residents. So there's lots of opportunities.
Good. So I'm just doing a check here. Is our next guest ready to go? Should we do a swap out?
Let's do a swap.
All right.
I'm going to leave.
Well, you're going to walk away. Yep. Yes. Well, hello.
Hi. How are you?
I am doing awesome. Thank you for joining me,
Oh my gosh,
Mike.
so fun. Thank you.
I know.
I'm nervous. I'm
Are
a little
you nervous?
anxious.
You should be nervous and anxious, because I am going to put you on the hot seat.
Okay.
All right.
I'm somewhat prepared, but yeah, let's do
I
it.
hope that law enforcement people are always prepared for crises.
Yeah. How did the previous two guys do? I know them both. They're both talkers.
They did awesome.
Okay.
They told me they had a hard break stop, and we honored it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
can you imagine they had something more important after me?
Well, I have to be home by 9. Does that
We
work?
will, yes,
Does that work?
that will do that, yeah. So let me, Mike Whisler, so you're representing Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, although you're really do double duty, don't you?
I do double duty to the extent that I am a St. Paul police sergeant, but I am a party to an intergovernmental transfer that has me working for the Ramsey County Sheriff Bob Fletcher. So I say employed by the city, working for the county.
All right. Well, I'll just read a little bit of your bio, and you can make sure you think it's right.
Okay.
You've got over 20 years experience in public safety, training, and leadership. After serving as Ramsey County Deputy, you joined the St. Paul Police Department. You spent 17 years as an officer and sergeant. You led training on implicit bias, helped implement the department's mental health unit, and worked extensively on outreach to people experiencing homelessness with social service providers.
You got it.
So that is going to be a neat area for us to explore.
Yeah,
But so I I was seeking you out, I think, originally.
Yeah, we talked a couple of times leading into this. I think you really wanted the sheriff, but here I am, right? We can still get him in one of those pop-in spots. I'm convinced of it. I'm going to see him tonight.
Well, we'll see if you can really deliver, if you're a man of your word or not.
I'll take a picture of the schedule.
He has 24 hours to show up,
I
and
know.
actually the clock is ticking. He only has 21 now.
Okay.
Yeah. But I actually had wanted to reach out to the sheriff's office, because you guys are right up the block from us.
We're neighbors.
We are neighbors as well. So you can see I'm in this nice little nexus here.
Yeah.
And But, you know, one of the things where I found our intersection is we were all trying to serve last winter, and the weather got cold. The warming spaces were not yet available.
Correct.
And we were all trying to figure out what to do when the weather turned cold. And our chapel was full, our lobby was full, we were overflowing, and then the sheriff's department opened their doors as well last year. Do you think you're going to have to do that this year?
In a word, yes, I do. Yes, and actually I'm more convinced of it this year than I was last year. And it simply has to do with some timing and some connections that haven't been made yet. But yes, I'm nearly certain we'll have unsheltered homeless guests in our law enforcement center lobby again this year.
Yeah, I'm really worried about that too. I've got the commissioners on my list tomorrow. We're going to talk about that, I think.
Good.
I think that's going to be one of my tougher questions in that, because I know that they're trying to put some in space, and we did it for 2 years. We did the warming space ourselves, and we just do not have the space anymore because we're overflowing, and we're doing a big renovation, which is great, but that means we have limited space while parts are under construction. So.
Sure, right.
Yeah. So you've done some work around, and from a public safety around with those with experiencing homelessness. What do you think our listeners, the residents, the general public should know about homelessness in our community?
I think that it's not widely understood that there is such a connection to mental illness and medical illnesses. I think homelessness and mental illness go hand in hand, and I really believe that the approach to tackling unsheltered homelessness is through medical intervention and mental health intervention. I think that without those two aspects, the problem is going to get far, far worse than what we're seeing today.
So what do you think we should think about in a community? Because we often look at law enforcement first, and yet I know they're looking at different ways, because it's really not a law enforcement issue often. But we don't know who else to call or what else to do.
It's great point. And some people think that you can arrest your way out of homelessness, and that simply isn't the case. When there's no answers, law enforcement is the answer. When there's no solutions, law enforcement becomes the solution. When there's no answers to questions, law enforcement is called in to provide answers. It seems like such a big problem, but I think focusing on little victories and small individual 1-2 approaches to transitioning folks out of homelessness is the way to do it. Stable housing, employment, I also think is a key, and really, I think reestablishing family connections and giving these folks something to believe in. I was on Stevens Street at Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge today, and there's ministry, and I think ministry is a huge part to helping solve homelessness. There's just so many different people experiencing it that you have to figure out, okay, what avenue can I go down that is going to resonate with this person, or how can I help one person change their outlook?
Yeah, you know, like there's a lot there. In Ramsey County, I know they had looked at some point about adding like social workers into the model and that. Is there anything going on there now, or how are they looking at it?
Yes, and maybe you heard from Dave Rigo on the co-responder model.
We did not talk about that at all.
Okay, well, I wish they would have, because I don't know enough about it to speak very eloquently to it. But yes, there is a responder model where police are sent out with social services, social workers, to address non-criminal calls for police service. And I'm not even going to guess at the unit. I think it's Coast. I think it was the Coast unit. But I think it's been wildly successful. And the social worker on the call plugs them into different resources beyond this police contact. Yes, I think it's gaining in popularity.
Yeah. Well, I know it is something also when I had done some work in my city that, you know, we're looking at what you do. Like, how do you have the right response for what really is needed in that case as well? But at the same time, when there is and to avoid a crisis. So what else do you think our community should be doing or thinking about from your lens as sitting both as a former St. Paul police and sitting in the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office?
That's a good question because so many people see it differently, right? Some people are threatened by it. Some people are saddened by it. Some people are disappointed, and some people are motivated and inspired by it. And I think that these are human beings that are experiencing a really low spot in their life, and they don't necessarily need sympathy or your understanding, but they need to be treated like a human being. Treat them like you would treat anybody else in your neighborhood or in your group, and just show general kindness.
Yeah. You talked about the connection to mental health, the connection to medical, and we're going to be joined by some medical providers later. We've got a couple different medical providers, but we see mental health and substance abuse as a very common underlying to our guests and residents. It could be severe substance use disorder to light. It varies. It could be mental health. That's why we've added a mental health clinic on site and made that available. But it is also why you have to do much more than just housing. And so we have worked really hard for the people who come in our care, starting with the shelter and the transitional housing. But when you wrap around mental health therapy, when you wrap around substance abuse treatment and other things, that's how you can equip people to again, be housed and stay housed. Because many people who had been housed, they had been housed before they came to us. It wasn't like they hadn't, but they lost their housing. They may have had a mental health crisis. They may have had something else, or because of their substance abuse, they lost their safety net of their family as well. What do you see?
Well, not to just piggyback on your answer, but the substance abuse is wild among unsheltered homeless. I would stop short of saying in almost every instance, but it is quite literally present in nearly every instance. Drug addiction, drug abuse, and the habits that are required to fuel that addiction and to fuel that abuse is a lot of what leads people to homelessness. And it's a cycle that I don't know how to break it. I wish somebody did. It's such a big problem that it almost seems helpless at times.
We've seen an increased acuity of mental health. We have seen, and some of the chronic aspects of it, we've seen the impact of fentanyl usage, obviously, in it. Unfortunately, we administer Narcan or naloxone more than we wished we would need to because of it. So I'm really proud. Our board of directors started our mental health services in 2017-18, and I think they were a little bit ahead of their time, and now we are really seeing that need even more, but that's how it breaks the cycle.
Good.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions I ask all of my guests. First of all, when you hear the word homeless, or you think of someone who's homeless, what would be 3 words that come to your mind or you think about?
Hungry, poor, sad. like a word association.
Yeah, yeah. So as we think about that, if hungry, poor, sad, I would tell you, like, that is often how people come to us. Yeah. They are hungry, that is why they came. They are poor and need to rebuild their finances or to get a job, or they want some employment. And sad, and we might sometimes use hopeless.
I would pick hopeless.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I had that right on the tip
Yeah.
of my tongue.
So how are you personally, how are your organization, what are you doing to interrupt homelessness?
I think we provide some bridges in that we will stand up our lobby again this year, right? And that isn't a solution to homelessness. That is a temporary warming space. But we do clothing drives. We do food drives. We provide foods on Fridays up on Rice Street to folks that might otherwise go without a meal. We have sock drives. We do. We have a great spot, and I should maybe put a little plug in for it. It's at 345 Cedar in the old Pioneer Press building. It's now the Press House. But on the second floor, which is the Skyway level, we operate a clothing handout, and we've got food, and we've got water, and we've got some supplies that folks might need or appreciate to get them through the day. We've got some resources there specific to employment, some education opportunities, and it's something that's very important to the sheriff, and we're kind of only bound by our ideas and our thoughts on what might benefit the community and what we could do more to help.
Well, good. Well, I'm glad you put that plug out there. Just as you guys do that, we take volunteer donations. We've got a warehouse that I actually call, it's like a big closet. Sure. Where my friend from earlier today that I got to meet, yes, Ford. I know, I didn't know him before today. He used to stay with us, but he's got his own housing now.
There he goes.
So,
yeah.
And we like to think of it as their closet that they can go in and choose their clothes. And we've moved to giving them more choice and more dignity versus just giving them something. And we've moved to men that are staying with us, the deeper you go in our programming, the more clothes you get because you've got more storage for it.
Good.
But they do their own laundry as well. We've gone from giving it every day and where we launder it to where they get it for a week and they launder it. So that's a nice
good.
It's that accountability that goes with it as well. Yeah. Is that we're always finding that like compassion and accountability. How do those two fit together?
Yeah, give a task, right? Yeah, it's great to have tasks.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm going to remember it's good to give tasks.
There you go.
I'm going to think of some tasks for you later.
Call me. Yeah, call me.
So as you think about this, like, as your knowledge of Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, what more do you think Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities could do or needs to do or we should be thinking about?
The answer that just kind of pops into my head is you do the greatest amount of good for the most people in our community. And I think in order to keep that going, funding, financing, right? And I'm sure so much of what you do is just pass the hat, right? Or these free will offerings, or just, I don't know. But if you had more money, you could do more good.
We could do more good. Well, so for those who don't know, we're 94% funded by individual donors and foundations, which is like crazy.
That's a lot. Yeah.
That organization of our size has that type of donor. So I always want to say thank you to my donors. Thank you for our church partners. But we couldn't do it without individual donors and donations, and we're actually into our busiest time of the year for donations as well.
Sure.
But we're really grateful for that. So our donations, that allows us to do our work, and then we get a very small amount from fees and services and a little bit of endowment. We also have about 6,700 volunteers who serve meals.
Wow, 6,700?
Yep, volunteer experiences. Wow. Yep, that's a lot. So we have a full-time person dedicated to volunteers as well. So
Okay.
between serving our meals, they also do resume, job interviewing, tutoring. We have an invitation to chapel every night, and volunteers usually do our chapel.
Oh, wow.
It's a little bit tight in there right now because we have 110 beds in there while we're doing our construction and our renovation here, so that we can add more beds, because we're at capacity and the shelters around us are at capacity as well. So yes, doing more. And then as you talked about mental health, I've got 5 therapists on staff, and it would be one thing if we could add more mental health therapists. We
Right.
think that would be good. We try to expand hours on weekends as well, and we offer it on Saturdays because many of the men in our emergency services also need access to mental health therapists because they need it at the moment it arises, and it's sometimes hard to plan in advance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what else do you think I should know about from your experience in the community?
So, working in law enforcement and in government, I find that so many processes are slowed down because of bureaucratic red tape.
Yeah.
And that's what I really admire most about the sheriff, Bob Fletcher. If, let's just say, for example, we needed at Sunset to house unsheltered homeless, the doors would open, right? There would be no, anyway, it's just, when the warming spaces are coming up, there are just so many processes involved and people involved in decisions, and it just, the more people that you end up adding to the conversation, the slower the wheels seem to spin, and eventually the wheels just kind of grind almost to a halt. And it's like, oh my goodness, this seems like such a simple solution. Why is it taking so long? Why are we bogged down in where this is going to happen, or what the hours are going to be, or who's going to be providing transportation? There's easy solutions to nearly all of the decisions that have to be made surrounding addressing this issue of unsheltered homelessness, and it just seems like the layers of bureaucracy are sometimes, they sometimes have me losing hope that we're moving too slow. We need to keep moving quicker, and let's accelerate our approaches.
We're going to have some conversations with some of our guests later in our 24 hours. It is a fine thing around like where we have some policies we need to adhere to know, are we doing the right things? Do we have best practices? How do we know our outcomes? And yet where I would say we also want some flexibility around some things as well. And I think one of the good things we talked about our donors is because we are so donor funded, Union Gospel Mission, we've got a lot of flexibility in terms of who we serve, how we serve. Mostly it is at our shelter here, and it's a low-barrier shelter. Your only requirement for coming at my men's shelter is man over 18 and not a level 3 sex offender. Sure. And so we can take people near, and at my women and children's, we serve outside of coordinated care, which means, again, we can almost take anyone that we want and need, and the criteria is mostly is, are you unhoused? So we appreciate those types of flexibility that's been enabled by our donors to be able to do those types of services.
That's great.
And they also fund that in our Child Development Center is while many of our children get child care assistance funds, we fill the gap. We fill the gap in that they don't have to yet be on government programs. And so if getting them ready to roll in the Child Development Center makes a huge difference and gets them on to where 3 meals a day, snacks and a nap. I go, gosh, with 3 meals a day, snacks and a nap, I'm better too. Right. And then access to quality teachers. And so our donors just help us fill that gap and work around where there might be some government requirements that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. It helps us scholarship a lot of other things as well. So we have found some ways to work around some of that bureaucracy, give ourselves some of that flexibility. You know, my team's challenge, if you go into our chapel where the beds all are, is is this 55-year-old man, he needs a lower bunk bed. Sure. But the next guy needs one that's next to an outlet because he has a CPAP. And the next guy has a different issue. And so how do we have the flexibility to serve them and do what we need to? And that's been one of the blessings of our model, is that we have a lot of flexibility to be centric on our clients, centric on those we need to serve. So as we start to get ready to wrap up, what else do you think those who are listening would want to know or need, or how can they? What do you think, what haven't I asked you that you wished I did?
You've covered it quite nicely, and I am eager to tune in and watch some of your guests coming up. Is this easy to find?
It is.
Okay.
So it is, you can go to it 3 different ways. You can go to UGMTC.org, and there'll be a click there, or you can go to Facebook at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, or you can go to YouTube.
And it's streaming live on Facebook?
It's streaming live, yes, on Facebook and on YouTube.
How many friends do you have? How many friends on Facebook?
How many friends do we have? How many?
11. How many?
11,000 friends. So actually, here's how else people can help us. Tag us, share it in your network, because we want new friends. How many are your friends' network? Can you tag us and?
I don't do a lot of social media. I'll scroll through TikTok from time to time.
I don't do TikTok.
Oh, it's pretty funny. I don't do Facebook.
Oh.
I don't have Instagram. I have a Twitter account, but I
don't do Twitter either.
That's pretty cool too. There's a lot of good news and information on Twitter. I guess if I had one parting word to share with the general public, I would say it costs you nothing to be nice and to show some compassion. And whether it's a buck at the stoplight, or whether it's a 6-pack of socks the next time you're at Menards or the Fleet Farm, or gloves, grab them, bring them down here, give them to Pam and her folks, bring them to the press house. It makes you feel good. It really is amazing what a small gift or a gesture of kindness can do. And I'm a big sock guy. I don't know about what other people's preferences are when you're picking something up that you might not otherwise buy for someone who doesn't have something, but to put a pair of clean socks on means so much to some of these guys in particular that might not have a pair of clean socks for weeks and weeks on end. Do it. You'll love it. They're very inexpensive. And the thanks isn't in handing it to Pam. The thanks is on the face of the guy or the gal who you won't see when they put them on. That's what I think.
I think that's a great way to inspire our listeners and to say how they too can interrupt homelessness, because it often starts with that simple gesture. Yeah. It often starts with that first step. And I like to say is people come to us for the food and they come to us for shelter, and that's when actually the next day is actually when the work can start, which is helping them take the next step.
There you go.
So thank you so much.
I appreciate you asking me. I appreciate the time, and thank you.
I was glad I could stalk you at the state fair.
Yeah, no, I've had the same phone number for 30 years. I told 4 different people that. I will stop short of sharing it on your broadcast here, but you can call me anytime, Pam.
All right.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gianna Brown. I'm 24 years old. I'll be 25 at the end of the year. I was born a Minnesotan, but I grew up back in the islands with my father and my mother between Jamaica and Belize. And then a couple years, probably like 2 years ago, I came back to the United States. I'm here now with my 1-year-old baby boy. When I came back in 2019, I came with the intention of working. I was supposed to do a personal job with one of my mom's friends, and that didn't go too well. And I came back out here hoping that I'd be able to restart my life out here. When I stayed with my brother, I can't stay there for over 30 days, but I didn't know that, so I ended up homeless for a while. I found out about Naomi's services by seeking. I wasn't referred or anything. They actually stood out to me among all the other phone calls that I've made for shelters when Naomi's told me that their services were, we get to pay monthly, that's all we have to do. And when they mentioned that they have personal space, personal bathroom, personal kitchen, and that's really how I found here. So the mission here has served my baby. Number one, it helps me with having a relationship with my baby, and also not worrying about how he was conceived. With the services that they've given me here, allowing me to not have him while I'm in these classes, that made me really realize that, okay, they are focused on my healing as well as the well-being of my baby. I definitely do believe that they have definitely helped with molding him and helping my relationship with him to get a lot stronger. What I've learned from myself being in this program is that I am a jewel made from God. Oh my goodness, and just like how jewels were buried in dirt before they're actually up and sparkling and become a ring, that's just like me. I never saw myself with as much confidence as I have right now, and even though I know that there's still some more that I need to work on, it's still better than I was before. What gives me hope is realizing whatever God has allowed me to overcome back then, He's definitely able to keep on doing it over and over and over again. I've learned that God loves me, God cherishes me. He cherishes me so much that He sent His only Son for me. Like no matter what I do, He is my provider, healer, leader, my teacher, guidance. He is everything a literal father can be for me. That's enough for me to love God.
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves. They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try.
I already pay taxes. Isn't that enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility.
It's just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's the government's responsibility.
It's not safe to stop and help from one person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
Well, welcome back. And I'm really excited that Kizzy Downie, CEO of Model Cities, is going to be joining us for this next half hour. And, you know, we are really good when we have good partners in community who do similar work. So, let me give you a background. Kizzy, you've served as CEO of Model Cities since 2018, becoming the organization's third African-American woman to hold the role. You previously led Model Cities family support, youth, home ownership, and financial literacy programs. You serve on several boards, including the Heading Home Ramsey, the Land Bank Twin Cities, Family Housing Fund, and Project for Pride in Living, and is on the task force on long-term sustainability for affordable housing. You're a busy person.
Yes, that is true.
Well, I'm excited because actually, when we were putting things together, and I needed more support, all of my colleagues in shelter said, I'll be there for you. So I'm grateful. But you do so many things on the continuum of homelessness that I really want to be able to be sure we talk about, because you can bring kind of the wealth of experience. But anything else about your background our viewers should know?
Well, I always like to tell people I love Minnesota, but I am a native of Alabama. So this weather today is, I guess it feels pretty good, but like I'm not looking forward to the next few months. But yeah.
Well,
other than that, no, I'm happy to be here. I appreciate the invitation, and I'm happy to have this conversation. So.
Well, good. So, for people who don't know what model cities are, we've got planes and helicopters landing, and I did not know how busy this street was, to be perfectly honest. And I have a whole new perspective because I've usually just not sat there. So there's one of my guests coming that I know. So So with this, but people probably don't know about model cities. So maybe you can just start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Tell us about model cities.
Sure. Well, Model Cities is a almost 60-year-old nonprofit organization. We started in 1967. A lot of folks who are familiar with the organization know that we started out as like a healthcare organization. So for a long time, it operated as like a clinic. So a lot of people that are from the Twin Cities know Model Cities because it operated as a health clinic for a very long time. But that is not who we are today. Today, I like to think of us as taking care of the health of the organization in a different capacity. Today, we work across the housing continuum and caring for the needs of folks through overnight emergency shelter. We provide housing, both supportive housing for families that have experienced homelessness. We also provide affordable housing for folks. And then we are also a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. So we help folks prepare for their home ownership journey. And then we are also a community-based developer. So we operate, manage real estate here in the Twin Cities in the mainly Frogtown neighborhood. So that's a little bit about Model Cities.
Yeah, it's really comprehensive
Yes.
services.
Yes.
And you start with now shelter, but actually, and I do really want to talk more because some of our guests don't really have some of like how do you get people into affordable housing and what does it mean to do affordable housing as well. But I think so what gaps do you see in our community around services and where are the biggest gaps?
Well, where do we start? I think some of the biggest gaps is that there is, first of all, affordable housing is a loaded question these days because, like, what does affordability mean for a lot of folks who provide affordable housing or for a lot of people who are needing to access affordable housing? Affordable housing isn't all that accessible for a lot of people. There are, when we talk about affordable housing, there are income limits and rent restrictions. So that's what really affordable housing is. It's housing that is created to provide access to folks who have certain income restrictions, and the rents are supposed to be, capped at certain rates each year so that it's affordable for people. But today we're finding that a lot of folks who are supposed to be eligible and who live in those units, it's becoming more and more common that those units are less and less affordable. And as a matter of fact, housing providers and affordable housing developers are, experiencing some challenges in the industry, vacancies and just other challenges that we probably don't have 30 minutes won't give us enough time to talk about. But some of the gaps is just that there is still a need for more affordable housing in our communities. Even if all the people who needed housing, affordable rents, if there's still not enough units available here in our local community to be available for people who need it. So there's still a need for more of it, and there's not enough supply. That's one of the issues that I would say that's a gap. And then I think it's also fair to say that in order to make sure, because it takes time to get those units built and put in service, you know, for those of us who also are trying to keep people safe, who are needing to access housing. You know, there's a lot of work needed to provide support to make sure that we can do the work that's necessary to stabilize folks as best we can, while work is being done to hopefully build and produce more housing units. So I think that like I'm the person that, because we work across the continuum, it's hard to get me to be on one side of the fence. Like you can't get me to say, oh, the money needs to just be in shelter, or money just needs to be in supportive housing, or money just needs to be in home ownership. Like we need to invest in more resources across the housing continuum, because they all are super important, and there's not enough of work being done to make sure that we are investing in the housing security of people that need access to it across that entire continuum.
Yeah, I like to say it's complicated, and so you need many different solutions.
Many different solutions, more innovation. Yeah.
But one thing I did hear you say, though, and I'm going to start there, we're going to come back to shelter, is for those that are into some of the affordable housing, I also know you guys offer some supportive services.
Yes.
And why is that important? Because one of the things that I get questions about is like, is it just housing?
Got it.
And I often say, it's how we like to think like how we equip people to stay housed.
For sure.
And which is why we offer so many transitional services.
Definitely.
That we think helps when our residents leave.
Yeah.
And they might move into some of your housing units, for instance. Like, I want to send you people who are going to be good tenants.
Yes.
Who pay their bills on time.
Yeah.
That when something breaks, they'll call and let you know.
Definitely.
That won't flush things down the toilet that they shouldn't flush down the toilet, because we know that happens always at bad times. And like, I want to give you people who are really good tenants into the affordable housing, and that we've equipped them
for sure
to manage through that. So how do you see some of that stuff?
Yeah, well, thank you for always thinking about that. Like, you know, I hate to think of, you know, individuals or families or folks coming into housing as you know, good or bad, but I definitely understand, like, we definitely want, I love the word you use, equipped, because whether they are coming to model cities or to another housing development, we know that their tendency and how they show up is going to be a good indicator of their ability to have like long-term, you know, sustainability in terms of their experience and their journey. But services are so critical and key. Like, you can have 1 million units and put people in there, but for a lot of folks who have had experience with housing insecurity and homelessness, they really do need a lot of critical support in order for them to not just obtain housing, but to maintain it, because they need a lot of services. And we do provide support, case management services, particularly with a lot of the families in our supportive housing. And we so appreciate partnering with other organizations who, even while in shelter, who have provided supports with a lot of the folks who are seeking housing assistance. It's really important because you can't over-prepare people for the experience of what it means to now not just be in kind of that crisis mode. Like, once they are housed, now everything, like they move from just like focusing on just like what's right in front of me to now you've got to be able to like think about the future, and that's a whole different focus. And you've got to be prepared to like, you know, do things a lot differently. And so that's, you know, that takes people like being able to think differently about their housing and what they need to be able to do. And for some people, they haven't had enough stability to where they know what it means to be able to maintain their unit, or like they need that support, that flexibility, like as landlords, because we are landlords, we have to keep that in mind. So that's really important.
Well, you know, as I listen to you, because you talk about how those we serve think about the future. Because what I have found is when men and women first come to us, it's this big, oh, I'm in a safe place.
Yeah.
But all they can think about, in fact, many of them may spend more time initially sleeping or like, I'm in a safe place. And then they're so worried about the immediacy as you think of everything you have to think about is what is my next meal, or where am I going to sleep tonight, or what am I going to do for safety, that until those things are met, you can't start thinking on longer horizons. And so when you talk about healthcare, it's like, I'm not thinking about my doctor's appointment in a month, and then it's a crisis, and I think about it now because it's a crisis. So it's a really good perspective, because how are we elongating those time frames for people to think about and think beyond, and building that out, and that takes time, and it takes effort, which is why we see sometimes people need more wraparound until they can get to more independent. And easy for me to say independent living, but how are we again equipping and supporting when you can do less and less?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, when you asked earlier about the question around some of the gaps, I mean, maybe that is also one of the things that we can think about more so from a perspective of transitioning people from shelter into housing. Like, it would be really wonderful to be able to, have a better way to build that perspective as we're transitioning people. I think we try to do as much of that work as we can, but like having a more intentional way to create space to help people begin to transition their mind, their thinking into it. When folks are in shelter, a lot of times we're just trying to keep them we're thinking about the day to day. And so we really want to be able to shift that mindset, I think, for us as well, but also for the folks that we're serving, so that it's not as hard, because it does take a while. Like, sometimes people move into from shelter into housing, and it can take a few months for them to really make that shift to you are in housing and you're kind of, it still feels to them like they are in shelter, like getting furniture, let's get you set up and situated, without just having a bed and getting all those other things. Even though we will work to provide it for them, we want them to feel like this is their space. But we have to keep in mind, for a lot of folks, families in particular that we've served, sometimes this might have been their third or fourth homeless experience. And again, it has been a while since they have had that sense of permanency, and it is a whole mind set shift that we have to help people adjust to. So,
yeah, as you say that, so if people may have been in our transitional housing, so they may have lived with us up to 2 years, we're equipping them on, we have 5 outcomes. Housing is ironically the last one. We think they're housed with us, then we want them to lend and be able to stay housed.
For sure.
But as a Christian organization, faith, community, how do they have a safety network? Do they have an AA group or a peer recovery or family reunification? I think I heard you say about family reunification. Or is it what that looks like? Physical and mental well-being, income stability. And as we look at those are what we really focus on.
For sure.
But when I heard you talk about that is when men and women leave us, we often work to get them furniture. Bridging another partner out there in the not-for-profits, just an excellent, because they have all that stuff when they're with us, but when they are establishing it. But that sense of community is, we've also found, is that's actually one of the things that's really hard for when our men and women leave here. They've really got a great peer network and support network, and then when they move independently, how do they still maintain that sense of community?
For
Is there
sure.
anything you guys do around that you think works out really well?
Yeah, I mean, we try to start within the housing developments. Most of our units, one thing I personally like about model cities. I mean, we're a smaller nonprofit organization, so our buildings are smaller. I mean, the largest building is only 10 units, and so it's not as difficult for folks to build that sense of community because it's not that many units in there. I mean, that can be a plus and a minus as well. But we definitely try to do like events and like barbecues, movie nights, things where families can also build community with each other and try to promote that and encourage that. But families also do a lot of work themselves in trying to kind of get to know each other. But, you know, sometimes a lot of families might have also sometimes been in shelter together, so they might know each other. Again, that can be a plus and a minus, depend on the situation. But for the most part, it's just trying to create that sense of community. And then also outside of the building is like, you know, what are people's interests and what are the goals and accomplishments, things that they want for themselves and their family, and trying to make sure that they are connected with those things. Because, again, even though our housing that Model Cities provides is considered permanent, supportive housing, eventually families will have the opportunity to move on because you know, there are vouchers attached to the housing. So, but a lot of the families who live there, it's ironic that even when they decide to move, they will typically sometimes move not that far because they've created community within the area. So that to me is, you know, a positive as well. So
I often think some of us could all be one network away, one family
sure.
member away from becoming homeless ourselves.
That's true. Yeah.
So I want to just talk a little bit. You also run Safe Spaces Shelter.
Yes.
So again, you know all aspects of it, seeing with crisis. I haven't been to your new shelter, so I do need to get there, don't I?
You do.
I do need to come visit you.
Over. Yeah.
But I share that is you had to do a lot of work to relocate and reestablish yourselves. And thank you for your resiliency. Thank you for your persistence. And I want to talk a little bit about the concern about, if we have shelters, is this a horrible thing for us or not? And so I just ask you, like, you're in a new community, how's it going?
You know, it's going pretty good. I think about, you just mentioned this time last year, literally, we were in the midst of the relocation plan. So I will say that, you know, it's been quite a journey to have to relocate. I mean, I think it's pretty, you know, I guess it's pretty telling of like the experience, honestly, that thinking about kind of what sometimes our families and individuals go through of having to move. And in our case, at least we had a place to go to, but it wasn't always, we didn't know where we were going to be able to go for a little bit of time. But since we've been there, we've actually been able to relocate from downtown St. Paul to the Midway area to Central Baptist Church. They've been a really wonderful partner for us, and that community actually has been pretty welcoming, and wanted to just shout them out because I know that there were some, you know, concerns with a shelter coming in and locating in that area. But so far, you know, we've had a really great experience. I mean, it's a much different area. Being downtown was, you know, that particular space was much different, a little bit more isolated. But like where we are is much more visible. Like we're really in a right smack dab in a community. And so we, you know, feel like we are much more visible and a part of that community. And there are challenges in and around that area. Homelessness is one of them. But we think of ourselves as more of hopefully a resource, and that people can, you know, refer people to the coordinated shed to come to the shelter. But yeah, it's been it was definitely an experience, but we've definitely been feeling like we're pretty situated, and it's been a great transition at this point. So.
Happy when you opened your doors because we were beyond capacity. We had people, we added bunk beds into our lobby. We added space onto the chapel and the lobby, and we were full. My understanding is you're at capacity, near capacity. You serve both men and women.
Yeah, well, first, thank you all and to the other shelter providers, everybody for like stepping up and doing more during our transition. Like we did have to like decrease bed capacity for a while during that, and I know you all did more beyond. So thank you for that for the community. But yeah, since we have been there, we even during the warmer months when people typically, aren't necessarily coming into shelter every night. That has not been our experience. Like we have 64 beds, 39 of those are typically set aside for folks who identify as male, and then 25 for female. And we've been at near capacity every single night, and that is, as the weather is changing. We definitely don't see that is going to change at all. So I don't know if what's going on as far as at first it was a little bit of a challenge because of the location. The shelter kind of sits off like it's not in a really visible area, like right off of University. So people were kind of guests were saying that they didn't really know where to find it. But it didn't take long, and we don't have that issue at all. So,
So the takeaway: the shelters in our communities, you're full, we're expanding, and I'm worried my expansion will be full. So let me 3 questions I'm asking everyone. When you hear the word homeless, or you think of homeless, what are 3 words that come to your mind?
3 words: obviously displacement. Resilience and urgency are the 3 words that come to my mind. Obviously displacement because of, the folks who are experiencing homelessness. They are being displaced from communities that they have been, a lot of times are uprooted. And even from a day-to-day basis, we are hearing more and more about kind of the criminalization of homelessness. And so even if folks are finding their community not being able to be stable in one place, that's still displacement. The resilience, I do, even despite the challenges of people who are experiencing homelessness, there's a lot of resilience that we see in people who have to navigate the system. And then the urgency is that I feel like that's on us as a community, not just providers, but also our government, our political officials, our community members. Like this issue is not something that we can take time and just kind of think about. Like it is growing, and it's becoming more critical that we have to figure out. And I think we know solutions. We need to be courageous and act on them, and not think that this is just something we can, kick the can down the road. Like the problem is, like we just talked about how our shelters are both at capacity or, beyond capacity. You're doing an expansion. That's not just because you feel good about it. And so this issue is one that I think is beyond needing more thought and support around. And so we need to be We need to be about our business and get some more work done around homelessness.
Well, I want to thank you for being a partner, and I want to thank you because Kizzy, you are an interrupter in homelessness. Thank you for being an interrupter, and it's great to have you as a partner.
Thank you, Pam. I appreciate being with another co-interrupter.
All right, a co-interrupter. I love it. All right. Thank you. We're going to take a quick picture.
Yep, we're going to take a quick picture.
Quick picture.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
This is where people in our city come when they have no other options. If I may ask, how did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
It's so sad.
He needs help. No one should be out here like this.
If it were my brother, I'd want someone to step in.
And how do we step in?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
Well, I'd like to welcome our next guest, Joe Spencer. And why don't you just tell our audience on what you do and what you do?
Well, thank you so much. I am thrilled to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. So I'm with the St. Paul Downtown Alliance, and we are an organization. We've only been around since about 2018. And when the organization was born, I was lucky enough to get the first job as the president of the organization. The first thing I did was look around the country at what other downtown organizations are doing. And what you see is there's, first of all, there are lots of great downtown organizations, and that network is actually super rich and has been very, very helpful to us. What I realize is we have a lot of catching up to do as a downtown. Most places have had downtown organizations in place for decades. But they're all super generous. So the biggest thing that most downtown organizations do, that we do as well, is run our downtown improvement district. So that downtown improvement district is our biggest program. It is a self-imposed and self-managed fee district to provide services above and beyond that which the city normally provides. And the most visible piece of that is our ambassador program. So we have ambassadors that are out throughout downtown doing safety patrols and cleaning patrols 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And what we found is in other downtowns, and it's proven to be the case for our downtown, when we put these ambassadors out in space doing cleaning work, doing safety work, it adds this really important layer to the public safety infrastructure. When we make our spaces clean and cared for and loved, it does two things. It makes people just feel safer, right? If you're walking past garbage or feces or needles or those kinds of things, it makes you feel, even if it's not conscious, it makes you feel a little scared. But if you're walking past a place that is really tidy and well kept, and there's no litter, and there's no graffiti, and there's no messes, makes you feel like, oh, if somebody loves this place, this must be a safe place. The other thing it does is it makes people who might be interested in some bad behaviors not want to engage in those bad behaviors in a place because, somebody loves this place. I don't want to wreck their loved place. And so that's our biggest piece. We also do a lot of fun stuff around concerts. We do marketing and promotions. We do some messaging and things like that. We do a lot of advocacy. We're always going to want more from our government, from our public and private sector partners to make a vibrant downtown. And then some new things we're doing. We're getting engaged in some of the real estate in downtown. As you probably know, and people probably heard, we've got some boarded up buildings in the core of downtown. And so we're trying to mobilize ourselves to get involved and to really help address that situation. And really, I see it as an opportunity to transform the Corps. So that's another piece that's pretty new for us, but I think exciting and has me very hopeful for the future.
You guys are doing a lot, and I really wanted to. Well, first of all, I love this notion around clean and cared for and loved. And I would say, like what you're trying to have happen in downtown St. Paul, for me, I've noticed the same thing on my campus here, is we too try to keep it clean, cared for, and loved. And as soon as we see a graffiti, we try to have it removed right away, because we want people to know this is their home, and we respect it, and we ask that you respect it too. And we see the spiral up instead of the spiral down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of talk about the doom loop, but I think we also have the opportunity for a virtuous cycle where every win and every improvement leads to the next and leads to the next. And I think that's important. One of the other things I love about our program is that our ambassadors, we hire them primarily for their customer service skills and for their personal skills, interpersonal skills. You can really teach anybody to get the safety licensure. You can teach anybody to do the cleaning work. But people who really are people, if you're a people person, that matters. And so for us, it's a layer of public safety, but it's a non-police layer. And our team, I know that there's a population of people who experience homelessness that are around downtown St. Paul. Well, our folks get to know those folks, right? They often get to know them by name. They'll know when somebody's having a bad day, and we're again a way that we can add to their safety and the safety of the broader community without necessarily involving the police. And we think it leads to better outcomes for everybody. It keeps the police doing police work, right? It probably has a familiar face to help with the individual who's having a bad day, and it sends a signal to everybody who's around that this situation is handled. They got somebody official who's on the case and taking care of things.
We had a good conversation when we were part of a broader community meeting where there was some concern in parts of downtown around one of the theaters, and saying, what are you going to do about all of this? People are afraid to come to the theater, and all of these other problems, because attributing it to individuals experiencing homelessness, which may or may not have been the case, or broader than that. And I think it was a good opportunity for people to understand, what can we do together, and what are some of the options that are already working. And I think the ambassador program was one that was highlighted in terms of how are we having conversations, and what are we providing for other options for people who may have concerns, or where do they have concerns but maybe they shouldn't have concerns.
I think one, I want to acknowledge that it is important that people who I live in the city. I've worked in downtown St. Paul since 1993. I'm very much a native of this place, but it's important that people who maybe live further out or don't come to the city as often, that they feel comfortable and they feel excited to go to see shows at the Ordway or History Theater or at the Palace, or hockey games or baseball games or farmers markets. So we want those folks to feel comfortable, and we want them to feel safe. So adding in just more presence is important. But I think the biggest piece is a lot of what we've talked about, a lot of what I know you've prioritized here at Union Gospel Mission, which is partnership and working together in a coordinated way. We all have resources. We all have strengths.
In terms of that, and then make our community better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that there are tables that get together on the weekly basis. There are informal interactions on a daily basis, and all of that sets us up so that, again, when somebody on our team is out and they see somebody who's in need, we can get onto the phone with our Safety Communication Center. We're in contact with your agency and others, and we can say, all right, what's the best solution for this individual at this time with this particular need? And more often than not, there's a solution out there. It's just a matter of drawing those connections.
Remind me again, you've got these ambassadors in downtown St. Paul. How many days a week? What hours are they out there?
Yep, so we've got, our ambassadors are out 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. They work, we have typically more cleaning heavy shifts in the morning. and then in the afternoon switches to safety. The biggest difference there is if you're on a cleaning shift, you're taking more time on each block face, and if you're on a safety shift, you're really trying to eat up space and cover as much ground as you can. So that has us out 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We have a presence on each of the 3 light rail platforms. Again, 11 to 7, 7 days a week. Our program has been around for a few years, but this year the program expanded to include all of downtown. Up through last year, it was really only about a third of downtown, and we were able to prove that it worked where we were present, but we were able to prove also that it's not enough to include just part of downtown. We really needed to expand. That expansion was successful last year, and now we're covering all of downtown this year. We're really finally at scale, and you can really tell it makes a huge difference in terms of providing a consistent experience and a consistent presence across downtown.
Now, I think when I was downtown, I was going to a Savannah Bananas game downtown.
Yep,
pretty
of course.
fun. And I was looking at the streets and or the sidewalks, and I saw big yellow things on the sidewalks, right?
Yep. We've got sidewalk stickers that let people know, hey, if you see a mess or if you see somebody who may need some help or somebody whose behavior is concerning, you can call our number, you can text our number, you can take a photo and text it to our number to say, here's something that needs addressing. Our Safety Communication Center is based in the downtown police office, and we will dispatch our ambassadors, or we'll connect with the officers that are right there, or we'll connect with social service providers to make sure those needs get addressed. Typically, what you'll see is our ambassadors will respond within 10 minutes, usually within 5, but almost always within 10 minutes to address a situation, add that presence. We're always nearby. It just is, again, an important piece. And I want to stress that this isn't something that we invented. This is something that's been well established by other downtowns across America, and we're just fortunate enough we were able to finally get that implemented in downtown St. Paul.
And one of the things as we're talking about that is I often get this question, like, what should I do if I see someone experiencing homelessness? And there's a sense of fear, and I always want people, you need to do what you think is safe for you and be mindful of your own safety. What I also say is often strangers are also afraid of you too. Is that they are often equally afraid of you because you are unknown, you are an untrusted person, and they may not want to be near you either. What has been what have you learned or seen?
So, again, sometimes I'll try to be helpful. As I said, I've been around for a while, and there's not a lot that makes me feel uncomfortable. But I too, I want to use that resource. Again, chances are there's somebody on my team that knows this person. So I will very often, if it's a person who maybe appears like they're sleeping or in need of some help, I'll typically snap a photo, which is the quickest way to communicate their location, and I'll text it to the Safety Communication Center, and I'll say, hey, can we get a wellness check over here at the corner of this street and that avenue? A wellness check is I think the best way to communicate. We're not trying to, make people uncomfortable or kick anybody out. Certainly there are places that are not appropriate for folks to be sleeping. If you're in the median or maybe you really need some help, and we want to have somebody come and check on you and say, hey, are you okay? Is there anything I can get for you or any services you need? And also, this isn't the best place for you to be. Can we get you to move into a different spot, get you to move into a better spot where it's more safe for everybody involved?
Well, I want to ask you a few questions I've been asking all of my guests.
Okay.
So what are 3 words you think of when you hear homeless or you think of homelessness? What are 3 words that you think of?
I think about the cycle or a trap. I think I perceive and I worry it's a tough situation to get out of once you get into. I feel scary is a word that comes to mind. I think some people feel scared when they encounter people experiencing homelessness, and some of us feel scared that we're one bad break away from experiencing homelessness ourselves. And a third is, again, just precarious. I think each day, each moment, each night is precarious, and I'm grateful for programs like yours, and hopeful that, again, by working together, by marshaling the resources we really need, we can really make some dramatic improvement. And I think we've seen good progress these past few years especially, and hopefully we'll continue to see that.
Yeah, that is so true. I'm glad, hopeful and grateful. Those two words also go together. Is I have learned in this work, I see more gratefulness and appreciation in this work. And I always tell people, I don't think I ever open my own door here, hardly here when I'm around here, and I have learned to accept that as a way of appreciation, that people can show appreciation and it doesn't cost money and it gives dignity as well.
Yeah, I
Those
think
are
that's
nice
right.
things.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so those are good things. We're here to try to take people out of that cycle, and it is scary. And it's scary to have to ask for help, too.
I think it is scary. I think it's scary to ask for help. It's scary to, it's scary for everybody. I've got, kids, like, strangers are full of unknowns, and whether, from basically any perspective, whether you're a visitor or a service provider or somebody experiencing homelessness, I think there's just a lot of apprehension about admitting you need help, about the unknown of what's out there, what's possible, what's the worst case scenario. Like it all feels scary. But again, that's why we need great partners, great institutions like yours to really make a huge difference.
Yeah, well, and it is, some of this is like scary for people experiencing and scary for those who don't know. We're hoping to demystify some of that through these conversations.
Well, I think
and
that's
have people learn a little bit more. And that's one of the things we also find we have a lot of volunteers, and when our volunteers come and they're able to serve a meal and have an interaction, I love the feedback that I get from my team around the volunteer experiences, because once you've had that firsthand interaction, it takes away some of the scariness and gives you a different perspective as well.
Yeah, it's a little demystifying. You sort of start to
Yeah.
see people for people.
Yeah. So how are you or your organization interrupting homelessness?
So again, I think the biggest thing is that we're just the resource that is really present and on the street. That is, again, we're not in the enforcement business. We're certainly not in the law enforcement business. We're really there to make downtown St. Paul feel safe and clean and cared for. And so for the folks who are experiencing homelessness, we are there to connect them to resources. We are there to be a presence. We are there to make it less scary for perhaps folks that might feel scared, again, from any perspective in that. And I think we're just adding that extra layer, which hadn't been there before, which I believe, hopefully, when we have boots on the ground, we've got people that are out in space, that's really meaningful and hopefully appreciated by again, kind of all characters involved: the service providers, the private property owners, the visitors, the workers, the residents, the people experiencing homelessness. I hope they see us as a resource, all in pursuit of this idea of creating a more vibrant and vibrant downtown.
Town. As we close, is there anything you want me to know, or any questions you want to ask me, Union Gospel Mission, or you'd want our listeners to know about?
I think I think the thing I would want for anybody watching this to know is, how much those of us involved in this work, how deeply we care. Like this is a passion, I think, for all of us. But B, and I think more importantly, how much we are working and endeavoring to find new ways to partner together, so that we can stretch our dollars ever further, create more value, and have better success and better outcomes. We can't do it alone, and I really appreciate your efforts and reaching out to us to participate here as an example, and the work we do every day on the ground to again, create a better, more successful, more vibrant downtown.
Well, good. Well, I appreciate the partnership that you are doing, and I think where we can lift up our community and make it better together, because the fact is when we complement each other's expertise and resources, we're better. It's a multiplier.
100%.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
When I was 15, my brother died in a motorcycle accident. It was very sudden, and it was really hard on me. I am diagnosed as dual diagnosis. So that means mental illness and an addiction. My mental illness didn't pop up until later in my life, until I was about 35. And I lost the place that I lived, I lost my job, I lost everything. And I was out on the streets for that year. I'm thankful for the mission because everybody here in the mission has lifted me up. Everyone in the mental health department, they've been wonderful to me. And I can't imagine anywhere else that will have a place where you can eat and sleep and get mental health services and recovery services for addiction, and the list goes on.
Oh, I'm so excited to be joined by my friends at the YWCA St. Paul. I've got a long relationship with the YWCA in Minneapolis and nationally, and your CEO, and like we're in the same neighborhood, so it's really exciting. I'm going to have you each introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about why I thought it was so important to have you come and share the work you do in this area, because I think you're a great compliment to the work we do. And I'm going to start with the closest person to me. How's that?
Hi, I'm Jer, the housing program manager with the YWCA St. Paul.
And I'm Beatrice, and I'm a housing program director at the YWCA St. Paul.
And I'm Holly Marshall, and I am the Stride program manager, as well as the advancement fundraiser manager.
All right. Well, you guys do such great work in and around the Rondo community. And when I was trying to do some benchmarking, as I was looking at, what should we do? How should we serve women and children in particular, and families? I went to go visit several of your locations and took a little tour to learn a little bit. And I was like, where are there some opportunities? Because while we serve men, women, and women and children in particular, from crisis and near emergency through transitional, often we have many of the women and children that as they leave our programming and are looking for affordable housing and permanent supportive housing and independent housing, all of that, that often some of the housing that they move into is that provided by the YWCA St. Paul. So we just think that's a great thing from a housing perspective in that.
Yes. And we are happy to collaborate with other agencies, and we know that most people come from like shelters, come directly to our housing program, and we are happy to serve. Yeah.
So why don't you share with those who are watching us a little bit about the work that the YWCA St. Paul does around housing and homelessness?
Okay, so thank you. We do provide permanent supportive housing and transitional housing program. We also do own our own properties, and we provide services as well. So we are a landlord and a service provider, which is sort of a blessing for us. And we work with mostly women and children. In our transitional housing program, we have single head of household, but for permanent supportive housing, we have 2 head of household. And most of them, they have minor children.
And then we also have a program called Stride. Stride works with the young women of color that transition out of foster care. And a lot of people don't realize that there's no bridge for that connection from leaving foster care into independent living. So with Stride, our role is to make sure that they don't become homeless during that transition, and that they also have supportive people, community, as they go through that transition and journey into independent living. It's a real
invisible population that people don't realize that a lot of times foster youth, especially young women, get lost in the system once they age out of foster care.
That is like such an interesting program. I think your YWCA is fairly unique in terms of what you're doing there. So, and really around and providing that wraparound services.
Exactly. And over the past year, we've really utilized our services internally. Primarily, we've had a youth that was facing homelessness. Stride does not provide housing. We help find housing and help offset the cost of monthly rent, but we don't actually have scattered housing sites. So we had a young lady with 2 children who was homeless during the middle of winter, and we had to really get creative during that time. Funding was low at the time, still is, but we were able to utilize internally my colleagues. Together we wrapped around services. We were able to get her in our own housing, connected with our own case managers, and it was like just a full-fledged family that wrapped around her from the YW.
Well, one of the things I'd like to ask you about, so again, I was looking to say, oh, how can I be even better? How do we build the best program? And actually, ahead of Ashley, I was talking with Gay, the CEO before that. And one of the things that she shared with me that just has resonated and struck me, and people will hear me talk about that, is how do we teach people who have struggled to stay housed and equip them? And I remember Gay talking about like how you help your residents say, oh my gosh, here's what the expectation is when you sign a lease. Here's what you need to be doing. And I was a landlord for single family homes for a while, and I've had some tremendously wonderful people who treated it like they owned it, and then I've had the other. So like as you are working with women in your housings program, how are you helping them to be successful and move to independence, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so we support them by working with our team of case managers, and while we're working closely, we do provide biweekly and also monthly services by meeting them at their home, or inviting them into our in our office space as well too. And along when we're meeting with them, we also do support them by also providing them opportunities for such as financial literacies, life skills groups. We also provide children programming as well too to support them, because we know as parents they get very busy, and also it'll be just really nice to have the opportunity just to be able to get the time to themselves and focus on themselves, while their child can also still gain much more just from the program that we're providing as well.
Yeah, that's an important thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and we also work very closely with our leasing and compliance manager, who help us, like anytime we see that's there, we see some red flags, we intervene right away. So we provide a lot of services. We ensure that the person is understanding like how important their housing is. So before they lose their housing or before they jeopardize their housing, we make sure that we provide all the wraparound services for them. So that itself, like having, a landlord, you're learning skills on how to be a good tenant by providing those services, and also bringing the listening and compliance in those conversations. So it's really helped that way. So by the time they leave YWCA St. Paul, they're able to advocate for themselves while they're out there with private landlords. So that's kind of like what we do. We really try to educate, making sure that they understand how important housing is.
And with Stride, we are kind of the nitty-gritty when it comes to the independent living skills. That is one of our main focuses, is that our participants learn those small, soft skills, whether it's how you approach your landlord because your rent's going to be late, fire safety, apartment safety, how to pay your bills, the light bill, the gas bill, the water bill. Sometimes we have tenants who or participants who've never seen a utility bill, and you assume that they know how to pay a bill, and a lot of times they get behind in their bills because they don't know how to pay the bill. So just those little soft skills we really hone in when they come into the Stride program. And again, we are looking to just collaborate with our other departments to make sure, or our other programs, to make sure that the participants that are in just the housing program also are able to connect with Stride and utilize those independent living skills as well. So again, a full circle.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I think we keep hearing as I'm having conversations is it is a combination. Housing plus how do you continue to equip the skills that they might not have had and how they have them. And it varies from a lot of different things from some income stability to some basic lifestyle skills or life skills to some other mental health and wellness things as well. I want to just touch on wellness a little bit because the YWCA St. Paul's got some wellness. You've got a fitness center. How does that come into play with all of this stuff?
Wow. So we provide scholarship for participants in our program, in a housing program. So if somebody need to either do like meditation or want to be part of the do yoga or something like that, we introduce them to a health and fitness center, and we provide scholarships so that they're able to come in and work out there. And then also we support them, like say the swimming, classes for their children and things like that. So it's like a holistic kind of way of providing wraparound services. So because we have all these programs around in our housing programs, like we have economic and development program, and then we have the health and wellness. So it's a combination of all the programs, and they get the opportunity to utilize all of that.
And it's so fun too because our case managers also have invite their participants to come and join them, and so they'll work out together. So also making sure that they're not also feeling as they're just alone through that journey, also to just health and wellness, but then also they have a partner alongside with them to work on that as well too.
Is there any way you'd like to highlight how you partner with other organizations to help those that you serve?
Yeah, you go ahead. Okay.
So for Stride, we partner often with foster advocates. We partner with Face to Face. We really look for those organizations that are aligned with the same work that we do. And a lot of times it's cost efficient, as well as the services that we may not offer that our partners may offer, and we're able to utilize and go back and forth again to save money, and just provide again those wraparound services to make sure that the participants are getting everything they need to be successful.
And for the participants who are in a housing program, we partner with really everybody who is providing services that can support them, mental health services. We work with people with financial assistance, like the Keystone, community sharing funds. Like we reach out to everybody who is able to provide services. So that's how we partner with them mostly, yeah.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I'm asking all my guests. When you hear the word homeless, or think of homelessness, what are 3 words that come to your mind when you hear that?
Yeah, when I hear the word homeless to me is trauma, barrier, and also opportunities to change.
And for me, I think of resilience, inequity, and opportunity as well.
For me, the 3 words I think of when I hear homelessness, I think of my girls, and I think lost hope or hopelessness, determined, and thankful. Just to elaborate a little bit, the young ladies that I serve, the reason I say hopeless or a feeling of hopelessness is because they've been through so much in the system. Sometimes going from home to home and never really being able to call shelter home. Sometimes just because you have a roof over your head, it's not home. So they still feel homeless and hopeless. And they get into a program like Stride, and they get their own, and they start feeling a little bit more determined. Like, this is mine, and and there's someone here supporting me to help me keep mine. So when my two colleagues speak about resilience and opportunity, we definitely shine that light to let them know that there is opportunity at the YW in our programs.
Well, I think that's one way that I think some of our programs are similar. As I listen to you talk about the Stride program and how women or young girls come to it and how they feel maybe that sense of hopelessness and how we can wrap around in terms of making it feel like a home. And I know I like to think, and I'm going to steal Lisa, my director of women and children, is last year in our Naomi family program, we've had 5 new babies born into it and what we now call their first home. And we want them to feel like it is their home. And we are intentional around having positive experiences that make it feel like home. Like, how do we have birthday parties every month? How do we have it what it is not just a house or not just a shelter, not just transitional, but while they are there, it is their home. And when the children who are born into or are in their youth in our Naomi family program, how do they then look back at this and that they don't necessarily realize that they were once homeless, but that was their home because it just happened to be where they're at. And I know that's what we try to build. And as I listen to you talk about it, I think that's where some of our programs are really the same. Well, we're at different places in the continuum. Our goals and our approaches and how we try to serve are very similar as well. Yeah, so it is, as I listen to that, I'm like, oh, yes, that is it. And we are very careful, like in our 5 outcomes, housing is one of them, but we think of it as our last because when people leave us, we want them to become housed and stay housed, but we like to think they are housed, but more than just housed when they're with us. They've got community, we're helping them build financial incomes, we're helping them their physical and mental wellness, and then on faith as well. As I wrap this up is, I would like for each of you to share, how do you interrupt homelessness, or how do you want to say the YWCA, or how do you personally?
Yeah, for me, I want to interpret homelessness as, like I say, the opportunities to change. It's when people think about homelessness, they just think it's just like what Holly said. They're hopeless individuals or families, and I will say there's opportunities to change, and it's just all about us, the wraparound support services, organizations that we provide that will continue to do the work that we do to help them change.
Yeah, and everybody deserves to have a place to call home. And we, by providing those services, by providing housing, you creating stability, you are helping people to, you're opening door to other things like education, employment, taking care of the family. So it's really important that everybody is part of the process or part of the collective effort of helping people and making sure that people are housed, because being homeless is not anybody's fault. It's a result of systems that are not looking at everybody equally. So that's to us, that's how we're doing. We interrupt homelessness by providing those services, being there for people, and opening opportunity for others.
Yes, just piggybacking on my colleagues, the way Stride is going about interrupting homelessness is really staying on top of resources, old resources, new resources, doing that digging, going that extra mile for our participants, because sometimes there's resources out there that we're not aware of, and we just got to keep, boots on the ground, digging, scratching until we find that support. And staying educated, things change all the time, rules change all the time, Section 8 vouchers, whatever, it changes weekly, monthly. So just staying on top of those changes, keeping ourselves educated, joining other organizations that's doing the same work so you can see, really partner and build those relationships to see who's doing what work and how can we come together to do this work even better.
So, Well, I just want to thank you all for the work you do in community, the work you do to eliminate racism, empower women, and thank you for joining me today to talk about the important issue of homelessness. So thank you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for having us.
Hi, my name is Jason Drentel. I'm a graduate of the Union Gospel Mission Christ Recovery Center. Well, I was walking the streets of St. Paul, living under this bridge right here, and decided one day I had enough, and walked out under the bridge, ran into a couple guys that I had graduated the program with, and they extended their hands to help me out and pull me out of the rut I was in. My biggest struggle was staying sober for a long period of time. I could do the 30 to 60, 90 days, 6 months, but I would get done with those programs. I would go right back to the same stuff I was doing. Pretty much everybody had just not answered my phone calls, and it's a very lonely place. Nobody to talk to, walking the streets of St. Paul, bathing my feet in the Mears Park, feeling that loneliness and no hope, and then just finally getting hope and feeling the presence of God around the Union Gospel Mission. I just loved it down here. What it really helped for me is getting the time I needed, not doing the 30, 60, 90-day programs. It gave me time to really connect with God and to get my spiritual mind right, get the alcohol and the drugs out of my system, have a chance at getting my own stuff, my license back, my car, feeling good about myself. It's such a good community of people staying connected. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't walk up underneath this bridge and see my brothers that I went through the program before. They saved my life. They gave me another opportunity. But, once you get in the program, it's the time that they give you to feel good. It took me 2 years to get my license back, feel good about myself, get God back in my life, go to church. Do all the stuff that you're supposed to do in everyday situations and just reach out to others, help others. It's not all about yourself, reaching out and helping people, just staying connected, and helping the next addict or homeless person or somebody that just got out on bad luck. I hope and pray for all the people out there struggling. I know what it's like, single dads that were maybe in my position. I had to give my son to go into treatment, and that was one of the hardest things to do. But I knew it was going to be a good outcome, and that's why I'm so happy to say that he's a senior now in college. And I got him back when he was in 7th grade, and I swore I'd never drink again. And I'm sticking by that, and I'm just so grateful today for the Union Gospel Mission and Christ Recovery Center and everything they've done for me. From me coming in here with nothing, a backpack of just a little bit of clothes, to getting me back to life, And now I'm a proud owner of a business, and I just love to give back, and I'm glad to be here today. I hope to help somebody. If my dad was here today, he loved the Christ Recovery Center and the Union Gospel Mission and what they stand for. And he never lost faith in me. And I know he's probably smiling right now and happy I'm doing his work, God's work. I would say thank you for your support. I wouldn't be alive without you. And that's the honest to God truth. If it didn't have the program for such an extensive time, it gives you the opportunity to get back on your feet, And I really thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, welcome back. And we're just starting to pick up now a beautiful sunset, I think, and the shade is starting. And I'm just really happy that to join our next guest, which is the Commissioner of Minnesota Housing, Commissioner Ho. Thank you.
Hey, no, it's great to be here. This is fun. What a great idea this is.
Oh, I think it is too. I could read your bio, and I could, and I have for others, but why don't you, tell us, like, when you introduced yourself, tell us, like, well, how do you introduce yourself? Or do it.
You mean just like who I am?
Yeah.
My name's Jennifer Ho, and I'm the Commissioner of Minnesota Housing. I run the state's housing bank, and I work for Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan.
Yeah. How big is your budget?
How big is my budget?
That wasn't a question we told you I'd ask.
I run a $6 billion bank, so like a $6 billion bank, and we move like maybe $1.5 billion a year. We had some extraordinary years because we had moved over almost $750 million of federal stimulus money. And we also had the Go Big legislative session where we got an extra $1 billion, and that money's moving through the system. But yeah, I run a $6 billion bank.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, you could stand tall on that. Yeah.
I like to say I'm the poorest paid bank CEO in the state.
Well, that probably is true, Duffy. Yeah, how you want to look at that. Yes. So we're going to actually, why I was happy you can join us, because I talk a lot, as we're thinking about, we want to talk about the whole continuum of homelessness prevention and crisis, which is often the areas that I am in, and then transitional housing, permanent supportive housing. And a lot of what you do is we hear about, gosh, there's not enough affordable housing, and what the heck does that mean? So as you think about housing and homelessness in the state of Minnesota, how do you think about it?
Well, first of all, homelessness is a housing problem, and it's a systemic housing problem. And so if people don't get that, then they're missing point one, which is homelessness is a housing problem, and it's a systemic problem. These days, I think there's a lot of blaming of the individual that happens, but we don't have enough housing. We have more people and households in the state of Minnesota than we have units of housing. Like, we just have a housing problem. There are other institutional failures that I think have led to people becoming homeless, like our foster care system, our inadequate mental health system, our inadequate substance use treatment system, the fact that we don't pay people a wage that's high enough for them to be able to afford the rent on an apartment these days. There's a lot of mismatch in the systemic stuff that happens around us. And that's why we see homelessness in America. That's why we see homelessness in Minnesota. Can I just tell you about where I just came from? Yeah. Because I think it weaves this all together. Sure. So, and it's about another nonprofit. I can mention another nonprofit, right? Okay. I know you are. I know you are. I know you are. So Agate over in Minneapolis, we just did the ribbon cutting on a redo, purpose-built redo of their shelter. So the main floor is communal space. Second floor is dignified shelter. Third and fourth floors, permanent supportive housing. 50 units of housing. So you want to talk about the continuum from like being outside to being able to go into shelter? It's 30-day shelter stay. You're going to have a place where you can lock up your stuff. It gives you 30 days to figure out what your shelter exit strategy is. And then they've got 50 units of housing. And then some of their units blew my mind when I first heard about them. And I thought, I don't know about this, but I saw it today and I love it. It's these SRO suites. So they got these suites for 4 people that have communal kitchen living room space. But everybody's got a locked SRO unit that also has a kitchenette. And then centralized showers, centralized toilets. And then some of the units are just 1-bedrooms, and they're big 1-bedrooms. They're like 700 square foot bedrooms. That's big, but it was just like talk about understanding the fact that folks who are outside need to come in, and then come in a way that they can get their plan together so that they can move into housing. I mean, those units are going to fill like that, but to see that the next step for you is housing, it's just extraordinary. And I mean, the history of St. Stephen's Shelter, where Agate came from, was that a priest just could not stand walking over people anymore, and he opened the basement, and that was their origin story. And now they have this purpose-built space, and we celebrated Department of Human Services shelter money going in there. We celebrated City of Minneapolis tax credits going in there. We celebrated Minneapolis Public Housing Authority Section 8 going in there. Got housing support in there. We're just the top. We're just like the very top of that deal. But that's what we need. We need to recognize that shelter saves lives and housing ends homelessness.
Well, I would tell you, I think there's a lot about that model that you talk about that we have been embracing here.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And
I don't come over very often anymore, but I hear about you.
Oh.
especially in the veterans work, because we're trying to finish the job of ending veterans homelessness. So I hear about you.
Yeah, well, we had Neal earlier from MACV talking about what rules do we break and what rules do we change, and
there you go.
And that.
No, I have been following the work that they've done at MACV, and when they figured out they weren't going to be able to do it with the HUD-VASH vouchers alone, that they were going to have to get into these deep housing partnerships and get into the business of housing themselves. I just visited the Robin over in Robbinsdale, where they converted that crap hotel into 12 units of housing. It's amazing. I got to see 2 veterans move in on move-in day, and that I didn't even go over for that. They just happened to be moving in the day I went over to talk to the service team and find out how that place was going to roll.
I know.
So,
isn't it nice when we can see how life happens in good ways?
I don't get to be there the moment when somebody gets their key very often anymore. And man, that is why we do the work.
Oh, the day we moved into our new women and children's building, I have some beautiful footage that I watched kids go in and jump on the bed. And then when you hear them say, I get my own bed, and then you say, and I have a closet?
Right?
You're like, oh, the things I take for granted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's, no, you said it. Oh, the things I take for granted.
Yeah. But as you're talking about St. Stephen's and Agate, and I do love, because I would tell you, as a Christian faith-based organization, many of the organizations that have done the longest work in homelessness is often people who came out of different faiths and churches. And it's true here in St. Paul, true in Minneapolis, true everywhere. But what I love is that you talked about this continuum, because one of the things we found and we've been talking about today is how do we think about how we have something for everyone and where they're at and take them on that journey. We find that when women come, first they're exhausted, but they're safe. And they need this decompression, and then they can move to the next set of things. And then after they've tackled that, they can tackle the next set of things. And we can help keep wrapping them around so that they can move into communities of living and independent living. But there's a process and a journey. And how do you think about that a little bit?
10 years ago, I was kind of a fierce only housing first person. And I think I've come to appreciate the fact that there's parts of the continuum that are right for right people at different times. I think the thing that I had a hard time with when I was kind of a housing first purist is that we made people take the thing that we thought was right for them next. And if somebody was going to succeed in housing, but somebody else thought they weren't ready, they were prohibited from being able to do it. And we didn't believe that people were ready for housing if they were using it all. And I don't know about you, but I drink in my own home, and nobody tells me that I'm not, that I can't have that home.
Right.
And so to me, like what we did with Housing First is we flipped the idea that you, the individual, you, the mom, you, the family, have to have a certain set of characteristics or we will not let you have a home, as opposed to letting somebody say, this is what I need right now. And it's something that might look different than being alone in my own apartment. A lot of people are terrified of being alone in their own apartment, And so to me, like the idea of the continuum is just understanding that people want and need different things at different points in time. And if it's people-centered and they get to make those choices, they're not put into something that's maybe more programmatic or restrictive than what they want or need, that they can be supported in what they want or need to build on their own success. So I think that that's where you and I can meet on this.
I do think there is an opportunity to meet, because we have found we have several different programs here, and I'll just take when women and children move in with us, we've got a housing plus type program where, you know, if they choose to work or go to school or something like that. And we have a more intensive where if they're not doing any of that, and we know we need to give people options. And men's, we've got 4 different programs. And we've moved to where, you know, people can stay in emergency. We try to say about 90 days, but it's not a hard, fast rule because it depends.
Turns out we're all different.
It depends. And I would actually say one of the privileges and luxuries I have is because I'm 94% funded by individual donors and foundations. It gives me great flexibility to be very like, oh, what do you need? How can I do it? I do not have to like, you can't come because you don't meet this requirement and this is what I'm funded for. I have the blessing of generous donors that give me true, I think I can do really center on some of our guests as well. And so for me, it actually is an upside of a sort.
Yeah, well, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
But I actually say, how are we all better together? Because I think we have some common goals. And so it's like, how do we get to those goals together, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. I mean, and one of the things that I've always admired about Union Gospel Mission, but I think I admire about the fact in your leadership here, is that you've understood that you are better not being apart from the rest of the community of folks who do this work, but really being integrated into the fabric, like the work that you're doing with Neal and MACV on veterans. You know, that the partnerships, you know, make us all stronger. And as we figure out, you know, what's our role to play and how do we make this fit and how do we build a better system for our community so people can get what they need when they need it.
Yeah. Well, you know, I actually even get that question from some of my donors. I would say many of my donors actually expect that I am good stewards of their investments.
Go figure.
They want to hold me.
I share that expectation.
They want to hold me accountable to outcomes. They want to hold me accountable that I have efficient and effective programs. And I think that's reasonable. To be perfectly honest, like that's a really good thing that they do.
Give me money, I'm inefficient and wildly unaccountable. Whimsical, in fact.
But it also means is my team and working with our board, we'd be like, what are the best programs that we're really good at? And then how do we become better? And where are there other partners?
What are your best programs and what are you really good at?
What are we really good at? I would tell, like our Christ Recovery Program, which is an AA-based, Christian-based addiction recovery program, is pretty darn incredible for late-stage addiction. It is many people who have tried recovery programs elsewhere and have been unsuccessful, and this is like their last resort and their last hope. 100% of my employees in there have gone through the program. Every director is a former. They can stay in the program. It's not bound by, it's milestone based, but many people stay up to 2 years. We have men that have exited and purchased their first home. They've saved while they were there and purchased their first home.
That's awesome.
Because we're giving them, after their recovery, there's still such a fragile time. And during that time is they need to be equipped. Like when you get that first paycheck, like I say, like don't we all want to buy better things and different things? And that peers around there and they call each other brothers. And so how they can go along those next steps and continue to build community and wellness so that when they're beyond us, they continue to be successful. And alumni come back, they have a wild pig roast. All right, I am inviting you to their pig roast next September.
You know I'm native Hawaiian and nothing warms my heart more than a luau.
Well, you are coming to this. We'll get the date on your calendar if it works out. And I watch families come back and support each other and how they support the alumni come back. They are role models. The alumni come back and they help support each other because when it is really hard is when they have someone else who can help them, and that's really good. And that's equipping them for longevity. And we're actually doing some research with Wilder now to look at our longitudinal outcomes because I'm not satisfied with what's happened at 6 months and 9 months. It's really hard, and we find the first 30 days are the hardest for everyone who is staying with us.
That makes total sense. I mean, my dad has been in recovery. He's 89 this month. I want to say he stopped drinking maybe right around when he was 50. I'll say quit drinking the first time.
Yeah.
When he was 50. And, so that, the whole family's been on that journey with him.
Yeah.
And, it's gotten so easy for him. He finally retired from AA because so many of his friends from AA had passed away. And because he's 89,
Yeah.
But, when a family member is on a journey of recovery, the whole family's on a journey.
Yeah.
We were all on the journey of his use, even though it wasn't something that we talked about. We were all on that journey together too,
Yeah, it is. And every day is a new day. And although someday I want to talk to you about what I want to do more for women and children, because you're doing great work for women and children, and I have great visions there. They're giving me that we're going to have to do some of my wrap-up questions that I ask everyone.
All right, fire away.
I know, but I really could have used more time with you. But you might have like evenings. I am here all night. So I'm
traveling tomorrow, so I got to pack.
All right, I packed to Portugal. As soon as I'm done, I'm going to Portugal. I'm already packed.
I'm Portuguese too, and now I'm jealous. All right, fire,
all right.
Fire. I'll be short.
So when you hear homeless or homelessness, what are 3 words that come to your mind?
Urgent, solvable, compassion.
Compassion is one of our 5 values. Just
urgent is one of mine.
My employees
they
feel
want
like
you to go
I'm
faster.
urgent.
They want you to go faster.
You know what? Do you want to tell me that? Tell me to go faster so I can tell my employees I want to go faster.
You got to go faster, man. There's no slow in this game. People's lives are at stake.
That's what I've said too.
Yeah.
Oh, we should talk more. All right.
The place I was just at, 10 years from vision to completion. It's a hard thing to stack the two. And, whatever.
Well, I've got big plans. We're renovating and expanding, but actually mostly around, I have to just tell you this before I ask my last question, though, is I will tell you one of the things that shocked me, I never anticipated I would do, is when I first came, it was all about how do I fill up my beds. We're doing a renovation. We're going to add beds, but we're also adding toilets and showers and more day space.
Nice.
And what we decided is that our model had been is how are we just providing beds? But what we decided our model needed to be is people come for meals, people come for sleeping, and the real work happens after their bellies are full and they are slept. Like my mom would always tell me, Pam, if you just go to get a good night's sleep, you will be less crabby and better in the morning. And
if I don't eat, I'm cranky, man.
We are creating day space to
great.
have more interactions that are positive.
I love that.
But what surprised me most is we reduced our plans for number of beds because we actually spread them apart and added space. And
have me over for your ribbon cutting, even though I don't have any money in it. Just have me over.
That's okay. I'll have you over. Yes, it is. Our donors have funded it all.
Yeah, I'll come thank them.
And what I would say about that is we got feedback that we had the smallest square footage of any space. And so we per person,
yeah.
And we changed that because we wanted to be more trauma-informed and do better service.
I love that.
All right, final wrap-up question here is, how are you interrupting homelessness?
Oh, how am I interrupting homelessness? Well, I hope every day is the housing commissioner. I think even though the creation of and preservation of supportive housing is a long-haul game, we're also invested in family homeless prevention. I co-chair the State Interagency Council on Homelessness that the Lieutenant Governor leads. Just did a strategy session with her yesterday about what are the most important things for us to do with our last given year strategically. We're taking a look at some of the things that are coming down federally and talking to the Attorney General and others about, where can we not reverse course. We know what works. We know what works. We have decades of doing things that are evidence-based and proven. And we don't want to go backwards. There's enough in the economy. There's enough going on. We don't want to go backwards. I hope I am disrupting, creating, investing. I've been working on this stuff since 1999.
All right.
And we don't have it right. And I am in it. I'm in it to win it.
Good. I know you're an interrupter, and I'm going to be an interrupter with you.
Say that again.
I know
you. Wait a minute. Thanks for having me here.
Oh, thank you for coming. I fell right into that. Oh. Thank you so much. We could have spent more time.
I grew up on the east side of St. Paul. My mom was a single mom, and I had 2 brothers and a sister. We struggled here and there. I remember finding a relationship with God when I was a teenager, but I was still backsliding. Ended up getting baptized at 18 and going through struggles after that. The first time I experienced homelessness was due to a domestic violence relationship. I ended up having to leave my apartment very quickly with me and my children, ended up in a domestic violence shelter. I got into another program that helped me find a home. And then 10 days after we moved in, I got fired due to COVID. My financial security is gone, and now I'm afraid I'm gonna go right back to the same situation. And I'm like, I just worked so hard to get right here and get us a home. I was still going through the very toxic and unhealthy relationship with my children's father in that home. It started to get dangerous, so we ended up packing our car up and going to Florida. 10 days before I went to Florida, I found out I was pregnant. We were going to stay with my brother, so we stayed for a little bit, but then his landlord was kind of like, there's just too many kids in this small place, so we ended up in our car. We parked at a 24-hour fitness gym. Florida's hot. This was in August of 21, so I had to keep the AC running all night. We ended up getting a Section 8 voucher a few months later and getting a home down there. And then in July of 22, my sister passed from lupus. In February of 23, my best friend passed. And then my son's grandfather died. And then my grandma wasn't doing too good. So at that point, I decided, I was like, we're gonna go back to Minnesota because we're away from all of our family. And life was just too short. We got to see my grandmother on Mother's Day. So we got to say goodbye to her, and 2 days later she passed. And then that same day, my uncle also passed. Dealing with this loss, it was just like back to back. Like I still haven't even processed my sister. I'm trying to find a home up here now. That didn't go too good. So we ended up back in our car. I heard about Naomi Family Program at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. I did the intake. So we kind of just heard my story, kind of what was going on. So they called me back about an hour later, said we have a room for you and you guys can come down and see it. So we came down and saw the room. I brought my kids with me and they were so excited. There, we have our own bed. It was different than any other shelter I've been in. They had opportunities to set you up for success right there in the program. If you didn't have a GED, you could get your GED. If you wanted to further your education, you could do that. They offered free childcare, which was a huge help. They had devotions every morning where you got to get in God's word. And they have mental health services where you can go and get help. I was a little nervous at first. I've never really gone to therapy, but I was like, well, we'll give it a try. So I started talking to Tiffany. She was just a huge help. I had realized that I was suffering from depression for a long time. It's helped me cope with things. It's helped me kind of redirect my brain into, well, this is what's going on. It changed how I viewed myself, what I could do with my life. I want to do kind of what they do there. I want to help people who have been in my situation. If I hadn't come to Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, we would have been in our car and went to another shelter. I wouldn't have got the love and support that I got at Naomi. I would still be struggling with what I was struggling with before. It completely changed my life in that situation, and I feel like that's why God placed me there. A long time, I struggled with asking anybody for help. I don't need help. I'll figure this out. I got this, because there's nobody out there that's going to help me. And going to Naomi is the thing that changed it. I saw that they actually cared. After leaving the mission, I am happy. I have changed my outlook on life. I've changed how I viewed myself. Even though I went through difficult times, they don't define me. I have discovered who I am and how strong I am.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
This is where people in our city come when they have no other options. If I may ask, how did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
It's so sad.
He needs help. No one should be out here like this.
If it were my brother, I'd want someone to step in.
And how do we step in?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves. They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try
I already
and
pay
help.
taxes. Isn't
It's
that
sad,
enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility.
They're just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's
them.
the government's
It's not safe to
responsibility.
stop
Too
the
many people to
difference from
help.
one person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
Hello. Oh, hello. All right, so now, in case you want to know what happens when we do that, I just grabbed a piece of pizza to eat. And so there you go. Oh, thank you, thank you. So, but we're going to be joined now by Chris. Chris, you're staying with us,
yes,
right?
Yes, I am, yep.
Well,
Yep.
thank you. And you're staying in our shelter?
Yep,
for...
in the room over there, the chapel, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been there for about 2 weeks now.
Oh.
Almost 2 weeks. I got a locker and looking at getting into a program, hopefully.
Oh, that would be awesome. Awesome. So, so as you come, I know you asked if you could come and talk with me.
Yep.
And I think you wanted to share some information.
Yeah, so first of all, I'd like to ask you what brought you into inspiring you to become the Chief Executive Officer?
Oh my gosh, I got more than I bargained for. So I have to be honest with you, is when I was leaving my career at United Healthcare as an executive, I knew I wanted to give back to the community, and I knew I wanted to do not-for-profit leadership work. I never imagined that I would end up at a place like Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities that was faith-filled and homeless focused, but I got an opportunity to be an interim and have loved the work, loved the mission, loved our holistic care.
Well, thank you for answering that question so elegantly. May I tell you my story?
I would love for you to hear your
So
story.
I've been homeless since November of 2024, so almost a year. I was living in Boston where I was housed, and I was in a relationship with somebody in Minnesota. When I decided to move here, I flew here from Boston to Minneapolis, but my partner never showed up, so I was delayed, and so I went to Rochester. My apartment fell through, and I already was kind of low on funds, and so it fell through, so I went to the warming center there, but I wanted to be in a city, so beginning of August, I moved to the Twin Cities. I took a bus up here and made a difference, tried to change my life, get back on my feet.
That's great. I love that. Hopefully we are helping you get
You
back
guys
on
have
your
done
feet.
a great job, yeah.
Yeah, so have you been able to access any of our other services that we provide?
You know, I was just kind of new, so I just got a locker the other day, which is really good, so I don't have to carry that backpack around town and people look at me funny. Yeah. I'm looking into getting a program. I got an ID today, one of those badges from Mr. Terrence today.
Good.
And hopefully in the next couple weeks I can start some conversations about getting into one of your programs and hopefully getting one of the rooms. Working on finding a good job. You know, I've applied at a bunch of places, and I think that's starting to turn up. So hopefully I can get my own place eventually too.
Well, good.
Yeah.
We're here to help you make
Thank you.
the pathway and the journey there. So,
Mhm,
yeah,
mhm.
we have several programs, and I'm sure that our staff, if they haven't yet, they'll have those conversations with you around several options for,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
if people are working, we've got one program. If people aren't working, we've got another program because we need many solutions.
I was more interested in like the ACTS program,
Oh, that's
Housing
awesome.
Plus.
Yep, both
Yep.
are great
Yep.
programs. One's on our second floor, one's on our third floor
Yeah.
as well.
I was gonna say something if I may.
Okay.
I was wondering what it would take to change a wake-up time till 6:30 or 7.
Ah, that's a good question because yes,
I've
it is.
heard
It is.
other guests say that. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of been around some of our kitchen plans and availability. I will take that. We haven't visited it recently, and I don't know that while we're under construction, we may be a little bit more limited in some spaces, but I think we can certainly go back and see what's the right time.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate
Well, good.
that. And so far, I've made some friends here.
Oh, good.
Which is really good. It's cool to have somebody hang out during the day when, like, I stuck around the shelter today, but yesterday a friend and I went to Wayzata, Minnesota and sat by the lake all day.
Oh, well, that sounds
So
lovely.
that was a nice moment of positivity out of all the darkness sometimes.
Well, that's lovely.
And
I'm glad to hear that. Friends are important, aren't they?
Yes. Where would you like to see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years?
I have a vision that we have completed our renovation here on our men's campus. We are expanding our number of beds, and I also have a vision that we would be able to do more care and expanded care for women and children in a new building, and that's my dream.
Oh, well, that's a really good vision, and I have no doubt in my mind that you can accomplish it, Madam President. So thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for coming up here and wanting to have a conversation. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you so much.
Have yourself a good night. Can I get a picture with you? We would love it. We're going to take pictures next.
Okay.
I like to read urban books. I'm a foodie. I love to cook. And watching Disney movies with my kids. Lilo and Stitch is about big sister taking care of her little sister. And then they adopt the alien dog. I was a big sister taking care of my little sisters. My dad was a single dad. He would work 10 to 12 hour shifts, so I'll be helping with my sisters. Get up, get ready for school, make sure they're matching, make sure we got food to eat. When I was 17, I wasn't able to leave, but I still did on my own because I wanted to be able to be a kid, go out and party. So that was definitely a part of the reason why. I didn't finish high school. 5 years. When my 2 younger kids get a little bit older, I can start nursing school. So I want to go to nursing school to be able to work in a pediatric hospital, and mainly children's. So that's my hopes for the future.
Well, welcome back. And I'm just chatting while we had a few minutes, and I just so appreciated Chris. He reminds me of the importance of the work we do and how we can be that stopgap or that bridge, and that moment when people need it, when their safety network is just not there. So, but I'm really excited as our next guest, Walker Bosch, is our research analyst at Wilder Research Foundation. And I love facts and data. I love numbers.
Me too.
I love outcomes. And so we're going to have a great time. We can nerd out and geek out together,
we
can't
will.
we? You can out nerd and out geek me. It's okay.
I'll try.
Yeah. So Walker is a research analyst at Wilder and specializes in data cleaning, validation, and analysis across research projects over a decade of experience, and contributes to their research on homelessness, not-for-profit effectiveness, and community well-being. Have you ever looked at our not-for-profit effectiveness? No.
I don't know that we have. Not, I haven't personally.
You haven't, but, well, I'm working on that effectiveness. But we're here to talk about homelessness,
Yes.
and community well-being. And so let me just, well, that's probably a good place to start. Is there anything else about your bio you think we should know?
I wish I would have zhuzhed it up a little bit.
Oh, there's still time. You know what? I'll be here for 24 hours. Come back. So, you know this sometimes. So anyway, so let's start with some of the facts and research. Wilder Research does the homeless study for our community.
Correct. Yes.
So why don't you talk about what you do and what's the data tell us?
So every 3 years, well, it started in 1991, was the very first Minnesota homeless study. We do it every 3 years. And then there's also a companion study on Minnesota reservations. So that started in 2006. Happens at the same time as the statewide study. But what happens is it's a big, messy project, but we organize around 1,000 volunteers, get out into as many shelters or outreach locations, encampments, wherever people are experiencing homelessness. And on a single night in October, we do 4,000 to 5,000 interviews of people experiencing homelessness, what their needs are. We do our best to account as many people as we can. What their characteristics and needs are.
So what are the trends telling us? Like, is homelessness getting worse, or are there certain demographics that are getting worse? And what are the key findings that you think we should know about?
Yes, so from 2018 to 2023, we saw a modest decrease in the total number of people experiencing homelessness. But we did see there was an increase. The one group that we actually did see an increase in was older adults. It was the only age group where there were more people homeless in 2023 than there were in 2018. All other age groups declined. Not necessarily homeless, disproportionately homeless to the share of population in Minnesota, but the Minnesota's population is aging, and so we can probably expect, if there's no further intervention, that also the older adult population, homeless population, will also increase. We also saw it's been kind of a steady trend from 2012 to 2023, our most recent study, unsheltered homelessness increasing. So in 2012, about 13% of respondents had been homeless for a majority of the previous month. By 2023, that was up to 23%, so almost a quarter of the people who we interviewed had been homeless outside for the majority of the last month. And that's really bad for very obvious reasons, that being homeless, primarily unsheltered, just leads to very bad outcomes. It's a very hard life. There's one other thing that we've seen over time is, in the very first study in 1991, we counted in total about 3,000 people experiencing homelessness on that night. In 2023, we counted almost 3,000 children who were homeless on the night of the study. So in 2023, there were almost the same number of children experiencing homelessness as total experiencing homelessness in 1991.
I want to dive into a couple of those numbers.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would tell you one thing, I think Wilder does a great job in the number of people to go do that research. I think it's still difficult to count all the number of people experiencing homelessness because many people are couch surfing.
Yes.
And it's hard to get them in the count. Or many people are living in their cars.
Yes.
And they may not be where they are at. So I know one of the things that we struggle with, and it's just there, is many people experiencing homelessness are invisible or on the brink. And I just want to point that out. It's not doesn't make your data bad or wrong.
No, and one thing that Michelle Decker-Gerard, who's the study director, we were just at the Minnesota Coalition for the Homeless conference last week, and we presented, and her part of the presentation, one of the things she mentioned was that a big factor in whether the count goes up or down in our study is how well we're able to find the folks who are couch surfing, who are outside, just because shelter beds kind of stay steady over time and they're usually full. So the overall count a lot of times depends on how many people are homeless outside or couch surfing and our ability to find them.
And then the other one that I know we have watched a lot, and a couple that you mentioned, and I just want to probe into them a little bit more, is the increase, of the number of families and children under 18 that are experiencing homelessness. In our Naomi family program, we turn away more families. It is hard for us to serve larger families because we may or may not have rooms big enough. It is, I think in Ramsey County right now, there's 70 families on the waiting list in it. So I know that's one demographic while we didn't see the increase, but we look and it's a large group of people that are experiencing it. And I worry about children. If you are homeless as a child, you are 5 times more likely to be homeless as an adult. And so that's that. When I look at those numbers, that's one of the things that's concerning to me.
Yes, and that's one of the things, people have, if you're not really in the work of homelessness, people have there's a very strong preconceived notion of who is homeless. People, if you asked, what does a homeless person look like? Most of us have an image, and we would all be thinking of very much the similar person.
Yeah.
But in the 2023 study, 40% of the people who we counted as homeless were under the age of 24 or younger. 30% were kids.
Yeah.
And almost half of the people were in families, either parents who had kids with them or the children themselves. So, yeah, it's one of those things where it's shocking. I know that's true, and it's shocking to me every time I see it because it goes against the preconceived notion of what homelessness is.
Well, some of that we have perpetuated that in that I will just say I'm 94% funded by individual donors and foundations. Mm-hmm. And in that, we look at what is effective for us to fundraise.
Yeah.
And historically, it's changing over time, but historically, if I show a older male, it was more effective than if I showed women and children. So there's some of it we perpetuate.
Really?
Yeah. It's counterintuitive, but yes. One of the things, and I just want to touch on one other data, and is the increasing those over 55 growing.
Yeah.
That is a disturbing trend. And here's how I see it, as it shows up that number here, is I have more men with walkers, with canes, in wheelchairs. And the amount of physical disabilities that I need to accommodate in order to make it safe and make it mobile is really harder. Yeah. So that's another reason why that's a disturbing trend.
Yes, and one of the things, I think there was a federal study, but older adults who are experiencing homelessness have the similar physical health and mobility to house people who are 15 to 20 years older than they are. So if you're 55, then similar health to someone 70 to 75 years old. And another interesting thing about older adult homelessness is that right around half of the people who we interviewed who were older adults, homeless older adults, became homeless for the first time at age 50 or older. So it's not, like, I think in some way, what that hits for me is like, I think for some people it's easier to justify in their mind if they think like, oh, well, these are people who've been homeless forever and there's just, we can't do anything about it. But half of them were homeless for the first time as older adults. And like, it just, fortunately, those folks often have fewer of like the adverse childhood experiences or experiences with incarceration, that sort of thing. And, you know, if we can catch them, it might be easier to stabilize their lives. But it's, I don't have a great word besides sort of inexcusable that this many older adults are.
Yeah, well, we have
homeless.
seen, I've had a woman who moved, she had long time been housed, the apartment got sold, she could no longer afford it, and we became her housing and home to stabilize her.
Yeah.
I want to do my lightning round.
Okay.
When you hear someone say the word homelessness or you think of someone homeless, what are 3 words that you would use to describe, or what words you would choose?
Okay, one would be fixable. I don't believe that the situation has to be the way it is. Misunderstood for some of the reasons that we've talked about a little bit already, and just that the homeless population is not sort of that monolithic image of like a guy on a corner in a city with a sign and like, and then the last would be, I think, humanity. I think one of the, I'm not a direct service provider, but it feels like one of the biggest traumas of becoming homeless has to be kind of your loss of humanity in the eyes of the world around you. And, you know, just kind of losing all benefit of the doubt, all privacy, all just, I think if we could see the human there, we might do a better job of dealing with this situation.
We've had a lot of conversations around how we see people, see them where they're at, meet them where they're at. So I think that reflects that humanity that we're all called. Yeah. How does Wilder as an organization, Wilder Research, or how are you trying to interrupt homelessness?
Well, I think, so I'm obviously here in my capacity with the homeless study, and I think the goal for us is to shine a light on what the situation really is. It's one of those things where you can't solve a problem if you don't understand it, and you know that plays out in different ways for different folks. Like if you're not in the homelessness world, it's more that educational, informational of like who really is homeless, what's the trend, up or down. For people who are in the homelessness world and community, you know, I hope. One thing, I hope we can help people get funding. I know people use the information to like demonstrate the need for the services that they're providing, and I hope as much as people are able to use it for that, money well spent on our end to make the thing happen. But and also just maybe to like provide a platform to step back from the like day-to-day bustle of what you experience firsthand and kind of from a higher level look at kind of what we're seeing in the state.
Good. Well, thank you for the research you do. Thank you for bringing eyes to the facts and the data and helping interrupt homelessness.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench? You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
This is where people in our city come when they have no other options. If I may ask, how did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
It's so sad.
He needs help. No one should be out here like this.
If it were my brother, I'd want someone to step in.
And how do we step in?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
It's nice, but now when it's gonna be cold, we're gonna have to give it up. Oh, well, you know, because Heather and I know each other and work with each other, we're just sitting here and talking about blankets and warmth, aren't we?
We totally are.
I know. Well, I am so happy you've joined us because you are, Heather is the supervisor of Project Reach and Fostering Connections and with the St. Paul Public School District. Yep. And she also is the co-chair of the Family and Children's Work Group. Or Family and Children, is that what they call it?
Yep, the Family Shelter Work Group.
The Shelter Work Group. So she's kind of doing double duty in terms of like the work that you're representing.
Yes, absolutely.
And I will just share with you, like, every now and then when we need a jolt of passion around why we're doing this work and how much women and children matter, we can always count on you to speak up.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that that's my reputation. I love that.
So with that, like, we were, just before this, Wilder Research was given the facts and data. So, like, you're a perfect segue because, you know, 47% of those experiencing homelessness in Minnesota are women and children.
Absolutely. Yes.
And the number under 18 in particular. Mm-hmm. You get to see it. So how does that show up in your day-to-day job?
Well, it's huge. Like, so we were looking at the data recently in St. Paul schools alone. We re-enroll kids starting August 1st, and we're already at 560 kids. So in a month, we've already re-enrolled, or identified 560 students experiencing homelessness in St. Paul Public Schools. And even the number, like from September 30th to August or October 10th, it went up 45 students. So our numbers are growing really rapidly. But by the end, typically about 4% of our kids in St. Paul Public Schools are experiencing homelessness. So we end up with so many students, and they all have little siblings and adults that are attached to them and the whole family. So we work with the entire community. Excuse me.
Take a whole different slant on it.
Yes.
In that you look at it first from the child and then who's attached, which is opposite of how most of the rest of us, because we're usually looking at the adult first.
Right. And one of the big things that we've done in Ramsey County is now when we list out how many families are on the wait list, we're really noticing and we're lifting up the like there's 60 families this past week on the wait list, and that was 77 adults and 122 kids. So we're talking about 199 people. And there's no place for you to line up if you don't have a place to go. So that means 199 people are on the wait list. And most of those are littles, like they're little people. And parents are desperate to get their kids safe. And no family wants to be in this space. So it's a really vulnerable place to be in.
Yeah, you remind me, though, as you talk about that, is how when we involve children, it's a multiplier.
Yes.
And it's sometimes a 2-to-1, sometimes a 3-to-1. And so when you look at it, when we say it as just families, it sounds so much smaller until we start multiplying the number of people we're really talking about.
It's a false equivalency, absolutely.
Yeah. So, like, what are the struggles that you and your team, as you've got children that are unhoused coming to you, what's that mean? Or what's that mean? What's that look like?
So what we really work hard in Project Reach is we work really hard to make sure kids are school ready. So we make sure they have backpacks and school supplies. We work really hard to get them winter gear. We work really hard to make sure that we've got transportation and that they're getting to school every day. Because that school is awesome. You got 2 meals. We have really amazing staff. They've got access to Wi-Fi if they need it. It's safe. And when kids are at school, the parents can try and figure out the other stuff. So schools are just a really awesome place for the kids to be. And in doing that, then the kids can just really access learning. So our team really works hard to break down all the barriers to make sure kiddos are getting to school. We have transportation, we have what they need, and also making sure they're able to fully participate in school. So we support them doing after-school activities and athletics and arts and all the things. So they're able to really continue to be a student and stay in their school of origin, even though the family is really struggling with all these other pieces.
Yeah, so there could be one place of stability then.
Exactly. And so we've had, like, some of our success stories, we've had students who may have had, maybe by the time they graduate, 16, 17 addresses, but because of maintaining school of origin, they were able to stay in the elementary and feed into the middle and the high school and graduate. And I have a student out in Pepperdine now, and it was the first time she had a key and her own bed. And she loves school, and she's just flying. And we have other young students who are now young adults, and they're really achieving great, amazing things. So I really want us to remember, like, homelessness is just a snapshot. It's just a moment in time. It does not define our students. It doesn't define our families. It's just things got hard, and they just kind of ran into a hiccup. They ran out of a safety net. And so we try and provide that so we can get everybody back on track.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit. So you've taken this passion, which is why you've co-chaired for the Ramsey County Continuum of Care. And for people who don't know, that's where all of the service providers and government partners, we all come together to say, how can we be better together?
Yep.
And you've really championed and cheerled and that steering committee. And what are they working on most now?
Well, really exciting. We have a couple of safe parking spots. Well, it's kind of I don't know if it's exciting. It's an unmet need. That safe parking is a thing for families, and we were able to get a new parking space. So if a family is staying in their car, it's a safe place where they can go and spend the night if they need to. They have access to a bathroom, and it's a safe place for them to be. So we've been able to do that. And our steering committee is also working with United Way to make sure that when families call 211, that they're getting through the process really well. So really partnering with United Way and 211. So that's been a really rich opportunity for our group. And we're also working at a big program called Familiar Families, where we're really trying to get families who have had a history of really challenging experiences and struggled with shelter, struggled with hotel, figuring out what are the other things that they need so that the families and these children that are with the families can get some stability and really some solid wraparound services.
You're trying to find a lot of different things.
We're trying to fix it all, Pam.
Well, a step at a time, right?
Exactly.
And as I listen to you, there's no single thing that meets everyone's needs.
Exactly. And that's sort of the challenge, because we have families that have a myriad of problems and challenges: language, experience, history, trauma, historical racism. All of that plays into what people experience. And so we really try and meet families where they're at and figure out what the barriers are. And sometimes they don't even know, and just kind of start to work them through the process.
Well, I do want to digress a little bit, because we talk about the little kiddos for a moment.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that I'm really proud that one of the unique things about Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities is we run a child development center.
Yes, it's a fantastic place.
And it's NACE accredited, it's 4-star parent aware, and we really require moms with pre-kindergarten that they need to enroll them. They aren't always so excited about it.
Yeah.
Frankly, they sometimes just want to keep their children to themselves. And we're like, this is good for your children, and it's good for you.
Exactly.
You need to focus on your things, and they need to focus on theirs. And I share that because kiddos we just had several that graduated, went into the St. Paul Public School District. 87% are kindergarten ready, which we think is amazing considering their trauma and when the benchmark. And so I think about that, and like, how do we get kiddos ready for this matters, the work you're doing, like, and the work in getting them so they're school ready so they don't fall behind, because homelessness, when they don't have a place to study or they don't have access to food, it's really hard to concentrate in school during the day.
You know, one thing our team does, we had a really generous donation, so we have these early learning bags. So anytime we meet a family with a little one, like birth to 3, we always try and give them the early learning bag, because my background is education. I was a teacher as well. And so knowing, like, parents desperately want to figure out how to help their kids learn, and there's just, like, sometimes we don't know what we don't know. So, like, we give them a bag with books, a developmental wheel of what to expect with your little one, and also just some tools for the parents. The other thing our program does that's awesome is we have tutors in 9 shelters. So we have tutors at Safe Zone, and we have 9 shelters. So we support kids with their academics after school and give a lot of tools to parents that they can use in their room after tutoring. Because a lot of times parents just don't know what they don't know. And so teaching a kid to read it's a mystery to me as well. So like, how do we equip families? And this is a really great tool to have families have access to books and access to supplies to really kind of reinforce that learning when the kids are with them. And parents are really grateful for those tools because they want to figure out how do we teach patterns and colors and letters and all those things. And so even just like giving a kiddo a little red block, and when they're riding on the bus, you could say, look at this block, this is red, let's look out the window and let's find things that are red. And just teaching parents how to make a correspondence between a toy and what they see out a window really can help change that drive on the bus or the light rail and really start to create some of those patterns of learning with the little ones. So we are really trying to help families with that.
Yeah, I think we're learning so much more about how play even helps with learning development. Like play is part of the safe learning process.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, at our Naomi family program, we, Lisa always points out children outnumber the adults, but we have a child caseworker, and they work closely with the St. Paul School District because what we find is that when the kiddos are in school age, again, they need lots of extra support and care. And our extra assistance and support helps those kiddos because sometimes the mom isn't at that stage where they can do all of those additional things.
Right, absolutely.
And, but we also rely on, like, when our kids need extra support that we may not have the resources to do, or some of the special mental health, that the St. Paul School District is there, and we can really work it with what you guys have as resources to provide to the kids too.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. In St. Paul schools, we have social workers and counselors in all the schools, and we work really closely with our partners to make sure that we're connecting kids to resources. If there's like, sometimes there's mental health programs in a lot of our schools, trying to get kids access to some of those appointments if they need it, but also just having over our really trauma-informed care, because a lot of the kids, they come in with their stress window so small. So we really have to figure out how can we make school feel like a safe place. So we work really hard to make sure that staff at the school know which kiddos are on their caseload that we share, and really making sure that those kids have the supports that they need. And parents do too. Like to, come to conferences or to get to an IEP meeting if it's a special needs kiddo, or just participating actively in school. So we really try to reduce barriers for the parents so they are able to get to the school to be a part of their child's story.
That makes a big difference. As you are working with the Ramsey County Continuum of Care, what do you think we should know? Like, what are some of the other solutions we should be thinking about differently, or how can we support or help?
Yeah, so we had a steering committee meeting today.
Oh, yes, you did.
That was amazing. But what we're really trying to do is figure out how we can get out of our silos, because we're all experts in something, but there's a lot of crossover. So we're doing this asset mapping right now, which I think is going to help us see. There's several of us who have connection to education, or several of us who connect to legal or have access to prevention. And how can we work together, especially when funds are limited. We really want to figure out ways that we could braid funds and really work together to really figure out how can we cross-serve folks, and how can we make sure that all of our needs are being met. A rising tide raises all the ships. So at the steering committee today, we really talked about how can we make sure that we're all working together, and also trying to figure out what to do with these winter months coming, and trying to figure out how we could get the warming centers going, which is a huge task, and people are working really hard because Minnesota doesn't play, and she coming.
I know. It's going to be fine for me tonight,
yes.
But give it another couple of months, and it's not. I am worried about is there anything that you guys learned about the status or timing of the warming centers?
The warming centers, the goal is still November 1st, but it's tricky because it's a few weeks, but we're still, I know, but they're working. For those of you following along, clock's ticking, but the goal is really early November, and they're just trying to figure out a safe place for keeping youth and family together, and the women and the men, and just trying to find a safe places for everybody. So
it is
a work.
hard.
Yeah.
It is work in progress. We do see the impact when they're not available as well. So and it is, and we again, the separation is really around some safety and security and things that we really want to do where it's really appropriate for some safety things. Yeah.
I know, like, for family shelter in, like, Naomi's amazing, and Ramsey.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, Naomi Family Center is amazing. I love working with Lisa, but another thing that we're really worried about is in Ramsey County, we only have 165 family beds. So that means you look at my list, I've already got like 560 people. So that there's not enough beds for everybody in Ramsey County. And that's where it gets really tricky. So we really need to figure out how we can continue to make more space for people, because there's 200 people on the list, and there's more than there's space available in the shelter, and the shelters are full. So we are just trying to figure out what to do. And that's hard right now.
Yeah. I love that notion of asset mapping, because I know as we went through our program and said, what do we do really well? What do we not do? Who does some things better? And where can we bridge across? And that's a conversation we're trying to even have in these 24 hours is who does some things really well that I should say lift them up and use them. And then where we do some things well and housing and shelter is core to who we are, and how do we complement? Because again, I would agree, as all boats rise together. So,
yeah, absolutely. And just try to figure out, like, where are the gaps and where is the extra stuff? And absolutely, because there's a lot of things that are really amazing happening in our city. Union Gospel does so many awesome things, and we need to figure out how we can really address the needs, because the needs aren't going away, and they're becoming more and more.
Yeah. So I want to just talk to you a little bit about the questions I ask everyone. Yes. When you hear the word homeless, or you think of someone who's homeless, what are 3 words that come to your mind?
Children, family, youth. I mean, that is just paramount to me. I think about it all the time. And it's not a word, but it's just the idea of resiliency.
Yeah. You know, it is, again, as you say that, I'm tracking what everyone answers. I think you will be one of the few that actually answers that way, because I think that is not what most of us think about. And yet it is certainly, as we said before, in terms of statistics, it is certainly half the population.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us to remember, and I tell families this all the time, this does not have to define your whole story. This is a moment in time, this is a situation, but it's an opportunity for you to figure out some pieces and lean into some of the opportunities that are around, and probably then you can kind of move forward. And our job is to help folks find that strength within themselves to move forward.
Yeah. So we've talked about it this whole time, but how are you interrupting homelessness?
Every day, Monday through Friday, on the weekends.
And every night.
Yes,
here you are tonight.
Here I am. Honestly, I feel like I lifted up. I'm honest. I'm direct about what's happening. I ask questions. I'm notorious for making sure that people know that this is a need. And I work really hard with our team to connect with resources in the community and find donors and find people, because there's so many people that want to help. And I'm really good at telling them ways that they can. And so I think that bringing people together, and also I really always lift up, like I said, the resiliency and the phenomenal problem solving and capacity people have. And that is like a talent. And I think some of our families that travel 3 buses and all the work they do to get their kids to school to stay safe every night, like that, those are some life skills that some people don't have. And so if we can figure out how to harness that, we can really do some big things. So that's how I'm doing it.
I know, harness that problem solving, and I'm hoping that through the course of these conversations, we're going to have, like, how do we connect some dots that people are already trying to do, but we're going to find a few more, and one step at a time. And so is there anything that you think I should think about for Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, and anything you want to ask of me, or anything you think we should be thinking about differently or doing differently?
Well, I know we're working to get more families connected to your program and finding out ways to have more kids and families at Naomi. So I know we're working on that. And one thing we're finding is, and you probably are too, is families that have pets. And I think it'd be really cool because pets are really grounding and a safety for some people. And then when you come to shelter, you can't bring your pet. So some people aren't going to shelter because of their pet. And so I'm wondering if there's a way we could kind of be brainstorming about that.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't ask a question I'm not willing to the answer for, right? Because I just say, like, it came up in some of the other things, and pets are difficult because your pet could also be something I'm afraid of. But I do think as we look at how we redesign our facilities and when we are overflowing and there's not enough basic bathrooms, I worry about that stuff first. But as we continue to think about how we expand our facilities, create more spaces and things like that, that is certainly something that I know we'll continue to evaluate in terms of what we can do and how we might think of things differently. We will have a chance to talk a bit tonight from Catholic Charities at their single point. They do allow pets there now. And so maybe that is something that I'll invite Keith to talk about in terms of what they are doing and piloting and what they're learning there as well.
Or even if there's people out there watching, like if you're somebody who fosters animals, then how cool if you would say, hey, reach out to you and say, if you have a family that's coming, I'm happy to foster their pet while they're in shelter until they get to some stable housing. So there is people out there who like to foster. Maybe they kind of help out a little bit so the family doesn't have to give up their family pet.
Well, I think with that, is there anything else you want our watchers or listeners that you think they need to know or do?
I think just continue to show grace and care and compassion to all people. I think it's really important. I think homelessness is a very scary space to be in. And if we can show humanity with one another, I think we all would do a little bit better.
You know, that word humanity came up as someone's, just before you. Humanity came up as one of the three, and the speaker before, I had to think about it, was just the speaker before you. And I think that is something, and I think that's part of our goal is to have people become more educated and understand. And I will put the plug in as our volunteers get to learn that as well. If they haven't had to, is I learn something every day. I want to thank you for coming. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work you do for our families.
Thank you.
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves. They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try.
I already pay taxes. Isn't that enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility.
They're just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's the government's responsibility.
It's not safe to stop the difference from one person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
Well, welcome to my next guests, Jessica and Jen. So, Jessica, you're the System Director, Hospital Care Management at Health Partners. And Jen, you are with the Region's Emergency Department. We keep you guys busy, don't we?
I'd say so.
I'm like, really happy that you came here because I was like, oh, I want to talk about, like, we send people to you, and I came from healthcare, so, like, I was so excited. Well, let me just give a little bit of bio for each of you. Is Jessica, you're the system director. You oversee social work, emergency department, crisis teams, RN care management across the organization. You've got, with your background, emergency department, crisis, mental health, all your social work, all of the things that I think are really important is we're going to talk about social determinants of health, mental health, and reducing healthcare disparities. And so, like, again, from my former life. And Jen, you've got lots of licenses.
You can skip them all.
I go, yeah, you can. Like, we're good to know. Over a decade in the emergency room, currently serve as the lead social worker in the emergency room, and support access in all shifts, and completing crisis assessments, making recommendation for treatment options, and connecting patients to community resources. And I probably will start is, so I was an executive at United Healthcare. And so, you know, we might look at cost management, right? And I'd always go like, who are the people who go to the emergency room? Don't they know? And then I go, I don't know who they are. And literally, like, my own family will not call me if it's a crisis, because I'm like, you better not get in an ambulance and you better not go to the emergency room unless you are, like, lost your arm. And so I came in and I learned that as most of the individuals that I serve, their first point of health care is the emergency room. And it really is for lots of reasons. So really that is actually why I think we have a partnership. But actually I love that you're able to talk about what else do we do and from there. So I actually know, so as we work together, is it raining?
Yeah.
Holy, it is rain. I can at least say now we've been in the rain. So anyway, thank you for the work you do as we come together and try to keep the men and women and children that we serve healthy. So with that, when I tell you like who sends them, so what all right, so you've got, who want to start with the emergency room first, maybe?
Sure, yeah.
So, let's start with emergency room. So as you get, often we send people in the emergency room, but they may or may not need it as their first point of care.
Correct, yeah. I think we see people for various reasons, but the amount of people that do come as their primary care option is more than I think people realize or expect. When you don't have stable housing, when you don't have access to your basic needs every day, the one place that you can guarantee, both legally and morally or ethically, isn't going to turn you away is the emergency department. It does not matter at the end of the day what behaviors you have, what interactions you're having, you are allowed to come and get care. And so I think when you're starting off at just the basics, a lot of what we do in the emergency department is the basics. It's making sure you're getting a hot meal. It's making sure you have socks. Do you have the right shoes? Nobody is going to be able to consistently take their mental health or physical health medications if they don't have access to their basic needs to start.
Yeah. So, and in that vein, often when people need care, and they've been treated in the emergency room, often some of the next steps is they just need to come back. What's a safe place to live? Where can you sleep? And I find that we struggle because we can only do so much if they're not mobile as well. But how do we provide sufficient respite or space for respite if really what they need is they need extra sleep, they need extra rest, and that will help them in their healthcare journey and as well. And I think that's still, our community has done some things in that area, and I'll probably talk later with what Catholic Charities is doing in that area, but I think it's still a gap in our community.
It's a huge gap in our system still. I think people end up remaining in the hospital, especially in the medical portion, much longer than they need to because there are no next steps. If somebody needs more, if they have mobility issues, if they're not able to complete all of their ADLs on their own, where do they go
What's
next?
an ADL?
Like what is it? Activity of daily living.
Thank you.
But where do they go next, right? Even medical respite, which is a huge help to the community. you still have to be able to toilet yourself, to get around, to take your medications. And we are missing this kind of level of care for individuals who just need more time.
Yeah, I would just echo that. It's a huge gap. I think there are some great, smaller resources out there, but they often serve, a smaller population, or are looking for folks that there's not really any significant behaviors or mental health or substance use history, which is really challenging because it affects a lot of people. And so they're kind of looking for that ideal, and they're small, and I get it. So we just have a big gap, and many times those patients remain in the hospital for far longer, like Jen said, and that is dangerous too. I mean, that runs the risk of infection, them getting sick. They also can get deconditioned. Like, it's not a great place to be for a long time if you don't need to be there.
Well, I was actually doing an interview with Regions Foundation, and so I had to pull some statistics on how many calls we have, and almost one a day. And 87% of them come from my emergency. So we can see that when we are able to work, and that was just for my men's shelter, when we are able to work with the men, and as they move through programs and transitional housing, we're able to wrap around care. We can then get them into even more mental health. We can get them into other healthcare partners. We get them to the dentist, which is really, really important, and other things, so that then you can start to plan out around your care and have it not be crisis related. Yet so many people who've experienced homelessness, the comorbidities around, and I am seeing more acute medical in those in my care, the number of people with canes and walkers and wheelchairs, and I know diabetes, foot, wound care. Like we really have to sometimes work with some of the men in our care and say, you need to go to the doctor on this wound. This is like, you've got to go get some treatment, but they need to be able to have a trusted place to go as well. So how do you think we should be thinking about the comorbidities of the health care of those that we are serving? What can we do, or how should we think about it?
I don't have an easy answer for it. I mean, I feel like, for us, we've really trying to focus, and I think it's shifted. Healthcare has shifted over the years of like the whole person. So really focus, because in the past it's a very medical model, and I feel like we have shifted, and I'm a social worker by background, so I feel like I'm a little biased in that. But I feel like Jen said, if you don't know where your next meal's coming from or where you're going to sleep tonight, you're not thinking about going to the dentist. You're not thinking about getting your hearing aids fixed. And at all 8 of our hospitals, we are seeing an increase in just complexity from a psychosocial standpoint, from a medical standpoint, often all wrapped up in one. So it's very challenging. I think that's where we're looking for more and more partnerships to kind of meet the needs of our patients based on what the people that we're serving.
I would
Agree.
agree.
Well, I want to dream here a little bit. I mean, I had a guest earlier come and want to interview me. And one of his last questions he asked me is, he said, Pam, where do you see things in 5 years? And so if I was dreaming a little bit, and from your vantage, since I know that this has been one that from when I first came in, I said, this isn't my first priority, but I'd love to do something different. And it just hasn't been. And because I have you to take care of it, and it's a bigger problem for you than me, because I have you to help them with their mental. But how do you think together or in partnership and community, like for dreaming, what should that look like?
I mean, I think if we're really dreaming, and anything is possible, I think you're really looking for programs that support, like hospital back to home, essentially. But like, what do we do? Like, how do we at the hospital stabilize them? How do we get their mental health better under control? How do we help them safely detox from substances? How do we kind of help them walk through what we can control? And then, like, where do they go? Like, where do the people go who maybe are not the easiest to live with, or don't do super well in a community setting, but maybe do better in their own individual space? In a perfect world, that's kind of what I would envision, is like they start with us, and then we have a nice warm handoff to the next team that can now kind of help them move through their next part of their journey.
Yeah, I would say the same. Just having these close partnerships and kind of where you can learn from each other. And so, if the hospital can do additional training for some of our partners on certain things that they're seeing so that they're more comfortable, maybe not with all the medical things, but with certain pieces of it, just how do we partner together to make sure that we have a pathway for, all of our patients that come through. I think we have some pathways, but I would love to see more and just different options, and also kind of meeting people where they're at, because I think sometimes we see folks that aren't quite ready to, move anywhere, or they're comfortable at the time. I don't want to say they are where they are, and they're not really wanting resources at the time. And so for us, it's, they continue to come back and we'll continue to offer it. And so just trying to be able to meet people also where they're at with that autonomy, where they can make that decision when they're ready.
I do worry about that. I go, how could I think out further? Because I just know, they don't need emergency room, ongoing care. But I also know, if we could do more, and what could that look like possibly in a different way. And so it's, and the social work aspect, so we talked a little bit more about that, but in the social work, how should we be thinking about how the hospital is connecting to other community resources, and where do you see that our community is doing things well, and where do you think we've got a challenge?
I think from an emergency department perspective, I think one place that at least Regions has really taken a lot of pride in trying to grow our partnerships with East Metro crisis workers. So really having those connections with Catholic Charities. We're on some committees with Catholic Charities, like their Downtown Safety Committee. It kind of I don't know what happened to it, but there was the Familiar Faces Project for a while.
5:30 in the morning you can come in, and Chris Michaelson is going to talk about it.
I love that. Because I was a part of that way back in the very beginning, pre-COVID. So I think there's that. But I also think as social workers, we work really hard in the emergency department to connect with their community support. So do you have a case manager? Do you have an ACT team? Do you have a psychiatrist? Do you have a therapist? Who can we reach out to? And we have a little bit of luxury in the emergency department because it's an emergent situation. There is a little more leeway with HIPAA being able to reach out and talk to people and say, they're here, this is what they need, this is what I can give them. And then can you check in with them in the community? Can you take this next step for me?
Yeah. You speak of that. It is something our guests and residents do a release of information, or they may choose not to, but we invite them and encourage them so that we can provide some additional care. And we always want to be HIPAA compliant as well. And that's at extra thresholds in our mental health. But that is one thing that we are actually, because we find often that when people come back for medical care, they need additional support, and if we can provide some continuity of care and some of that linkages with others, or as we're looking for other things around housing or other social services, that's an important thing. So we're looking really hard at how we can do that, because especially when they're in our care, what that looks like. And yeah, that's important, how you do things legally with privacy and all of that at the same time. And it's a fine balance between, yes, you want all those safeguards, and this will help you too. It's kind of like when the doctors, they say, well, my son broke his collarbone. We can't tell you what happened, but we need you to approve it.
It's just like that, yes. Yeah.
It's just like that. We can't tell you how to prove it. But prove what? Well, I can't tell you he broke his collarbone, but I can't tell you that. Yeah. So as you work with Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, what do you want to challenge me or our team to think about differently?
I think one thing that would be helpful to Regions, at least, I think just increasing that communication between our, your organization and then also our emergency department. I feel like we do have kind of that relationship right now with Catholic Charities. We had it with Safe Space. I feel like we're rebuilding it with Safe Space now that they've kind of moved. The one thing I will say for Union Gospel, though, is without fail, every time I call, they're like, of course they can come. Send them on over anytime. Oh. And that is a really good feeling to be able to tell someone yep, you do still have your bed. Yes, you can go over. Get there by this time. This is what, is expected. But I think just those personal connections for us, because we know your guests well, but we don't know you guys well. And so it makes it harder to connect that way.
Well, I will, we are going to exchange business cards,
love to.
and we are going to give you even someone who can get more done than me. This is like how we build relationships
And this
as
is how
well.
it happens.
All right.
Exactly.
What would you like to add to that?
I think, Jen would know far more than me from like that level. I think that's wonderful to hear. And I think I can remember way back when I did some of that work, and that's such a nice thing to be able to tell somebody that they have a place to go back to. Sorry. That they have a place to go back to. Because I think that's a big stressor as well. And then just knowing that there's a home or place to go. So.
Yeah, that is. We do really work hard for men that are staying here with us, that if they're staying here, that yes, it comes back. And it does often surprise me how many men I will see when I'm wandering on campus have their hospital bands still on them. And then they'll go on, well, I just got released, and they go on to share. But so we know, like, again, it's important. Like, and again, the underlying healthcare conditions are so great, so how we can find them more pathways in that. And it's really been a priority for us, but it's still difficult at the same time. I am asking everyone a little bit around what people think about when they think about homelessness. So if you hear the word homeless, or you think of someone who's homeless, what are 3 words that you each get to answer and have your own answers that come to mind when you hear that?
You can go first, Jen.
You want me to go first? Okay. I'm trying to remember what I was thinking of. One of them is like disconnect, that they're disconnected from certain systems. I mean, they're connected in their own ways. There's a community there as well. Even in the encampments, there is a community and kind of a social group, but I think you're disconnected from everything lining up perfectly, where you have all your ducks in a row. I think about, I don't know if the word is like, I'm not sure if I want to use the word resilient or like survival skills comes to mind, but like we talk about this a lot in the emergency department, where we maybe are seeing a familiar face for the 3rd time that day, but also it's an incredible survival skill. You're tired, you're hungry, you're not safe out on the street at this moment, and like you are finding some way to get your basic needs met. And that's so important, I think. And honestly, I can't remember my 3rd word. I have to think about it.
I would say, I think what immediately kind of comes to mind is, I think, been misunderstood or complicated. Like, I think there's a lot of times there's assumptions made on people that are experiencing homelessness and maybe not understanding the full story. I would say vulnerable, but not necessarily in a bad. I mean, I think yes, by definition, it can put you in a very vulnerable spot. But I also think there's a lot of strength in that, in being able to ask for help and to come to the ER and ask. That can be very stressful, can be very intimidating too. So that comes to mind, and I would say resilient as well. And I will add a 4th for you then.
Thank you. I was like, I know I had a 3rd word, but it's gone.
I think of connection. I guess more so from my personal or my professional experience of just, it can be a disconnection, yes, but also a connection, because I think when you're seeing someone in the emergency department, you're trying very hard to connect, and you're trying to understand where they're at and trying to help advocate for them. So I think that connection, no matter how small it is, I think is really crucial.
Good. I do want to talk a little bit about mental health crises and also about substance use disorder a little bit. We really see a high degree, in fact, Wilder, we didn't get to that number, but they would have said above 60%, probably 70% of people that we are providing shelter and housing to have some type of mental health or have some type of substance abuse. And there could be many more things. And I know one of the things that Regions provides is also critical mental health, because while we've got our own mental health therapists here, which are wonderful and fabulous and build trusted relationships, and now we do it on Saturdays and have it available, so that's all good. We are not crisis, and we are not 24 hours. So in community, how does Regions or health partners provide that type of mental health services, and what are you guys seeing?
I mean, I think that's kind of like our bread and butter in the emergency department as social work. Our role truly is doing that crisis assessment. You know, in general terms, what we're looking for that would require like admission to an inpatient mental health hospital is, you know, you're really looking at that acute dangerousness. Like, are you in imminent danger of completing suicide, in imminent danger of hurting someone else, or are you so impaired by your symptoms that you really cannot safely care for yourself? Now, that is not to say it is a spectrum. That doesn't mean that somebody who's coming in with severe anxiety isn't going to get to be admitted because they're not in imminent danger. But that's like in general terms kind of what we're looking at. I would say most, though, of what we're doing in the emergency department is really sitting there with people, being there during these like this worst day of their life, which may be the every day for several months. You know, we don't know. And talking about like, where are you at? What resources do you have? What services do you need? How can I connect you? Because the reality is an inpatient hospital stay, it's still brief, right? Like it is quick. It is not as long as anybody deserves or needs in some of these cases. And so we're really focusing on like, what is next? What do you not have? What can I help you with? And it is sometimes as simple as like, you haven't eaten, let me get you a sandwich. The amount of socks we give out or shoes during the winter, you know, it's just, you might have a pair of shoes on when you leave and you come back 30 minutes later and those shoes are now gone, you know, and we're okay to give you more. And I think that's, you know, part of your mental health. Like it is hard. It's part of that resiliency that was so tough for most of us to imagine is sleeping outside or not having access to your basic cares and needs. Like that would put most people into quite the mental health crisis. So that's sort of what we're looking at from a mental health perspective. In terms of the substance use, that's trickier, I think, unfortunately, as a system, like not Health Partners specifically, but Minnesota as a system, is that, you know, really there isn't a great option for like hospital-based detox. There isn't an option right now that I'm aware of that is like strictly substance use treatment from a hospital setting, like an inpatient setting. You can go to inpatient substance use treatment outside of the hospital, but there's not necessarily an easy pathway from the hospital emergency department to treatment unless you want to go to detox. So I do think that's a gap area for the hospital, for the community, for individuals, because also everybody kind of wants to always play the game of, well, if you have a substance, if you're using substances, that's actually what you need to treat first and not your mental health. And then vice versa. It's like, well, no, the substance use community will say, no, you need to treat that mental health first. So it can be challenging, I think, to get people into supportive programming that really addresses their needs, which are complex. Yeah. And they're not just one-fold. They are intertwined and connected.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for regions, they have a very robust setup with 24/7 social workers in the emergency department. And they're all social workers, but they're all independent clinical licensure, so mental health therapists. They have a consulting psychiatrist. They have, 120 inpatient mental health beds.
Adults,
and there's still, yes, for adults, good call. But there's still gaps, you know, and I think the substance use, we see that across our whole system, and we see that in other systems as well. I think that's exactly accurate about the, you know, having to go one pathway. It's hard to see that the substance use, it might be mental health at its root, and the substances may be to help cope with some of those symptoms or cope with what they're experiencing. So you do have to treat both in many cases, and it's hard to find resources that really can do that.
Yeah, we do. Men can stay with us if they've got acute mental health conditions, but we really like to work with healthcare providers who can help make sure that they're taking the treatment and meds, but this can be really difficult. And we're grateful where we've got medical partners we can collaborate with that have the psychiatric level of care, so that our level of mental health therapists really can provide some of the other services, but under, and then work with the higher order, because that is certainly something that I can't step into at this point. But again, if I'm dreaming, but it's also that partnership. It comes back to how do we all do what we're good at. So I want to ask you both, like I'm asking everyone, what are you or your organization doing to interrupt homelessness?
I would say kind of a lot of what we talked about with the connection to the community. I think we're really changing the way that we see patients and those that we serve to look at them as a whole person and not just the medical model. And really, how do we help meet their needs, meet them where they're at, and connect them to the resources that they're open to? I would say is probably the biggest thing across Health Partners.
Yes, I agree.
That whole person care, again, having come from healthcare, it's whole person care, which is actually the model we try to do here. So we start with food, clothing, shelter, basics. Then we wrap around mental health, and then we wrap around spiritual care. And we believe that holistic model is what defines us and makes our care model different for people that are in our care and in our housing and in our programs. So I love that. And I know that we are part of the social determinants, food, clothing, shelter, community. And so we pay a lot of attention, but that also means we're part of a broader ecosystem, like how is really that whole person care as well. Before we conclude, I do want to, Region staff have been volunteers here.
For a long time, those residents have been coming.
And we are just so grateful. And so we always think of it, but what I learned is our relationships to others, there are many different ways. And the region staff have been over providing meals and serving our lunch meals for a long, long time. And we are so grateful. What makes them choose to come over and volunteer? Any ideas?
Well, I think you're literally our neighbors. I mean, there isn't a closer service for helping our unsheltered population that they could come as quickly to. It's also a great volunteer opportunity, and I think it's a really important learning opportunity. It's primarily the emergency department residents, so it's kind of a tradition as well that are doing it. But I think, a large portion of our patients, whether they're there for a medical, mental health, or substance use issue, are unsheltered, and so or unhoused or in, facing eviction. It's not often that people are coming in who have, really have everything, all their basic needs met super well, unless it's an emergent condition like a heart attack. But there is a lot of time that they spend getting to know individuals who live here, guests who are here. They're important to us too. We worry about them when they don't come. We want to know where they are and how they're doing. So I think that's part of it.
I bet it's nice to see them in a different setting when they're coming to have a meal.
I would imagine, yes. It is. Yes. I mean, there is something very special. You do really get to know some patients. I know it's hard to believe, but I always say hospitals have regulars just like everybody else does. And you do worry when you don't see them, and they are a part of your life, an important part.
Well, we are grateful for those volunteers, and I'll just put my plug in is we have about 6,700 volunteers a year, but all of our meals are done by volunteers. And I always tell people it is the easiest way for them if you want to learn more or you want to feel like you're doing some good, is come volunteer for 2 hours and serve a meal, and you get great insights, and it's always a great place to start and learn. And since part of why we're doing this is to help people learn and remove the stigma, and as you had said, is see some resilience, and what misunderstood or complicated is there's an opportunity by seeing it on the other side. Is there anything I haven't asked you about that you want to share or tell or ask yourself?
Nothing that comes to mind for me. We just very much appreciate the partnership. Very much so. Yeah. Especially with our close proximity.
I'll give a large shout out as well. I happen to have a board member from Health Partners. Haley Mueller is one of our board members.
Oh, yeah.
And she is awesome.
She is great.
Awesome. And so, one other way that organizations can give back is their leadership can be board members and not-for-profits, and I happen to have the benefit of Haley having chosen to be a board member for us. But so there's just so many different ways that we can be in community, and I personally have benefited from her wisdom, although she did have me at a meeting at 7:30 this morning. So
great and early.
So my day did start with her this morning, but I just put that out there because that's just another example, and I have seen Health Partners actually really support their leadership, doing not-for-profit board work, and all of the support they do around that. And so it just keeps coming just in many different ways as well, and that's just really a privilege to work with people in different ways and see people more holistically, just like that whole whole person care centered model is our organizations have that too, is we're made up of lots of different people doing lots of different work. So I am grateful that you are coming, and I'm grateful for the work, and we are going to make sure we deepen our communications, we deepen our partnerships. I've got a new director of mental health services and support service here, Mary Seabloom, and we will make sure she's got your information because we want to become even better partners. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks
much
for having us.
Well, I am just thrilled to be able to have with me as a guest for this conversation about John Harrington. And I want to get it right, so I'm like all of the things that you have done, because you've dedicated your career to public service, leading efforts to reduce violence, increase diversity in law enforcement, address homelessness in Minnesota's Commissioner of Public Safety, St. Paul Police Chief, Metro Transit Chief. You co-founded Ujamaa Place, which you've got a lovely Ujamaa t-shirt on today, which supports young African-American men, and now you serve as the CEO of Microgrants, advancing safety and opportunities in our community. I'm so happy to have you join me.
Pam, I'm happy to be with you, and it seems odd that we're not at the downtowner where we most regularly meet near the fireplace, which is my happy spot. So,
I know. Well, hopefully this will be your happy spot for the next 15 minutes, okay?
Well, Union Gospel Mission has been a happy spot for me for a number of years. You mentioned Ujamaa Place. It was literally one of the first places that took Ujamaa men in when they were unsheltered and homeless. And I've had great relationships with your board chairs and doing volunteer work. Sarah knows that every Thanksgiving I have volunteered at the high rises with Union. So Union Gospel Mission and your operation here is one of my happy places. So.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I think it's mutual. We can be in that mutual admiration around that happy space. You know, as you mentioned, your long history with us, but let's come back to some homelessness. And I have appreciated the partnership with Ujamaa, because I do think that many of the Ujamaa partners, many of the men have come here and stayed, is my understanding.
Absolutely.
They've been in a couple of our different programs.
They have, and we took lots of notes from my early experiences, both in terms of some of your ministry, also some of the programs that you ran to help men who were in recovery continue their recovery when they couldn't necessarily be in a day program or in a structured program, because for Ujamaa men that's really much more likely to be the reality. They have moments where they're in structure, but they spend much of their life out in the what I would call the real world, which is sometimes a really scary place with way too many opportunities to have bad things happen to them. So we took notes from your programming in our early days, and we continue to take notes from those things. So.
Well, I have found that we're all better when we're all better, and we can all learn from each other.
Yep.
And
the classic Wellstone line. So.
Yes, absolutely, and I do believe it. And but let's talk a little bit about homelessness. I'm going to ask you some questions that I'm asking all of my guests. And can you share from your perspective and all of your public safety background, why do you think addressing homelessness is important to our community?
Well, I think there's a term that's a little bit out of favor right now in public safety that talks about the broken windows phenomenon. It was a study out of New York and out of New Jersey that talked about what causes people to be fearful and what fear does to people's lives. And one of the things that I've observed as both a chief of police and in other roles is that homelessness, while most of the homeless are wonderful people that are just, they've had a bad run, they create an element of fear because for a lot of people, they see there but for the grace of God go I. And they look out at folks that are in an encampment or that are with a sign on a corner, and it causes them just a twinge of fear, and that's not healthy for our communities. And so addressing homelessness is, I think, important because it addresses the fear the community has. It also, quite honestly, we have seen bad things happen in the homeless community all too often. I remember working on a homeless encampment where there was a ring that was trafficking young girls, and they're going in there and then trying to build the trust with that community so that we could help those young girls out of being trafficked. Areas where we had people that were selling heroin that was causing overdoses in encampments. So there's a public safety and a public health angle to addressing homelessness that we had to come to understand, especially when I was at Transit, when at one point Transit became, the light rail line became probably the largest unsheltered housing outside of yours. And we had to understand what was the backstory of why were people on the train riding all night rather than being someplace else.
Yeah. You know, as you talked about the fear and trust, that is some of the first lessons I learned when I started here is just as much as we may fear someone who is homeless because we don't know them, they fear us too because they don't know us either. It's a mutual fear. And I have learned that I have to build trust. So my chaplains go out into the encampments, but they have to build a trusted relationship before someone allows them to help because they have to have that trust.
Exactly. I remember telling my cops when we were doing the homeless action team at Transit, that you go out there with a nice shiny uniform and a badge and you expect people to tell you what's really going on in their world. And I'm like, nobody tells anybody their secrets until they have built up an element of trust. And building up that element of trust comes out of not just regular contact, but it comes from intentional contact. Intentional contact where you're actually out there and you show people that you're here for good. It was a term I stole from Wilder.
Yeah, that is theirs.
That was their tagline for years, here for good. And I think you have to show people that is your intent. At the same time, you have to show it while you are spending time with them, because they're not going to just trust you because you show up with a nice logo or with good intent.
I do like that, here for good, and as we do that together. So about the homeless action team, what do you think was most successful in the initiatives that you led around addressing homelessness?
Well, two things. And the thing that was most successful for me was I picked Brooke Blakey, who's now in charge of non-traditional police services for the city of St. Paul. She's also my prime minister at the St. Paul Winter Carnival. But I picked her to actually start and develop the team because I knew that Brooke's background she has a social work background and a policing background, and that was what our attempt to address homelessness on trains really needed. We needed someone who understood that it wasn't a crime to be homeless. And then what I really got out of that was the understanding that so many of the homeless that we interacted with on the train were in fact victims. And they needed services that they were not able to get because without an address, without an ID, without a stable base to operate from, it was almost impossible. But we learned a ton, and part of this was a learning experience of learning that so many of the women and the children that we had that were on the train were there because they were fleeing domestic violence. So many of them were there because, given the traditions of some of the bigger homeless shelters, their 16-year-old boys weren't allowed to go into the residences. And so no mother worth anything would let her 16-year-old boy go in with a bunch of grown men, even in the best of circumstances. And so we understood that mother's love was an important piece, and keeping those families together. We understood how many of these women were, in fact, as I said, victims of some form of abuse, and that getting them to trust was going to be a long-term process because their trust had been violated by men who had been fathers of their children and husbands, and so trying to figure out what were the proper steps, and then understanding the systems that service the unsheltered population. It's not easy to get somebody an ID. It's not easy to get somebody medical insurance. It's not easy to get them into stable housing, and especially if they have some mental health crisis that they're operating from. All of those things became part and parcel of what the homeless action team was able to take on, because we freed them from the 911 monster that drives most of policing, and said, what I really want you to do is to focus on this person and focus on their safety rather than worrying about the next call for service.
What I love about this is I think you were a person ahead of your time when you were talking about how you incorporate the social work aspect into policing. You know, that is something we're talking about now, and yet you were doing that long ago, seeing the whole person, seeing that those who are homeless are often victims.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. For better or worse, I tell people, if you wonder where I come from a mother who was a Cook County social worker in Chicago and a dad who was a Cook County deputy sheriff. And so I was born and raised with my foot in both of those worlds, frankly. So I grew up walking through the Robert Taylor homes with my mother as a latchkey kid as she was being sent out on casework, and watching this and going, don't take the elevator. Good news.
Yeah.
Good to know. Long flights of stairs, though.
Oh, I bet that you've made your mom and dad proud in terms of how you have emulated both their heart and mind.
My mom really hated the idea I was going to be a cop. Literally until the day I made sergeant, until I was chief by the time I moved her up here. She was still trying to figure out how to get me out of this business. And I kept saying, it's not going to happen, Mom.
Well, we're really glad you were in this business in our community. We're grateful for that.
I'm happy to have been welcomed by St. Paul. As a Chicago kid who came here thinking I'd be here for a few years and then moved back to Chicago or moved back out east, this has become a wonderful place to live and a place for me to grow up. And really, literally, I credit St. Paul and folks like you and UGM and my other friends here in the community with really raising a fairly successful human being, if nothing else. So.
I think you're very successful. What I also appreciate, as I heard what the Heart team did, is as you did that outreach, many of the things you talked about what people need is how do you get that ID if you don't have one, or how do you get access to looking for a job and that support. People think that they come to Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities for a bed and for a meal, and they do. They come first for the meal, they come first for a shelter, but actually what they do during the day, I think is what's really important, is how do we help them take that next step or go see a mental health therapist. So I love that, again, this collaboration. So let's pull on that thread on collaboration. How do you see partnerships between not-for-profits, public, private organizations, and create what long-term solutions for homelessness?
Well, I think that there is a rich environment, and the Twin Cities and Minnesota is famous for the wealth of nonprofit organizations. What I think is instructive is, unfortunately, so many of those nonprofits have been siloed. They have their own little niche that they think that is they're the only ones in town that can play in that realm. And that was one of our experiences as the HAT team when we first started working with some of the other nonprofits who deal with the unsheltered. They were looking at us like, well, you can't be in this space because you're the police and you have a different role. And we're like, nah, actually we can be in this space because we want to be in this space, and we're willing to give you your grace and give you your space, but know that we have a role, and that for some of the folks that are unsheltered, seeing a cop was actually a wonderful thing for them, because if you're fleeing domestic violence, the cop being there actually provides you with an additional element of feeling safe. And you may well have not felt safe anyplace else up until that point. But I think that is the important secret sauce that we all have to start thinking about is, we have walls. I get that. I mean, we have missions, we have walls, we have boards we all have to interact with, and that. But I think we need to think more dynamically and more organically. Just think this is the community is like a human person that has all kinds of different needs, and how do we meet those needs? And the reality is, you may well be at the start when they come to you. You're at Maslow's base hierarchy. I got food, I got dry, I got shelter, but ultimately we don't want them to stay at the bottom of that hierarchy. We all want them to grow, and there are different, whether it's the educational system, the health system, the government system. We all have to think creatively about how do we build bridges so that from your base of operations, you can help them move to the next one, and then we can wave them on across that bridge as they continue to move further and further, and sometimes away from your basic needs, but to a place where one of the things I'm hopeful with my Ujamaa men is that I will see them running their own businesses. I will see them coming back to be the mentors of the future Ujamaa men, because they have learned enough from us that they can take those lessons and they can build something of their own.
Yeah, I do love that. I do believe we're going to hear a lot from our community partners for the next 24 hours in the conversations on the bench, because we can't do it alone. Bringing in expertise from others and skills and what other organizations are really good at, when we're together, that is what builds that pathways and I think of pathways to hope and progress. It's kind of like, I feel like when we launch the men and women here, that it's kind of like launching my kids, is I want to see them back and when they're successful, and we'd love to have alumni come back and help foster and mentor the next group of individuals we're serving.
Yeah, one of my favorite lines from King was that we were caught in that inescapable network of mutuality. And that's what you're talking about, I think, is that it's that network of mutuality where what helps one of us helps us all. And we are ultimately our brothers and our sisters' keepers.
Yeah. The other thing I heard you talk about is that safety, and we have found, particularly in my women's shelter, when the women come in, often might be from domestic violence, those first week they are just exhausted and they can sleep because they know they are safe.
Yes.
So a little bit different. So you're also running a current organization, Microgrants.
Yes.
Tell me about that organization and what does it do in this whole spirit of how do we help each other be good and do good together?
Well, Joe Savaggio, a Dominican priest, was sent from seminary to South Minneapolis to save souls, and he figured out that you could save a few more souls if you had some of the Dayton Whitney money to help out.
Okay.
And so taking the lesson from the world famous economist about how microgrants worked in Africa, he began a process that says, tell us how I can help you build your future. And so what microgrants does is we take individuals of promise and we fund, whether it's an educational piece of it. So I have young women who are going back to get their nursing degrees, and God knows we could use enough more nurses right now. So we're helping them pay tuition and get ready for that. We have young entrepreneurs who say, I need $2,500 to buy my first set of inventory so that I can have a kiosk where I will be able to pay for my family and take care of others. And so Microgrants does is that we work with nonprofits who help identify individuals of promise, and then we fund their dreams so that they can they can dream bigger, hopefully, is what we hope to see.
Yeah, I dedicate this how we keep wrapping around layers of care, layers of support, because they trust us.
Right.
We had to earn that trust.
Absolutely.
But working together, how we give them the skills and the many things, so that again, we have this, our campaign talks about interrupting homelessness, and how we are a part of interrupting the cycle, and then it takes all of us to come around with care and support services for it. How are you helping interrupt homelessness?
Well, I think there's a couple of different ways. One is from the nonprofit work that we're doing, because some of the individuals that we're helping out through microgrants are in fact folks that were recently homeless and recently unsheltered, and so we see them building their net worth, building the support they need, not just through us, but through the nonprofits that they're working with, whether it's Jeremiah or Ujama Place or others, where they can be built up from there. But I'm also working at Wilder and with the Wilder Unsheltered Study and the research that are being done there. And I'm still supporting transit, actually, and and sort of the rebuild of the homeless action team there with their current chief, Joe Dotseff, where I think they're getting back on track, going back to the basics, understanding that it's not just being out there with a badge and a gun. It's much more about being of assistance and being of service to the community that we serve.
It comes back to that building trust again that I hear. It's a combination type of thing.
Without trust, I don't know that any good things happen in any relationship. And ultimately, as human beings, that's really what I think what good policing and good public service and good community service is always about. It's about relationships.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of relationships over a long period of time to get there.
We have a big community, and it's got a lot of myriad parts that all could use some work at this point. So.
Yeah. All right, I'm asking all of my guests, what 3 words would you use to describe homelessness?
Frightening. Liberating. And often exhausting.
Frightening, liberating, exhausting. I should end it there, but can you elaborate on any of those a little bit more? Those are really words I'm going to have to think a lot about.
I have a background in Zen Buddhism, and those 3 words I think describe the path toward enlightenment that that a Buddhist might be following. It is frightening because you are asked to see the world without the soft cushions that our family sometimes provide us or the community sometimes provide us. So it is frightening, but it is also incredibly liberating. You have the freedom to invent yourself and to see the world clearly. And it is exhausting because at the end of the day, you're out there and you're struggling against a world that sometimes isn't all that accepting, all that welcoming. And so one of the things I like about your program, and I will, some of the other programs that I work with, Ujamaa Place being one, is that they're welcoming. And they give folks, much like the bench we're sitting on in this little garden that we're sitting in, a place to rest, a place to contemplate, a place to recharge, to get ready for the battles that are yet ahead.
For our viewers, any advice on if they want to help interrupt homelessness? Any suggestions for what they could do or should do?
I'm a big believer in both helping share your wealth. It's always a nice thing to have. So those of you that can write checks, please do. Those of you that have wisdom, please advocate. Please speak to your city councilors. Please talk to your state legislators. Please talk to your governor and make sure that they know that this is important to you. And then for everybody else, myself included, roll up your sleeves and let's get to work.
Yeah. You've been a volunteer for us for many years helping distribute meals. We talked a bit about this at the beginning. Yes. So thank you for volunteering and being not only talking about it, but being a person who puts their heart and their brain into action in terms of being a part of the solution. And our community is lucky that you've come from Chicago to now be a St. Paul person.
Well, the St. Paulites might still question whether I'm here. Although I've now lived here for a long time, I promise I'm not going anywhere. So thank you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for taking on the mantle of leadership. I know that is oftentimes a heavy mantle to take, but I do appreciate it as the plane comes over now.
And we are better together.
Every good.
I'm not mic'd up.
Yeah. Here, we'll do a microphone. How about that?
Oh, okay. I forgot to mic up again. Silly me.
Oh my
I do that on Sunday mornings sometimes, and I'm like about to walk into the sanctuary, and I'm like, I don't have a microphone.
Here, Pam. Are you okay? Uh-huh. You're good? I am.
Sarah, you think you can move Brian's bench 6 inches so the fire's not ready?
So I don't look like I'm on fire?
Wait, I would rather have him on fire. No, I've known him long enough.
He was like doing a task tonight. Yeah.
Oh!
He says hi.
MC the Lutheran Campus Ministry Fundraising.
Yeah,
it is so funny. It's a small world.
Justin did the ask. So I MC'd, and he and I went to seminary together. We've known each other 25 years. And
how long have I known you?
Longer.
Oh.
20, I don't know. 27.
Oh.
Sorry, when did you start?
1998?
Yeah.
So 27. Yeah, I guess I've known Justin like 22 years. So.
Oh, my mic is not the right spot.
Leave it. I'll do it. You get cozy. It's warm now, isn't it?
It's not a good idea. Whose idea? Was it your idea?
To put a fire up?
Yeah.
I think some other ones.
Audio, no video. Joy's telling me.
Huh?
We're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, now, well, we were.
Here we are. Good job, Jay.
Right here?
Right there.
Right out here.
Right there, buddy.
Right, okay. We're live. Hi.
Oh, we're live now? Oh, good. Well, all right. We were like, okay. Can you imagine what I'm going to be like tomorrow afternoon if I'm like this now?
Or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, a little one. Well, I'm being joined by Pastor Jason Bryan-Wegner from Augustana Lutheran Church, who is just an amazing church partner of Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. So let me just give your bio a little bit here. Sure. And you serve as the pastor at Augustana. You lead the staff and congregation in discerning God's mission for their community. A graduate of Augsburg University in Luther Seminary. He is passionate about helping people connect with God and one another in ways that transform lives and communities. When he's not at church, you enjoy downhill skiing, golfing, camping, traveling, playing cards with his wife. What card game do you play?
Cribbage.
Cribbage. Oh, yeah.
So long as she doesn't win too often.
Do you keep score and keep track of it?
Oh, yeah.
Do you?
It's bad.
My son and his wife do that too. Who's up?
No, it's been a while. We've been raising kids for a while.
And
so,
two kids, yeah. And reading a good book. What are you reading?
Now I'm reading The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt about how our, closer. Okay. Oh, now I can hear myself, yeah.
Don't you know this at church?
I know. It's usually attached to my head. That's the problem. So, reading a good book by Jonathan Haidt, The Righteous Mind, and probably 2 or 3 other things. I don't know. I never read one book at a time. So, yeah.
All right. And visiting a good brewery.
Yeah.
There you go.
And there's lots to be had around here. And I've only lived here for 3.5 years. So I've moved from Rochester. So there's a lot to explore.
So tell us about, tell us about how you're involved at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities or your churches.
Yeah, I came to Augustana about 3.5 years ago, and Augustana has been, I think, a longtime partner of Union Gospel Mission, and we've had, I think, prior to COVID, of course, I think there was a lot more hands-on stuff, and as I've come, I've really wanted to reconnect those kind of hands-on things. Union Gospel Mission has been a annual partner, a financial beneficiary of our benevolence, and we just are so grateful for the work that UGM does, that Union Gospel Mission does here in the Twin Cities, and so we continue to find ways. So our youth have been over here to volunteer, and our staff came over at Thanksgiving and handed out Thanksgiving meals, and that was really fun and such a powerful way to just be in community. And we're always doing things in the name of Jesus, and we're all doing our ministry and things like that. But for us to do something together was really a good thing too. So.
Well, I would tell you, we are really fortunate at Union Gospel Twin Cities to have so many faithful church partners such as yourself, because you expand the work we do and how we can reach. You're volunteering, and in many different ways, and people can volunteer. Like you said, they do things with youth groups, we do things with the church members themselves. We do special projects, like Thanksgiving I put Thanksgiving as a special project.
Yeah, of course.
We invite people to chapel every night, and our chapel is put on by various churches as well throughout the community. So there's so many different ways for churches to be engaged with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, does your church do anything else with homelessness, or how does your church see the homelessness in our community?
Yeah, we are, I guess there's a couple different things. We are in a location where we encounter homelessness almost every day, right on Robert Street in West St. Paul. And so I think for us, we're trying to figure out how do we best support those who come to us, and so we're always asking those questions, realizing that churches aren't usually staffed or resourced or equipped with the skills and all the resources needed to really address homelessness. So I think the best way that we are able to do that is to be partners with like Union Gospel Mission and others that really do specialize. You've been doing this, you know this inside and out, and so we try to, when people come into the office, the first thing I want to do is treat someone like a human being, that they are a brother and sister in Christ, and I know that there is so much indignity and there's so much kind of wanting to turn, we just don't want to see it. There's so many places in our society that just doesn't want to see it. And so the first thing we can say is, I see you, and tell me your story, because homelessness doesn't just happen, right? So I think as I work with my staff and as we talk as a congregation, I feel like the first thing I can do is help lead us into seeing one another and recognizing that the face of Christ is in everyone we encounter, and then, doing what we can to partner or point them in the right direction to resources.
I love the I see you, because we've talked about how homelessness, it's hard to count because they are invisible, or they're in places where we can't count. So, and I have learned, one of the things I've learned is when I come to my men's campus and I walk in, I'm like, can I make eye contact? And then the next was, can I memorize your name? It's pretty hard. I have not memorized everyone's names. I learned to look at ID badges.
Right.
But that's part of, like, how do I see you?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit, as a church partner, about the role of faith in our ministry. And how do you see faith in the community helping us address homelessness?
Well, I think we can't ignore the 2,000 or some references in Scripture that talk about, acknowledging and helping those who are poor or homeless or widowed or orphaned or a stranger among us. And so we can't not do something to address homelessness, I think, as Christian communities. And so, as we come from a Lutheran tradition, and, when we pray, give us today our daily bread in the Lord's Prayer, we're not just asking for food on the table. We're trusting that God will provide all that we need to sustain life. And when that doesn't happen, it's a sign of the brokenness of our society. It's a sign of a brokenness of our humanity, the sinfulness of our humanity. And so we have to pray and then put our hands and feet to work to make sure that people do have daily bread that sustains them. And that might mean advocating for better services. It might be, partnering with organizations, but there's so many complicated factors that go into homelessness. It's like you don't just wake up one day and end up homeless. It's like, right? And so I think we have, as a church, trying to make the connections to, like, how do people get here, and, like, what are the things that we're equipped and called by God to address that might end up helping someone not on the streets, but it might be healthcare, it might be it might be food support, it might be childcare. I mean, all those things are so expensive that you can't do it all sometimes. The ends just don't meet.
I'm glad you said it that way, because one of the things that I have seen and bared witness to is actually churches actually also operate like, yes, they're a partner in serving those who are our most vulnerable and the least of our brothers and sisters, and doing those acts of showing unconditional love. And what I've seen is the churches are often a safety network that help people prevent homelessness, and many people that we serve are people that didn't have that safety network.
Right.
And so I think in community, churches play a vital role.
Yeah.
And when people don't have that and don't have other, it could be family, it could be other safety networks and safety nets that come into play. And where I see that coming in our ministry as we support our men and women and to move back into independence beyond us, is like my children sending them out without me, is we ask for one of the things that they go into community and become church members, because that is part of them having that safety network in community.
Absolutely.
So it's an important part.
It's huge. It's huge. And I've seen that, like, if people have 5 unrelated people who care about them, like, that's actually just what we need in order to live, right? And so church should be that. And church is a place where people from different different socioeconomic backgrounds and different races and different ages. They all come together, and it's so essential. Yeah, and churches are not always the most welcoming though, and so we've got to work on that, right? Yeah. We have a couple of gentlemen who come to worship quite often, and it's interspersed. But I've been really touched by how I've seen congregation members embrace them. One of them has he's shared. He often lives on the street, and he's had frostbite so much he's lost all of his fingers, and he probably struggles with some mental illness. But I saw someone come up after church one day and say, "Hey, what's your name? Can we go have lunch together?" And then gave him a ride to a friend's house where he was going to be, safe for the afternoon or whatever. And you just think, that's church. Like that's what we should be doing. And if more of us could, first of all, see people, and believe that our names matter, then we, there's hope.
I shared this story earlier because that's the perfect just what's your name. And I learned so much from my employees, and if I take the time to watch and listen, I would learn more. One employee, Judy, and I first did COVID testing, and all the men would go to her, and because she called them by name, and she knew how to spell their names because I'd spell it wrong, and then they'd correct me, and I'm like, this is important. And I watched as someone came in, and we're an all-employee meeting, and a gentleman came in, and he wasn't supposed to be there. But the first thing she said is, "What's your name, sir?" And then she went on to say, "Okay, let me help you where you might need to be."
Yeah.
There's so much to be said about that. And don't we like to be called by our names, too?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, instead of that. But I do also like that around sense of church, because I think the church is community. And an important part of it as well. So, but you also say that around welcoming, because we work really hard to be welcoming, and sometimes you can say, "Oh gosh, you're a shelter, are you really welcoming?" And it is sometimes easy to be welcoming but become judgy or become exclusionary as well. The history of Union Gospel Mission, I really haven't talked about it much. We grew up on the evangelical church in partnership with several community partners, and then more than a decade ago, we became independent board and independent. And so we work really hard to welcome people who support churches that all Christian faith traditions to be supporters of us. And we think that actually allows us to be centered on Jesus Christ. How else should I think about that? Any suggestions for me?
How much should you think about that?
Or how should I think about that?
How should you think about that? I mean, boy, that's an interesting question. I mean,
I didn't prep you with that one.
No, I didn't get that. I didn't get that prompt. No, but it's good because I mean, I think one of the things that we see a growing divide between, let's say, the main line and the evangelicals on a lot of different issues, but something like homelessness is something that all of us care about. So in a lot of ways, I think that Union Gospel Mission should be a place where we can come together and actually serve together and actually recognize that our faith, we might practice it differently, but there's a lot of shared, like Christ is still Lord of all, right? And so I think, as an organization, I'm grateful to hear that there's more of an openness to try to figure out how do we do this. And I think you actually serve as a platform for there to be opportunity for those churches that don't usually talk together to actually work together. So that's,
Faith is one of our 5 values. Faith is one. It would be sharing and showing Jesus unconditional love as a value. Faith is one of our 5 outcomes, which is, do you have a growing relationship with Jesus Christ? So we see it show up in many different ways. It is also why I think we distinguish ourselves in our community, because that holistic, we had healthcare here before us, and we talked about holistic health. And I'm like, no, we are really holistic care here, because we have the spiritual side around that as well. But yet, and taking it into action, our faith and practice, maybe.
Yeah, and the embodiment of that. I mean, The world needs Jesus, and the world needs the church, and that's not people like me who spend, my whole life in the church. It's people who are in every. Do you need me to? Hi. Oh, okay.
I need it.
It's people in everyday life that embody the church then, and so whether you're living in a shelter or you're transitioning into a new whole new stage of life, or you've from the outside look like you've had it all figured out. I mean, God's still calling us to be in community together.
Yeah. I want to reflect back on, as you were sharing the story, that while your church has done a lot to help those experiencing homelessness, that you sometimes don't know what to do when they're at your doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
And we too sometimes find that here at the mission. And what I mean by that is occasionally we get men or women that show up at my administrative offices. And we are not equipped to deliver care and services there. And what we have found often is we have to call in the experts from our own mission. And we're often calling in one of our chaplains to say, we've got someone here, but we'll try and redirect them to where we can. But often if someone is setting up a tent there, which is not something we will support, because we will encourage them to where we can provide the right services and the right type of services. But we find that we will call, and most of our outreach is done by our chaplains. So they are the ones that do the encampment outreaches. They are the ones that sometimes have some of the more difficult conversations around that embrace compassion and accountability. And I share that because as you tell that story in your church, I just want you to know that here we are at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. You might think of us as the experts, but I still find that if it's not in my day-to-day, that we still need to call in experts within our own. So it's okay. And should you ever need me to send a chaplain over to you, we will send a chaplain over to you.
That's good to know. That's
Yeah.
really good to know. Yeah, because and it's usually, we'll have folks come in and the request is always like immediate. It's like, life or death, and it's like, okay, well, that's the first thing, but how do we let's take a step back, and I feel like that's maybe one of the spaces that, when someone walks into my door, I'm equipped to kind of slow down and like, let's look at where the whole thing is, because God is somewhere in here, but we've got to slow down enough to like recognize that, right? So what's the immediate need now? What's the need going to be tomorrow? I can't necessarily help you with that need tomorrow or a week from now, but can we slow down enough so that we can find, have that conversation or make that call to Union Gospel Mission, or figure out like where in the community are you, so that we can help you get the right resource for the long term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no will be a resource in many ways, but I do know that because I have sometimes, again, sometimes inadvertently, they will show up at the administration, and whoever is closest to the front door gets to open the door. And again, you're not prepared for you're not expecting it. And I do remember one of those moments. There was a woman who was really struggling, and she was in tears and sobbing, and you could see she's got probably all of her life's belongings with her, and obviously had some other things going on in her life, and some likely mental health. And as I tried to get her to a call to where we're trying to call a number for help that she had, and we're working through it, and then I said, what else can I do? She can get me a bottle of water. All right, I can get you a bottle of water. Oh,
Yeah.
good. I am being helpful and meaningful now. I can get you water. And then I said, is there anything else I can do for you? And she said, will you just say a prayer with me?
Yeah.
And in that moment, I just felt that was like, I really can honor and do what you are asking, what you need for both, in terms of that moment of reflection, and someone is here to help me and show me love and show me grace.
Yeah.
And a sense of calmness came on, and we resolved. She certainly had more going on after that,
Oh,
but
sure.
in that moment, at that time, I was doing the right thing. Yeah. So I am, one of the things that I am asking everyone is about when you hear the word homeless or you think of homelessness, what are 3 words that come to your mind that you think of?
Yeah. The first word that came to mind was complicated. As I kind of talked about earlier, I just think that, it's complicated. This isn't just one factor. The other word that comes to mind is unnecessary. We live in the richest society in the world, and yet I just heard this week that the national, whatever count they were able to do, is at like a decades old high. Like 770,000 people in our country are homeless, and that just seems unnecessary. So that's the second word. I really struggled. I looked at that. I thought about this for like 20 minutes.
That was a question I did give you in advance.
I know.
I'm going to give you more surprise questions then.
That's right. But yeah, I think the third one is it's heartbreaking. Homelessness is heartbreaking because there are so many factors that go into it, but everyone deserves to have their basic needs met, and it's not the person who is homeless that is heartbreaking. It's the systems that we live in, I think, that accept it as okay, and as a person of faith, and I know that Jesus says, the poor you'll always have with you, but I don't think he really meant that like, well, you just have to accept it.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, no. We do. This notion of complicated has come up throughout these sessions, and I have used that. Many causes underlying contributing things, which is why we need many solutions and probably more help than just you and I, right?
Right.
Yeah. So as you think about interrupting homelessness, how do you think your congregation interrupt homelessness?
Yeah. That's a good question. I think, the first thing we can do is acknowledge that it's a problem that's worth our time, our resources, our energy. One church isn't going to just solve it, I recognize, but there's a church in a Lutheran church in Roseville that has started a tiny home community in their parking lot, and so I'm curious, like how do we do something like that, or just how do we get our community? I mean, we're in a first ring suburb. I mean, our church is 3 miles from here, so it still feels quite urban, but the municipality is not a major urban center, and so I know there's a new homeless coalition. They're like trying to address like what's happening in our own community, and so we want a seat at that table so that we can be part of solutions that might happen within our own area. So I think that, and continue to learn. I think continuing to educate ourselves. There's so many stigmas. There's so much. There's just people will just generalize all homeless people and kind of dehumanize them, and it happens even in our churches. And it's like we have to continue to like listen to the stories, listen to people who are much closer to it on an everyday basis, so that we can be better equipped to see people, to recognize the humanity that is in each of us and the dignity that each person has as a child of God.
I love that notion, like how we can help each other see it, and it may not come instinctively or automatically, but you need to see it or be taught it. I have hearkened back to my mother would bring home people that I would, as a child, go like, "Who is that person, and why did they bring that? My mom bring that stinky person home?
Oh, wow.
They are not part of our family, and what is she doing?"
Yeah.
And are they getting some of my Christmas gifts, right? And yet, in hindsight, I go, she saw the humanity in everyone that they say children are innocent. I was not.
Well, yeah. But she was planting seeds in you.
Yeah. But I'd go, who's that weird person?
Right.
And yet I go, but maybe it is that I keep going, if I could be a little bit like that. But through the grace of God, she saw the goodness in everyone.
Right, right.
And so I do believe there is some of that, like, how do we show others? And it's okay that they don't see it or don't feel it, and that they actually don't, and that they just haven't been exposed and haven't learned.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah, and we are so segmented in our society that most people don't have to see it unless they're at a stoplight and it's on the other side of the street or something. But it's not like you're having conversations. But like, I don't know. I recognize, like, not everyone can just strike up a conversation with anyone, but it usually doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and sometimes I even learn here is sometimes I just have to listen.
Mm-hmm.
My striking up a conversation sometimes can just be, hi, how are you?
Absolutely.
And then I can listen, and that's what I needed to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to throw you another curveball
Okay.
because it wasn't in the pre-questions we gave you. But since you mentioned that, like, you were just with a mutual friend that it became my friend a month ago, now a lifelong friend, right? Now that you've met me a month ago. And so imagine what this means for you about friendship going forward. So I recently had a chance to be with Justin at the Hoganson Institute. And one of the things that had struck me is about that was, how do we take care of caregivers? And I think, and I want to just ask you a little bit about that, because churches are caregivers. And I have had to think a little bit in this role, how do I take care of my employees who are the caregivers?
Mm-hmm.
How do I take care of them in terms of how they are nurturers? Which isn't, again, remember what I said about those people my mom would take,
Yeah,
right?
right.
So, yeah. So, like, in your role, how do you think about how you take care of the caregivers, and how should we think about taking care of caregivers? I didn't give you advance notice on that.
Yeah.
But I knew you could handle it.
Sure. You have a lot of trust in me. It's like almost 9:30. It's like bedtime. No. I'm just kidding.
It will be.
No. How do we care for caregivers? I mean, I think there is just a natural tendency to give more than we often have. I think we've seen that a lot in the last few years. I mean, we saw it in healthcare. We saw it, so I think for the staff I work with, or even volunteers that are really, really dedicated, I think checking in, always like recognizing, and then also taking good care of myself, and making sure that I'm taking the time that I need to replenish, that my prayer life is in good shape, that I take my day off, or a day off. It might not be the same day, but that I that you refill. Some of it's modeling, and some of it's, again, I think it's relationship. And we have to remember that we serve God, that we follow God, that we are empowered by the Spirit, but we aren't God, and we're not gonna save everyone, and God equips lots of different people to be those caretakers, so we can do our part and step in, and it feels good to use the gifts that we've been given, right? But it's also important for us to recognize our own limitations.
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, and I think that is one, as we were talking about solutions for that, we can't forget the caregivers. And I am struck by, as I hear all these conversations, the role that people play in that as well.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I thought you were going to say you beat your wife in cribbage and then you feel better or
No.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no.
Yeah. So, well, since I threw some curveballs, is there anything that you would like to ask me, or what else do you think Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities should be thinking about in our community, or as we think about the problem, anything else?
Yeah, I guess I would be curious to know, like, what are the trends you're seeing? Like, if I'm hearing that there's increased homelessness, we feel like we're seeing more homelessness or just more transients in our neighborhood across, just across the river. But what are the trends that you're seeing, and how are you adapting and you know?
So since I'll have 5 years here, our numbers both for men, women, and children have continued to climb. And in fact, we were at beyond capacity, which is why we're doing a major renovation of our men's campus to add more dorm space, but also how we serve is going to be different because we want more day space to have positive interactions that provide mental health, that provide support services, that provide other interactions with community partners to come in and do things and around it. I also, we had Wilder on here earlier. Those 55 and older, as a percentage, that's the largest growing segment, and they expect that trend will grow. What that means is if you have more older people, and it could be first-time homelessness growing, it means they've got more healthcare needs. They're going to have more physical ability, disability needs that we have to be like, how are we mindful around that? And I always say that because upper bunk beds is not where I want to. I've never wanted to climb in an upper bunk bed, and I certainly don't now. And so that's been a struggle. So we see that half of the population is moms and children under the age of 18. So that as well. So, and then those who we come have growing mental health acuity and substance abuse. So those that serve need more intensive services as well. So it is numbers, but it's also the intensity that I actually think the intensity, to my earlier question about how we can have compassion for our workers, is the harder part because of the acuity that they have.
Yeah, and no matter how equipped we are, it seems like, I mean, there's no limit to the complexity of humanity, right?
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
And it just makes it a bit more fragile. And you started, one of your 3 words was complicated. So I'll go back to your word complicated. If you've got a mental health, plus you've got a substance abuse, now if you're older, like it gets complicated on the many different things and the many different facets as well. So I think it goes back, it adds a complexity. And when I talk to some of my colleagues who have been doing this much longer than myself, that would be the one thing I think I hear them worry about most is the complexity, is we want to serve, but I know I have in my Women and Children's Naomi Family Program, we now have units, but they'll be separate bedrooms, but they share a bathroom and share a kitchen area. And if you're dealing with, you parent differently and kids and you have mental health, it gets a little bit tense at times.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit tense.
A little bit.
Usually after hours or on the weekend.
Yeah, and I imagine then, like, you can't, if those changes are happening, then the just all the facility things that you're adapting, like you can't keep up either. I imagine that's a challenge. There was another question that I thought of, but it has escaped me. But how can, I mean, what do you need from the faith communities that are partners with you? Like, what's the best way that we can support and be engaged in this work with you?
Okay, so what we need from the faith communities is keep us in your prayers. I'm going to always start there. And like your church and your congregation does, is provide us volunteers in a way that is appropriate for your congregation. And so whether it's you want to come and do a chapel service for us, or whether it is a meal, in a way that is meaningful for them, is often where it starts. And we also find that many people who come and volunteer, they also become donors individually. And your church happens to give through your church, but we're 94% funded by individual donors and foundations.
Wow.
But what I always say is meaningful churches around the volunteer side, I don't underestimate, because that's an important part of the extension of our services as well. So that is like what we really value. And again, almost all of our chapel services, it's invitation, but that is what they do. As we wrap this up, I would like to see if I could ask or request that you would close us in a prayer.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. Let's pray. God, we thank you for this ministry and for the lives that are touched and changed, and for the encounters that might not last and might not lead to success, but we know that you're present with each person who comes through these doors. And we pray for the staff for strength to care and to nurture and to continue to lift up and bring hope. And we thank you, God, for the power of relationships across churches and Union Gospel Mission. And we ask your blessing on this night. We ask your blessing on this event, that others hear and learn and continue to be curious and become partners along with Union Gospel Mission. We thank you for your son Jesus, who gives us power and strength and faith that we might do this work and do it faithfully. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves. They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try.
Already pay taxes? Isn't that enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility.
Just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's
them.
the government's
It's not safe to
responsibility.
stop and help.
One person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
Growing up, I was around a lot of misguided people that had access to drugs and alcohol, and unfortunately guns. I started drinking when I was 12, 13, just experimenting with friends in my neighborhood, thinking that it was something cool to do, not thinking that it would lead to addiction. My sober date is August 15th, 2021. That's when I signed my paperwork and got admitted into CRC. All of the staff are alumni. All of the staff been through the program and experienced the same thing that I went through. So you can feel that people care and people enjoy doing what they do. I mean, you can actually feel it when you walk in these doors, and that's a big difference. It's more of a family-oriented type of environment. People sit in the conference room or up front in the meeting room and watch football games or have sing-along. After you get out of a 90-day program, most people go back to the same environment that they left because they don't have anywhere to go. I appreciate the fact that you can step up and move upstairs and get a job and work out a payment plan or whatever the case may be and start adulting again. When I first got here, it was people that's been here for 2 or 3 years, but they in different phases of their programming. For me, it's everything that came with sobriety, opposed to just saying, I got 30 days sober. No, now I'm able to see my kids on a regular basis. That's why I'm sober. This is the longest job I ever held in my life. I was able to buy a house working with Dave Stanley and helping me build my credit, and then working with Dave Riley, showing me how to buy a house.
Yeah. Man, this is nice, man.
Look at the kitchen.
Okay.
It's an up and downstairs duplex with a full basement, and I actually have 2 tenants that came from the sober house with me.
This is a good layout, man. I know where I'll be the next Super Bowl. At your house. Thank you.
That's another goal of mine, is to buy another duplex and help people with those same hurdles that I had, and help people normalize their life. There's no limitations right now. As long as I'm sober, I'm able to accomplish the ideas that I have in my head. I wouldn't change coming through this program for anything. I'm Michael, and Christ Recovery Center helped me change my life in so many amazing ways.
All right, welcome back. Well, you know, what I've learned now is batteries are really important. We'll see if that works for 24 hours for us, right? Well, I'm really excited to have Dan Stoltz, CEO of Blaze Credit Union, joining us. And I've got like all of these things, like you're the 2024 Top 100 Business Leader in Minnesota, most admired CEO by the Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal, 2023 notable leader in banking and finance, and you're with me here tonight at 9:30 at night.
Are you kidding me? I am so privileged and honored to be here, Pam. First of all, thank you for all that you do as a CEO and leader of Union Gospel Mission. Your work is phenomenal. Your leadership is contagious. I love your energy. And the opportunity to talk about an important subject in this 24-hour deal, I said to my team, I said, you know what? Let's not take one of those easy times. And then, you know, and I wanted to feel it. But then, you know, number two, I also thought, you know, the 9:30 to 10 hour, you know, we're all thinking about maybe getting rest and going to bed. And I thought, you know, we're talking about homelessness and some symbolism of kind of talking about it when it's kind of there's hardship right now going on for so many people. So a lot of that. And then I want to get this out of the way. So I've got a Blaze truck for you.
Awesome!
Yes, I do. It's your very own. It's a little bank, but I just want to say that's our
Did you put any
symbol.
money in it?
I did. Hey, a good CEO, you're always asking for money. I love that, Pam. Anyways, I just had to give you that, too. So, no, you're awesome.
I love it. Well, I'm going to do it so it doesn't fall off here.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
That is, thank you.
Absolutely.
You know, I actually, you know, as you're talking about advice from your team, I'm going to start somewhere where I wasn't going to start, but because we were chit-chatting.
Yeah.
And I had the privilege, because Blaze was so generous, not only with Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, but with the entire community. It's just part of your culture and your values around how Blaze gives back. But I was at one of the events where we were receiving a donation along with many of the community partners.
Yeah.
And I asked your marketing team, I'm like, do you really, how do you guys do this, and do you measure it, and they're like, oh no, he holds us accountable, and we measure it. And I said, how do you do that? I said, you know, I'm just a not-for-profit, I can't afford a lot. And I want to just pass this on, they gave a great suggestion. We've got a new advertising campaign, which I'll ask you a question about.
Yes.
Maybe you know it or not.
No, I do not. No, I do not. I don't.
All right, Sarah, he doesn't know our advertising campaign. We'll get to that.
Okay, I do. I want to get to it, yes.
Yeah, but actually they gave me a great suggestion. They said, you know, Pam, is actually we look at our marketing and we actually, maybe Pam, you want to partner with some local universities and have them do research for you. So we took their suggestion, and we've got 2 local universities who are going to help us measure our marketing campaign at the suggestion of your chief marketing officer.
I love that. Now, I did not hear the story. I know that you had met with them. I just, Pam, I think about it with, Union Gospel Mission, my organization. I'm just a big believer that you can't sell a secret. We're all doing certain work and good work, and you guys are just so important into our community, but in a way, there's a little bit of this. You have to tell the story, and there's a lot of clutter out there, a lot of stuff. So I'm a big into branding, getting the name out there, and then telling the story and bragging about the great work that you do. So I'm glad that's a cool win.
Yeah, it is.
Can you tell me the universities? I'm just really curious.
Yeah, St. Catherine's University.
Oh, yeah.
And the University of Minnesota Carlson School.
I love that, and it's a win-win. I mean, these students start learning how to do it and all that too. So no, that's a great win.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to ask you a question. How long have you been now with Union Gospel Mission?
I'll have my 5-year anniversary at the end of this year.
Really?
Yeah.
And be honest with me, has it gone fast? I mean, what's it been like?
It's both.
Yeah.
In some ways, the fast part of it it really has zipped by.
Yeah.
And I had so much more I wanted to accomplish and
Yeah.
haven't.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, how did it go for 5 years and I haven't accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish? But if I look back, at this campus, we're doing a major renovation, a $14 million project that we've funded to expand capacity, to augment our services, make it more trauma-informed, double the size of our dining room.
Love it.
I'm like, well, that's still pretty darn good to have that.
That is
way,
really
isn't
good.
it?
That is really good.
Yeah.
And I got to just say this to you. You and I've met and we've talked a few times, but here's what I pull away from you. I pull away energy, I pull away passion, and I pull away, you've just got all these awesome ideas, and I just love how you just want to keep taking it to the next level, the next level, the next level. And I think that's what CEOs do if you're proud of your product, and I see that in you. So I just want, in your team, I know many of your team members are here tonight. Sarah's someone I respect so much, and you hire great people around you too. So I just curious, because I knew you were relatively new, but 5 years has gone by fast.
Yeah, it has. Well, it started during COVID, but you are right about, it's really been a passion to make sure we're serving with the most excellence.
Yeah.
And I know you believe in this hospitality and customer service. I see it. And I believe it too. For those experiencing homelessness, they should be welcomed with hospitality and service.
Yeah.
And the team has really continued to lean in on that. We call it a welcome desk.
Yeah.
And we do open forums with our guests twice a year with all of them, from emergency and programs, to get their feedback. And they always have good feedback. I'm always taking away something to implement.
Yeah.
And so it is even those experiencing homelessness should have a choice on where they want to go.
Yes.
And we want to have earned that they will choose us as the first place in their moment of crisis for where we can help them out.
I love that. I do love that. I love the fact that, from the faith component, treating others as you want to be treated and respecting everybody for where they are in their journey. I even, as a CEO of an organization, I've been through some really tough valleys, and I think all of us do. We all hit those points, but it's those people in those valleys that treat you with respect and dignity and empathy and try to really understand where you're at. And so homelessness, was an interesting topic when I saw this coming up. I'm not an expert by homelessness, but I want you to know we have 9 causes at Blaze that we're passionate about, and homelessness, hunger, but homelessness is one of them. And, we support a number of organizations, similar, Union Gospel Mission. I would say Hope for Youth is another one for young people that don't have homes. And the whole stigma of homelessness and the crisis that it is, it's a big and it's an important issue, but I don't know that a lot of us totally understand all the dynamics. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, because there's a lot to come to play with the dynamics of homelessness. And Youth is different. In fact, you see most people who specialize in youth like 14 to 24.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is in the homelessness space, youth are up to age 24.
Oh.
Well, remember the brains aren't yet fully formed and for safety and security, so they'll often define it in that.
Yeah.
And then you think of adult centers. And like our men's, we will take, but you have to be 18, so there's some overlapping.
Okay, yes.
But I will share with you that I know if an 18 or 19-year-old comes into our shelter, our staff takes they get extra eyes to watch and make sure that things happen. And then families and children are yet another dynamic because you've got minors. So you take the different groups that we serve and they have their own complexity. And then you add that these are many people who've had life's traumas, they could have disabilities, they could have substance abuse, mental health. Could be just that it's a difficult spell in their life for some reason or another.
Yeah. No, and I think, there's this, we see a homeless person with a tent somewhere, and that's our definition of homelessness, right? And that's one component of it. But I do think you bringing awareness and others that are really understand the dynamics. Affordability, I'm in banking. I think affordability for housing is a crisis. Would you agree with that? You see that that's a big part of it, right,
we had
Pam?
Commissioner Ho on earlier talking about affordability in housing. So yes, we have one of the growing dynamics also is people over 50.
Yes.
And some of them are often first time becoming homeless. They may have been housed and their incomes may not have kept pace. We had a woman come, she lost her housing because the apartment had been sold, it tripled in cost, and so found herself, with us as well. So that's another it hits that affordability side.
It does, yes, and then jobs and things like that. But no, it's so just preparing for this, I got online and just wanted to see how many in Minnesota and how many throughout the country, and I was taken back at the numbers that's out there of homelessness, and they talked about the California, New York, of course, being kind of the heavy point, but then here in Minnesota, I mean, it's a pretty significant number, right?
On a per capita basis, we're about above 9,000, and on a per capita basis, we're kind of middle of the pack. We're not in the low, we're not in the high on a per capita basis. We're seeing more unsheltered and then in shelters. So most of the shelters here in our community are at capacity or near capacity. And so it all fits together on where people may have been losing on the prevention or where there's may not enough affordable housing, and then somewhere in between, and how do we give people pathways and multiple solutions out of homelessness, because there are many things that cause it, so how are there multiple pathways out?
And so do you mind me asking a question about it?
You know what, you're on a roll here.
I know, I kind of like it. I mean, and I feel like leaders are learners, and I feel like I would like to learn more, but we talk about at Blaze about giving back. That's our passion. That's our core action. So I love that you pointed that out. But we say, how do we give back our time, talent, treasures being money? But what are some things businesses can do in terms of time and talent? We give people PTO to serve in the community, and we're looking for places. But like with even Union Gospel Mission, is there things that we as businesses can, as teams, but I know there's always sensitivity to privacy and all that too, right, Pam?
We love volunteers.
Okay.
So in terms of time or talents, because they intersect often, is we have many businesses that come in. Some businesses will say, you know what, we're going to do this as a team building. And in fact, I think we were working on getting your senior leadership.
Oh, really? I love it.
I got when I went to that meeting, you thought you were giving me a check, and you don't know that I was working the room.
See, that's what I'm saying. I've learned it from you, Pam.
You were busy giving out money, and I was busy collecting advice. That's what was going on.
I love it.
So I did. So let me just tell you, should you want to do a team building exercise with your senior leadership team or anywhere else.
Yes, I love that.
And especially those that are close here, is you can volunteer for a lunch for 2 hours, And you come in, you help us prepare for lunch. We have professional cooks, so you're not cooking it. We've got paid staff. We're a commercial kitchen that's licensed. You serve the meal, and then you get to clean up, which includes doing dishes and mopping the floor. So they can be as simple as those 2 years and 2 hours. And I love about it is, I always tell people meals are a great way to start to volunteer. Or you can do a breakfast, because that's before the business hour if people want to extend their day, you know, if you want it. Or in the evenings, but because all our volunteers serve all our meals, so breakfast, lunch, and supper. 3 days, 3 days, 3 times a day, 7 days a week. We're always serving a meal.
And that's here on this site.
That's here on men's campus, and we do some things with women's to provide all the food for women's and children's. So I always say start with volunteers. But we also do very special volunteer experience. So our friend Sarah happens to lead all of our volunteers. And so with that, we'll do custom experiences. So if someone for Excel's Day of Energy, I came in and they were scrubbing all my walls. And that was wonderful, because my walls needed scrubbing. And I love it. We had youth groups in here for youth groups. And the day of the youth groups, we were moving because of our construction. They got to haul all of the mattresses upstairs. Isn't that a good project for middle schoolers?
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, and then they had to wash and shower them all down. But we also have skilled, because you talk about talent. So for those who really want more skilled volunteering, we need tutors we have men and women that are working on their GEDs. And so we need English and math tutors and history tutors. We also have people who are looking for skilled volunteers. People to prepare resumes and help people with job interviews as well. So for those that are looking for more skilled, we have that as well. So obviously, I would say one is just in time and talent, that fits. And then we have businesses that also do like clothing or towel drives or sock drives for us as well. And that's because that's helpful for us, because we've got a huge warehouse of a closet. All the men come in, so we can house up to 350 men here on a given night, 60 women and children. They come and they get their clothing. And as you go deeper in our programs, you get more clothes, because you're going to need dress clothes to go to school and to go to work, and shoes, dress shoes. So we partner with other organizations that might do some type of clothing drive or towel drive. And so you certainly could do those types of things, or promote it elsewhere, and have people drop it off when they're coming in to do their banking, and take out a car loan or something.
Yes, I love that. Well, I mean, so, you know, I sought out about 30 years ago. I wanted to find the definition of success, and I really wanted to see, because so I interviewed like 75 people that I really respected, and there was always two things that came out with successful people, is that number one, they were go-getters. So I think of you, Pam, as a go-getter. I mean, you show up, fall down 6 times, get up 7. I mean, go-getters just bring it every day, bring their best. But there was an and it was that they were go-getters and go-givers. These people they understood the importance of giving back. And so that has been a model that I and Blaze talk about, is being a go-getter in the community, but let's be go-givers too. And we talk about how do we do that with treasures, money, but how do we also do that, because organizations like yourself are looking for talent and looking for time, but how do we be more, how do we open those doors more? So this was really good for me to kind of think through that too. And I do remember, by the way, this was about 8 years ago, I got a tour, and there was a building behind us here, and they were asking for us to, and I remember I personally dropped off a bunch of like suit coats. And it was, again, for the men that were going out in the marketplace and were looking for some dress clothing. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. Those kind of things are amazing. So, is homelessness in your mind and what you see, is it, I'm just thinking I'm in banking, so the economy's getting a little bit uncertain, volatile, jobs are being lost. Are you seeing an uptick in housing, or the need for it, or is that always just a steady?
We are seeing the need. Where we see more of a struggle is where some need to have supportive services to go with it. So some of the types of housing that we need people to go to. So sometimes it's having more market-based or affordable housing. And in so that is one set. Or especially like there may be individuals we've served that are on disability because of a variety of reasons. And again, the housing availability's got to match that type of income, and that's really difficult. So some of it's affordability, and then some of it's also that they can get some of the access to the other care and service. Again, because what it is, again, complicated about homelessness is many people who came to us had been housed, but for some reason they may have had a mental health crisis. They may have had, some have had job loss. There could be many different reasons. And then how do we then actually help them stay housed as well? So I think it's a combination of that. There certainly is the wait list for like Section 8 vouchers, traditionally called that, but not currently, different names. That certainly for some of the families comes up sooner, but but we've had sometimes like where we still had men stay here long, they'd be ready to move on, but they're waiting for some housing options that haven't materialized yet.
I see,
But we've had some actually in my, actually work really closely and save money to go buy their first house after they've left here.
Really?
That's a lot of hard work to improve your credit score, to save money, but we've got a few successes like that that are just like awesome.
Wow, that would be awesome. And I'm thinking like even just banking to kind of come in and talk to your residents about just what a FICO score is, break it down to simplicity and why it matters and things like that. But no, that's awesome. Well, the great work that you do here, Pam, I just appreciate you and your team and all that you do.
Yeah. Well, I want to just plug on a little bit about that financial side a little bit, since that's your industry, right?
That's it.
And you're at a credit union, member-owned.
Member-owned.
So that's really an important part of it is we have 5 outcomes for those that we're serving if they've been through our residential programs. Faith as a Christian organization. A sense of community. That we think that helps them stay housed as well. A safety net could be an AA group, could be a church, could be reunited with a family member. Well-being, physical and mental health. The last one is housing, but in between is income. So we work really hard to help those we're serving is how do they understand financial literacy? How do they understand budgeting? And we have a program here, our Housing Plus. We work with that really hard because I don't have much, they're working, but they really are having a hard time making ends meet. And so, as we think about like the work you guys do, I think you do some financial literacy, don't you?
We do. And we work with great credit unions. I know you do some stuff with TopLine, but I would say the credit union philosophy is people helping people, and that financial literacy is just a passion of what we're all about. For sure. Well, that's, and I also want to say this, that, my faith is everything. It is what drives me, and I'm just so excited. The great work that you do. That you're interested in the whole person, the financial, the mental part of it, the spiritual part of it. Wherever that leads people, you do such great work.
Well, thank you. Well, let's come back to our marketing campaign that you didn't know anything about,
I want it. Yes,
right?
Please, bring it on. Bring it on.
So you'll be our good beta test case to see if we can improve beyond it. So, and maybe some more wisdom here is it is interrupt homelessness. Do you like it?
Actually, I do like that.
Do you like
already.
that?
Yes.
Good.
Yep.
We're gonna give you a tote bag that has it on it even.
Yeah, I would love that.
And then I'm going to tell you is you go to that website and then you take the pledge that you want to pledge you're going to interrupt homelessness.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
No, my mind
and
is
then I mine your data.
Yeah. But I love that. So how did you come up with that? I love that word interrupt. I mean, you could say stop. We've heard, but that interrupt does grab you. And I like that. I mean,
Well,
Can I ask you?
Is Bet behind there? Can Bet wave her hand? All right, so
There she
there's
is.
Bet.
Yeah.
So Bet's our
Hey,
awesome
Bet.
copy editor, videographer, everything.
Yeah.
Anyway, she was talking to the people that we hired to do our advertising campaign. They listened to her talk.
Yeah.
And they liked what she said so much that they turned it into our campaign.
It was the campaign. It's organic. It grew right here, right, Bet? Awesome.
Yeah,
I
and
love it.
so in that theme is how do you or your organization interrupt homelessness?
Wow, I love that. I love that. Well, I mean, and I would, I would lean back into that time, talent, and treasures. So we make homelessness one of our top. Our top giving platforms. So, obviously we put aside money, and we make it a priority of our income is to give a certain percent back to charity. So interrupting it with putting money to organizations that do great things. I think that what we would like to do is that time and talent piece too. I feel like that's how we can help interrupt and kind of go after it with you together collectively. But I like the challenge, I don't know, that interrupt word is pretty cool. Good job on that.
Well,
yeah.
Like,
yeah. You
from
nailed
the master
it.
himself.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. I'm just honestly, it's such a that's great. So way to pull that one off. I really like it. Yeah.
So obviously, like one of your passions and how your organization really has stepping into community in that with homelessness. Is I'm asking all of my guests, when you hear the word homeless or you think of someone experiencing homelessness, what would be 3 words that come to your mind?
I would say tragic. It always, when I see, tragic, I would say empathy. I don't know why it really pulls at me when I see others living like that. Some very, very small it's by choice. I think a lot of us feel in the beginning that homelessness is 100% choice, and it really isn't. It's very, very minor. So empathy, I would say, and then interrupt. No, I would love to say interrupt. I mean, that word's buzzing in my head. So, but yeah, how do you change it? So I'm going to use interrupt. I'm going to lean into that.
Well,
I really am, and I mean that. I mean that. I mean that 100%. Because you can make a difference. I feel like these are the kind of subjects and topics we talk about. We know there needs to be an improvement. We know that we're proud of our state, but it's one thing to know that, but it's action is what's important. So how are we? I mean, I'm walking away from this. So let's dig deeper than just here's a percentage we're going to give. Check. We don't want to check the box. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We don't want to just say we're checking the box. So how can we?
I know, because you're going to be a go-getter who's a go-giver.
Go-giver, exactly. Right.
Aren't you a go-getter, go-giver?
Right. Yeah, 100%. That's my goal. That's my goal, Pam, for sure. Yeah. But you got me thinking about it, and but wouldn't you agree that it's not a choice for? I mean, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a very. I mean, there are some it's chronic or that's what the way they want it, but that's such a minor piece, right?
Yeah, it is not the majority,
Yeah.
and often they have some underlying mental health.
Yeah.
And I do see substance use disorder as a medical condition
yes,
well,
yes,
and certainly. There are some things that make it more difficult in, pets and things like that, but
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Well, as we about wrap this up,
Yeah.
so that is there anything that as you have, you think about that you want to challenge our listening audience to think about or to do, because we talked about being go-getters and go-givers.
Yeah.
And anything you would challenge or think about or want to?
Yeah, no, I just think that we're stronger together. I know it sounds trite, but homelessness is one of those things that is out there in front of all of us. We see it, and let's get around it and let's work together for it. Let's not just check boxes and say it's something we got to take care of. Let's be a go-getter. Let's figure out what that means, and let's give back our time, talent, treasures, and find a way find a way to get there. So I'm gonna turn it around. Not that I'm a reporter, but I'm gonna ask you one last question.
Oh, sure.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
So if you could change one thing for Union Gospel Mission, what's that big thing you'd like to change for the better? I mean, what's the biggest thing?
So I do have a really big thing.
You do. Okay.
I do have a really big
you
thing.
and I didn't set this up,
No,
right?
we did not.
No, right.
No.
Okay, right.
I am really excited by what we're doing at our men's campus.
Yeah.
And it really is my vision to be able to replicate that we can do a women and children's that's more holistic. We provide the services, but it is the Children's Development Center is 4 miles away and they have to take buses to get there, and it's difficult, and the adult education. And we know that when we provide these wraparound services and we take away access as a problem, and we take away transportation as a problem, and we are able to break the generational cycles of poverty and break that of homelessness. You're 5 times more likely to be homeless as an adult as you are as a kid. So my vision and what I really is the great work that we are doing more of and doing better here for men.
Yeah.
I want to be able to have a campus like that in the future for women and children, and that's what I get up every day and think about.
Love it. Well, if you can dream it, you can do it. If anybody can do it, you can do it, Pam.
So,
yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Like, I would just want to add is Blaze is committed to community, and it's demonstrated by how you already partner with us.
Yeah.
And you know, people asked me this morning on the thing is, why do you want to do this? Is I want to show that in our community, when all people partner together, we find better solutions together, and that's what it's about.
We do. Well, you hang in there. What do you got? Only another, how many, 12 hours maybe, or even more than that, don't you?
I know, I'm not halfway
You're not even halfway through, but 16, but thank you. Thank you, Pam. This has been awesome.
Thank you much.
You're
Appreciate
awesome. Yeah,
it.
thank
All
you.
right.
All right.
We're going to take
Sarah, would you
picture.
take a pic? I'm going to...
When I was 15, my brother died in a motorcycle accident. It was very sudden, and it was really hard on me. I'm diagnosed as dual diagnosis. So that means mental illness and an addiction. My mental illness didn't pop up until later in my life, until I was about 35. And I lost the place that I lived, I lost my job, I lost everything. And I was out on the streets for that year. I'm thankful for the mission because everybody here in the mission has lifted me up. Everyone in the mental health department, they've been wonderful to me. And I can't imagine anywhere else that will have a place where you can eat and sleep and get mental health services and recovery services for addiction, and the list goes on.
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves. They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try
I already
to
pay
help.
taxes. Isn't
It's
that
sad,
enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility.
It's just a drain on society.
Someone else will help
It's the
them.
government's
It's not safe to
responsibility.
stop the
Help.
difference from one person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
growing up, I was around a lot of misguided people that had access to drugs and alcohol, and unfortunately guns. I started drinking when I was 12, 13, just experimenting with friends in my neighborhood, thinking that it was something cool to do, not thinking that it would lead to addiction. My sober date is August 15th, 2021. That's when I signed my paperwork and got admitted into CRC. All of the staff are alumni. All of the staff been through the program and experienced the same thing that I went through. So you can feel that people care and people enjoy doing what they do. I mean, you can actually feel it when you walk in these doors, and that's a big difference. It's more of a family-oriented type of environment. People sit in the conference room or up front in the meeting room and watch football games or have sing-along. After you get out of a 90-day program, most people go back to the same environment that they left because they don't have anywhere to go. I appreciate the fact that you can step up and move upstairs and get a job and work out a payment plan or whatever the case may be and start adulting again. When I first got here, it was people that's been here for 2 or 3 years, but they in different phases of their programming. For me, it's everything that came with sobriety, opposed to just saying, I got 30 days sober. No, now I'm able to see my kids on a regular basis. That's why I'm sober. This is the longest job I ever held in my life. I was able to buy a house working with Dave Stanley and helping me build my credit, and then working with Dave Riley, showing me how to buy a house.
Yeah. And this is nice, man.
Look at the kitchen.
Okay.
It's an up and downstairs duplex with a full basement, and I actually have 2 tenants that came from the sober house with me.
This is a good layout, man. I know where I'll be the next Super Bowl. At your house.
Well,
thank you.
That's another goal of mine, is to buy another duplex and help people with those same hurdles that I had and help people normalize their life. There's no limitations right now. As long as I'm sober, I'm able to accomplish the ideas that I have in my head. I wouldn't change coming through this program for anything. I'm Michael, and Christ Recovery Center helped me change my life in so many amazing ways.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. Now, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary on homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marbut is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that 19, was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at CityGate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job. And I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. That I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbet say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, we're relatively, as maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission, what would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that. But the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard. And that's one way, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small, $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbet, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than CityGate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best CityGate in all of the 300 CityGates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
it. You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you, I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it, eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work, because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Well, welcome back at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. And I am so happy to have Molly Jama, Executive Director of Listening House, join me.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having me. I think this is fun.
Oh, all right, I get to give your bio. Molly's the Executive Director of Listening House. Over 20 years experience in social service program management, focused on low-income housing and services for the unsheltered. Under your leadership, Listening House has expanded its services, including the innovative Work Now program, which employs individuals experiencing homelessness to clean public spaces in St. Paul, providing them with income and sense of purpose. And you are committed to addressing systemic poverty, promoting dignity and justice for all. And I know we're going to dive into that stuff.
It sounded like a pledge.
It almost did. Well, we have a pledge for you at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do.
That sounds good.
Hold that theme about it wanting a pledge. But I am so grateful that you are joining us tonight.
Oh, it worked out perfectly because Listening House is just down the street, and we close our doors at 10 o'clock. So the timing was actually perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. It worked out.
Well, good. Yeah.
But I also assumed you'd be chilly. So we have hand warmers because I'm cold. I can attest it's quite cold. And you have to warm them up.
I gotta warm it up now. Shake.
I also brought them because I'm going to plug the fact that Listening House really needs these. So if anybody's watching.
All right.
It probably won't be the last plug I do.
Well, it probably won't, but that's okay. I did get some of these for this event that I haven't used, so this is perfect. And maybe if we have some extra, we'll share them.
Yeah.
We've shared socks before, not our own socks.
No, but you have definitely helped us with clothes before.
Yeah.
Big time, yeah.
Well, maybe like one of the things is like, how do we do things in partnership together? But first of all, like for people who don't know what Listening House is.
Right.
Maybe you should start there.
Okay.
So people know what Listening House is, because if I just heard the name, I might assume something different.
It's like a recording studio?
Something like that.
Absolutely. Okay. Listening House. No, I can go on, just so everybody knows.
I won't let you go on.
Pam has permission. She knows me. She has been in many rooms with me. So yeah, please do redirect. But so Listening House started in 1983 in St. Paul, with the intention of creating a place for people to go during the day, understanding that overnight shelters had to close during the day. They can't be open 24 hours. And that people just needed community. And so it just started with a few nuns at the time who said, got permission from a church basement and said, come inside. And that's really how it started. And our mission has not changed. It is based on hospitality and welcoming in of the community. Yeah.
Well, I will say the first time I got to meet you, you were in your prior location.
Yes. There's been a few of those.
Yeah. And I was, so when I was new here.
Take that one too, Pam.
Is that one warm?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was new here, and
And I was on a mission to learn around, well, what else does everybody do and who does good work?
Yeah.
And so I brought my then director at my men's campus, and we trudged over to your facility. And I remember after meeting you, walking away and go, see, that's what I mean about compassion for the guys.
Oh, that's
Yes,
fantastic.
I was like, did you hear the way she talked? And I just watched it while you talked to the gentleman over there, and your first thing as he came by after he asked for help is you asked him what his name was, and then you shared your name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were
I
just
don't
like
work
great
that
role model.
hard. I mean, the things I do, I mean, the welcome, the compassion, the relationship is so easy. The fix, the need is theirs. I don't have to discover it. I just have to be a person who can receive, hold, and help navigate. But as far as finding the solution, I mean, if you're looking for me to find the solution, it's gonna be a lot of basketball watching. I was just told to hold the mic closer. Because I'm saying brilliant things right now, but we missed some of it.
Which part of the brilliance do you want to repeat?
I am quite repetitive, so I'm sure it'll come up.
All right.
Yeah.
So you were talking about innovative solutions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do want to, with Listening House, so you do day services.
We do day services. We provide, so we have recently changed our hours to 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday, so we're closed Mondays. Catholic Charities, who I think you'll have on in just a little bit.
I will, they're coming
Keith
later.
will be on. The Opportunity Center, which is another amazing day space that can have a larger mass of people. They close at 5 p.m. And then overnight shelters, even though there's curfew and things like that, they don't open till later. And then once the warming centers are up, we still don't quite know where those will be at. And so we're just going to assume that there's nothing there. And so there's nowhere to go, really, especially between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. And so in order to maximize our impact, those are the hours that we're going to be open. So we have been different hours in different iterations of who we are. We've been open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been open 3 days a week for 5 hours at a time. And we are sticking with this to fill the gap that's needed. And we want to make sure that we're adaptable to whatever the community needs and what the people coming through the door need.
Yeah. Well, I know that you've got some beautiful space there, but we're going to talk a little bit about innovation.
Yes.
And I thought that we might start there. Is you've had a Work Now program.
Yes.
I heard the mayor mention it this morning, but we didn't really talk about it.
Oh,
so
thanks,
tell
Mayor
me what
Carter.
well, he mentioned it and he put it in his list of successes.
It was a huge success. It is a huge success.
So what is Work Now?
Yes.
And what's
now.
happening with it?
Okay, here we go. Give me 10 minutes here. I'm going to reinvent the middle class. Ready? Okay. So Work Now really, well, he should view it as a success because it was a brainchild out of his office, he and the deputy mayor. Post-COVID, there was money coming in, and there were ARPA dollars, American Rescue Plan dollars that the city had, and their intention for that money was to address both people experiencing homelessness and to hopefully address the fact that there was a lot of trash and that beautification was perhaps needed in St. Paul. I liked the idea of that. An RFP came out. We applied. It was a pilot. We worked with Ramsey County, who helped sort of manage that grant for us, and we built it from scratch. And so essentially what it is the most practical program in that we pay people $20 an hour, a very livable, not a livable wage, but a dignified wage because they're not earning that much money. We allowed up to 2 shifts a week for 5 hours at a time, so that each shift is $100, earning up to $1,000 or $1,200 in a month. And if you have been living off of general assistance or not even, that's a significant amount of money. That's an amount of money that can perhaps, get a space back in your household. You can contribute again. You can get that car fixed. It helps people find the path out on their own. And the barriers, there are jobs out there, and you can say, well, why aren't people just getting those jobs? But the barriers between getting that job and where people are at is a lack of ID, a lack of birth certificate, a lack of knowing what's on one's background. People get picked up for all kinds of charges, especially when you're living in poverty, and you don't always know. And you get a ticket, and maybe it's an open warrant, and then you go apply for housing. You're just waiting, right? You apply a coordinated entry, and you're doing everything you're supposed to do, and sometimes doing everything you're supposed to do involves waiting for months. And it's very disempowering, not intentionally. It's just, it's a large system that doesn't have a lot of room for nuance. And people are bored. They want to do something. They want to feel engaged and productive. And there's no path in because there's a barrier everywhere. There's a barrier with ID. There's a barrier with the background. There's a barrier with having not been in the job market for a while. So knowing that people, when they're coming up for housing, need that ID and birth certificate, those are things that we're already doing. I'm sure you're doing things like that as well. We all do, right? Because that's part of what we do. Yep. That's an essential service if you're going to work with this population. So we take that the next step, and we do a background check. And you know, if people think, oh, you're going to screen me out, and nobody gets screened out. We're looking for open warrants and things like that. So we do that really navigable initiating that you can't really expect from most employers. There are employers out there who are going to say like, oh my gosh, I'll hire, I'm ready. But they don't have the capacity to do all that, right? And helping people get there brings back a significant amount of not only dignity to them, but it's transformational for them in obvious ways, but it's also transformational for the public. Because all we're doing is picking up trash. It's a very simple job, but it's so needed. And if that's your experience with somebody experiencing homelessness today, I'm just going to stop talking for a second because you're so cold. Is there another blanket? Like, you're shaking. And do you want to hold hands?
Keep going. My hands are, look, I have your hand warmers.
I know, but nice, Pam, you're doing such a good job, but you are cold.
Okay. All right, keep talking about work now, though. Can you imagine
goodness.
if this is how I had to live?
I think about that all the time. Oh my goodness. If I have to walk a little bit longer on a cold day, yeah, just wrap yourself up. My goodness. Okay, sorry, I was distracted by the pain on your face. And another log on the fire. All right.
Here's we're solving.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Simple solutions. Okay. So, because I believe that social services belong to a community. It's a community's responsibility. It's not a charity. It is community infrastructure. And when you're treating homelessness and poverty with a very visible and dignified response, that adds hope to everybody. That feels good in one's community. And it's affordable. I don't know if this is true for you and what you're seeing. I think it is because we spend time together. Did you need to stop for a second?
I'm
okay.
always watching.
Okay, you're very observant. But that, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. But
communities, social services are part of the community.
They certainly are. Poor Pam, I lost my train of thought because there's a really fun car that just pulled up.
So, you know, as we were, so here's what we were talking about is the Work Now program.
Right.
And you have found a way to take away the barriers for people working.
Yes.
And find a way to give them wages.
Yes.
That help make a difference in their lives.
Yes.
And it is work that improves our community. And so it's a win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win. And here's what I found it.
Did you?
I'm not sure if you're seeing this. I believe it's confirmed when I talk to other people, but that we are seeing more and more people. There's sometimes a separation in who's coming through the door and what's needed, right? Everybody's got an individual story and individual needs, but you can lump some categories, and there are people who who are so ill mentally, physically, chemically, that it is beyond a financial issue. You could put $10,000 in front of that person and they might just say, have a good day. Like, there's so much going on there that it is beyond money. And a lot of our systems are designed to help those people, right? We have the services, we have the training, we're ready to go. And then, but what we're happening to see more and more and more of are people who are simply they're in between. They've lost that apartment. They're about to lose the car. They're 2 weeks, a month, 2 months in and out of experiencing homelessness. And it's the difference between how long they can stay and perhaps get out. It's an issue of money.
Yeah.
They know what they need. It is the access, it's the path, it's the opportunity and the support. If we can thin out who needs to use our services, we can be so much more effective for the higher volume users, right? The more demanding cases, who a lot of our services were designed for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I love that practical solutions.
Yes.
On those that are on the cusp or near on the cusp in terms of homelessness, and what is that extra leg up?
Yes.
In terms of what you've done and partnering with the city at that time around finding like work that we all would want done.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to find other people who are willing to do it too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
we don't seem to be running out of litter, unfortunately.
Yeah. I remember driving home one night from the office going, this is a place, can't they just clean that part of it up? Yeah.
I know. Well, and now since we're trying to keep it going, and we do have some funding opportunities on the horizon, but the cleaning up of our neighborhood is not something we stopped doing as Listening House, and we're in the same neighborhood, and I know you guys feel the same way, but part of what makes Listening House welcome for our guests is for us to also care about our neighbors. And so of course we're going to clean up. We have a higher volume. We bring it in the same way that restaurants and other high volume places do. And so we're going to care for it.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that struck me as I was listening, and I've really had to rethink how we hire and who we hire here. Obviously, we have really stringent hiring guidelines for my child development teachers. Right, you need really, right?
Thank you for that, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
But we have really rethought around, because our work is to help those who we know may have a checkered past and are trying to make amends. We've really challenged ourselves to think about our hiring and where we will do a background check on everyone, but where do we say, do we give grace because we know that's their past and they have a pathway forward? And I have to give compliments to some of my employees who really challenged us and said, you know, you gave me a leg up. We work with men in our care and in our programs, and we are coaching them how to have those conversations with prospective employers around, yes, you will find something, and let me tell you what it is. And let me tell you why I think I have moved beyond that. And then we've had to say to ourselves, as when and what roles can we hire those people?
Right.
Have you done any of that with your hiring as well, or?
Well,
you might be a little different than us too.
No, we have a lot of lived experience.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a number of people who were former guests who, and just else, but lived experience is an essential part of. We couldn't do it without. I also see myself as not somebody who. I feel like I have systems navigation skills, right? I can speak in a room, I can push when I need to, and I can advocate. But when it comes to doing the real work, the connection, which is relationship-based, I'm not an expert in that. I have to find expertise in that, and the experts are the people who are experiencing it. And so it's making sure that we're grooming the right people. We're giving people the right opportunities, taking them along to a meeting, putting them on a committee so they start to learn what it feels like to have teeth in things. And I think I start to see that all over the place. I feel like I'm seeing that more and more. It's actually really hopeful, I think, in this community.
Yeah, I do think we, one of the things I've been goal setting for the next year, and one of the things we're looking at as we're talking about employment is like, how do we find more employers out there that can be partners and referrals for some of the men and women that have been in our care in our residential, and they are doing great things, and now they just need to get that next job. And so
Right.
a lot of the time we spend is that. And I think that's an opportunity for us to find more employment partners.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we had a hard time finding a model program to base it on, because I am not one for reinventing the wheel. I'm like, let's just use that one. That looks good.
Yeah.
But it's hard to find a program out there that was doing this. Yeah, and it felt so simple that it was like, what is the barrier? And I think the barrier is just, it's finding the, it takes a lot of coordination. And I think that's partly why it works for St. Paul, right? I mean, we all talk. There is an ecosystem. I mean, we can, like, there's a way to communicate with everybody, and there's going to be a room to do it in. You just have to make sure you get in that room. Yeah.
Well, I know you're good about getting in the right rooms. What I'd like, again, like you've been doing this work, I have continued to learn from you, and I watch and listen to what you say. And one of the things is, I'm curious what trends you're seeing in our community in terms of the individuals that you're seeing. And you touched on it a little bit earlier in terms of, you know, we have different types of guests and residents and clients that we see. What are you seeing as some trends, and where does that make it harder for you?
Absolutely. So we always have to stay nimble, because we respond to what's coming in. One of the trends that's quite terrifying, in my opinion, is the level of senior citizens that we're seeing, sleeping in cars, and then the tech literacy that's required to navigate systems is also another challenge. For that group, we're finding that specialized services are really, really needed. It's not something that Listening House has the capacity for, but it's certainly something that we try to identify and try to specialize as much as we can with our own, you know, person-centered approach that we take with people. But I see that as an absolute growing need, is specialized care for seniors. They're so vulnerable in so many ways.
We did. We had Wilder Research here earlier, and largest now growing segment in homelessness is those over age 55.
Oh, there we go.
7% growth since their last study. So we're seeing it, which comes with its own health care, comes with its own. For me, I worry about elevators and top bunk beds and access and all of the things that comes with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Accessibility is, I mean, it's essential. I mean, we're talking about people who are not fully ambulatory. Like, I know, and you guys just adapt.
So, well, we learn all of the time, and but that is actually like just more centric, because like you got to have lower bunk beds. Like, we just think you double capacity, but if you double capacity in the top bunk bed, you haven't solved it for everyone.
Right. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. There's a lot of details. You guys think about a lot of things, though. And when there are, I mean, winter just comes with emergencies, and we respond, and it's almost, you're always there like, well, I guess we can, we'll do this. And that alone, because I feel like Listening House operates with the same spirit, puts us in partnership, and it makes it really easy to work, whether we fully match on mission or our approach and things. It is so easy to get the work done, and because we both deal in a business, or our care is about proximity of humans, it's also proximity to each other.
Yeah. Well, I do. It is one of these in community. We augment and supplement for each other. There are some things that you've got going on where we've referred people to your Work Now program.
Oh, yeah.
And that's been a win-win. I am worried this winter until the warming houses are there because of our construction and your hours. Yeah. So I want to ask you a couple of my questions that we have around, I'm asking everyone. So, is when you hear the word homeless or you think of someone homeless, what are 3 words that come to your mind?
Absolutely. You have been asking everybody. I hope chat has been giving everybody different answers.
I think they're genuine answers. I'm going to do a Wordle with this afterwards.
Are you?
Yeah. I actually want to add a whiteboard.
Do you like that I'm buying time? You came right into it, Pam. You're so supportive. Tell me about the whiteboard. No, the do you have it? Do you have it? We could write the words.
Well, I didn't want to put that burden on my team since
Yeah.
it was a late idea.
Yeah. So you in being in the field, we have a unique perspective of people experiencing homelessness, and there are traits that I love, and it is the story of homelessness is the story of resilience, and so resilience is one of them. The resilience of these people, and then so also creativity or ingenuity. You know the contraptions. You have seen the skill they have in keeping each other alive and using resources and things like that. And so those words belong to them. And then I think for a third one, maybe distraction. Is that the word I want to use?
I don't know, but tell me what you mean by it.
Here's what I mean. Tell me a different word if it doesn't match what I'm trying to get at.
I'm going to give you your third word.
Okay. Distraction would be for the rest of us.
Oh, okay.
In that we're distracted by the tents instead of the systems we need to look at, right? So when I feel like when I hear homelessness talked about outside of my work life, there's a tone, there's an edge, there's a venom, but it's all out of a frustration. Same frustration we have. It's just coming from a different place, and it's not the right thing to be mad at.
Yeah. Well, I do think as I think about people who are experiencing homelessness, it is much bigger than the tents.
Yeah.
And people think it's about the tents, and you're right. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, we will put that on a whiteboard in a Wordle I'll share with you.
Then can we get T-shirts?
If you want to take responsibility for making that happen.
It's never going to happen.
I'll take it. You know, Molly.
It's never going to happen.
I'll take care of you.
Okay.
What do you want your T-shirt to say? I actually have an idea for you.
Okay.
Tell me what you want.
Oh, I just thought it'd be fun if it was sort of a flowery word thing.
A Wordle with it on it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, let me think about
that. Because that seems like me.
I know. Well, here's what I think it should be.
Okay, I can't wait.
I want to know what you do to interrupt homelessness.
What I do to interrupt homelessness.
And then I'm going to have a T-shirt for you that says I'm an interrupter.
Which is so funny because I am such an interrupter. So was that your joke that it works on multiple levels?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was. So, it's okay.
Your T-shirt's going to have my logo, but you're going to say I'm an interrupter.
Yeah.
So how do you interrupt homelessness?
I interrupt homelessness by not trying to fix the people experiencing it because they're not broken. And I act with dignity. Listening House acts with dignity, and the person first. So we are hellos before. What are you here for? We are lowering every barrier possible, learning every name, making eye contact, giving every opportunity, and acting with love. I mean, it really does operate out of love, and part of that is ceasing to divide people. I mean, I would love a news story where we talk about housed people, right? Like, housed man robs whatever, housed man gets DUI, they're all men. Housed man, like we only classify housing status for a certain population of people, and I find that unfortunate.
Well, I want to thank you for coming over
We're just gonna
here.
cut it there.
Yeah, I am.
That's good.
Yeah, I am.
You're freezing.
I'm good. I am good. And I appreciate your creativity. We will have a T-shirt for you that says you're an interrupter. And I do appreciate the partnership with Listening House. And again, like having partners where we can all help each other be more resilient as well is a good thing.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
And Pam, I'm just going to take 2 more seconds. Can I do that?
You can take 2 seconds,
You're
yes.
a wonderful partner to work with.
Oh,
I'm a
thank you.
young, I'm a new executive director with a small organization. I've been through some things, and I feel tough, but I'm sensitive. You see that. And you've been a wonderful mentor, and I don't even agree with you a lot of the time. I mean, but your approach, the way you work with people, like, you're fantastic. Union Gospel Mission's really lucky to have you, and I'm glad you're down the street.
Well, let's do more work together, huh?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do good work together.
Excellent.
All
Thanks,
right.
Pam.
And do you want to say hi to your mom?
Oh my gosh, if she's watching.
All right, say hi to your mom.
All right, hey Mom. Hey Louise. Oh, hey Mom. Hey Louise.
All
I
right.
can't believe if you're watching. That would be incredible.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All
Thanks.
right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
This is where people in our city come when they have no other options. If I may ask, how did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
It's so sad.
He needs help. No one should be out here like this.
If it were my brother, I'd want someone to step in.
And how do we step in?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
My biggest challenge before coming to the mission was taking accountability. I used to be a commercial driver and had my own house and my family, good job, making good money, 6 figures, and I just end up losing it all. I end up with nothing. Lost it all, the car, everything. Before I came to the mission, I was broke. And since I've been at the mission, full of joy, full of love, full of Christ. They was prepared to help me. As long as I did what I need to do here, they was prepared to help me. I was able to focus more on God and what I need to do and the changes I need to make. So the gospel mission helped me to do that. It's still an everyday process, but every day is working to get better, to be a better warrior.
I was down on my luck.
Lonely. Scared.
Hurting. Addicted. Hopeless. And then I got to Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities.
They met my physical needs.
But more importantly,
They met my spiritual needs.
they showed me hope in Jesus.
They saved my life.
And they did it through people like you.
But the work isn't done.
There's more of me out there. They need Jesus.
They need the mission.
And they need you.
Would you join us
In caring for the poor, homeless,
and hurting
Right here.
in the Twin Cities?
All right, welcome. I'm layering up for the rest of the night, and
Well, you've been out here for a while.
I hear you've been running all night just to come here. So thank you, thank you.
Glad to be here.
Oh, well, I'm so happy. So I now am joined by Jen Hellman, CEO of Goff Public. And I'll read your bio, and then you can decide how you want to elaborate and want people to know more about you. More than 25 years experience, you lead Goff Public as the president and CEO, setting strategic direction for business and overseeing teams for public affairs, public relations. You were named one of the top 100 people to know in the Twin Cities. I'm lucky to know you. An experienced speaker, presenting in industry topics, and then a whole lot more. But why I am also I'm happy to have you here for many reasons. But you're doing like some amazing work at Goff Public around the issue of homelessness.
Well, we're very lucky to get to do a lot of work in this area. Catholic Charities, a longtime client and partner of ours, Union Gospel Mission, and then some work for Ecolab around the Homelessness Roundtable. And this is an initiative of CEO Christoph Beck, who decided to bring together both the emergency service providers, units of government, and then the private sector to get people talking about why do we have this issue? Why is it an ongoing issue? And how can all of us in St. Paul come together to try to make a difference here?
Yeah. So as you think about it with all the work you do on public relations, what's the trickiest or most difficult part of the public relations side with homelessness as you're talking about it? And you're actually representing the people who love it, actually. Well, don't love it, but
right. Who loves it, right?
Well, I said that wrong.
But I think it's challenging, right? We were part of working with Catholic Charities when they rebuilt Dorothy Day Center in St. Paul, and I think that was really cool because it was the largest public-private partnership in history in Minnesota of people coming together to build this new facility. And I think at the time we were talking about ending homelessness. Then you have a pandemic. You have trying to come out of the pandemic. We have so much more acute needs, mental illness that has created a situation where we're not ending it. There's actually more people experiencing homelessness than we've ever had before. And I think it's hard for people to understand why. Yeah. And we see the tents and the temporary shelters. And, I think there's a feeling of, I work with a lot of people in the business community, and they see this. It's difficult in St. Paul. It's difficult for people who are operating businesses. But there's also a level of compassion and really curiosity and wondering what people can do to help and why we are in the situation that we're in.
Well, that's exactly why we're doing this 24 hours of conversation on the bench is really, as we know the compassion, as you said, is out there. And then how do we do a little bit of education and answer some of those questions where people are curious and want to know more? At the same thing, like, what do I do if I see someone who is panhandling, experiencing homelessness? Do I help them or don't I help them? And what's that look like?
Well, I think everyone wants to know, right? And you have to tell people things like 16 times, right, for it to make a difference and for people to understand what's going on. So I think people like you, right? You hand out coupons, which is essentially
we have them here, yeah.
Yes, to come and here's a place where you can get a meal. And I have been really lucky in my position at Goff and with the work that we've been doing in this issue. To the summer, I came and I toured Union Gospel Mission. I got to retour Catholic Charities, Dorothy Day. I got to see Molly's Place Listening House, and I think I was really struck by the difference between the three of them and how just like all of us as human beings have very different needs and preferences, so do people experiencing homelessness. And I had a lovely conversation with a couple of gentlemen who were here who truly were changed by the experience. And they were talking about how important it was to them with the faith aspect that's here. So that is such a unique aspect of this place. Then you go to Catholic Charities, and they're operating at scale, but they've done a lot of really incredible things like removing boundaries. When I hear about, well, why would people choose not to go and use one of the beds? Well, there's things like, I think it's the 3 Ps, right? It's possessions, right? You have things and you can't fit them all in the locker and that's all you have for your life. You have pets, which really resonates with me because I think about if I was experiencing homelessness, I am so darn close to my little dog Olive, right? And if that is the only being I had in my life, there's no way I would choose to sleep inside if I couldn't bring her with me. So then you have places like Catholic Charities that are removing some of those boundaries, and then of course like a partner that and maybe an opposite sex partner who couldn't be in the same place as you. So I think and then with Listening House, where do people go during the day? And for a change of scenery and for an opportunity to get a hot shower or just to play a game of cards or to get an opportunity to work with those barriers removed. So I love the infrastructure that we have in St. Paul, and there are places where people can go for help, but also during the day they're out in the street. And I have a company that has been doing business in downtown St. Paul for 60 years, and my clients come downtown, my employees are coming downtown, and I think you learn to all live amongst each other, but it's part of the community. And at Goff, we are huge into wanting to serve the communities where we work and do business. And so this is a passion of ours, not only having you all as clients, but how can we help be part of the solution and truly make St. Paul a better place for everybody who's here.
Yeah. Well, I love that notion because I have found that in the not-for-profit, since that part's relatively new to me, there's this cooperation with competitors or there's a word for it, I can't remember, competition, cooperation, something like that.
Yeah.
But if we can find a way for us to cooperate, we are lifting up our total community. And I do believe even those experiencing homelessness should have a choice because they may have some unique needs, they may have some cultural things. And where can I be best and where are others better or best? And if we all can cover all of the needs and the pathways in that, then we're making our community better.
I agree, and I think that's a big difference that I've seen in the St. Paul community over the last few years, and even with my own business, and the way that I've changed my philosophy from approaching it from a place of competition to feeling like we are in an area of abundance and cooperation, and we can get a lot farther working together than competing with each other. And that is true in the private sector, and it is true in nonprofits. And I think we've seen that in the roundtable work that we're doing when we all get together. And it's been fun to observe, right? Because when it first started about 18 months ago, I think everyone around the table was kind of like sizing everybody up and thinking, what are you doing and how are you competing for resources with me, right? And why are we all here and who am I reporting to and what is this really all about? And to see each time the trust around the table start to build, and the more trust there is, the more ideas that come out, the more people are open to those ideas, and the more we're looking at ways to cooperate on solutions, which I think is going to be better for everybody.
Yeah. Well, you know, as you say that, we recently as shelters, both day and night, youth, adult, family, all of us, participated in a joint proposal before the city of St. Paul and before the Continuum of Care, and we said, here's how we'd like to see some funding being used, and it was all 10 in the community put it together, and I think we learned a lot by, again, what can you achieve on cooperating in a way that we're like, and everyone benefited from it. So that's a huge challenge and an opportunity at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So why do you think it's important that our community continue to learn more about homelessness? And how do you see your organization's role in that?
Well, clearly, as my business is public relations and public affairs, so we are all about helping to put information out into the public, also influence what's going on up at the Capitol. So the issue fits kind of perfectly into our wheelhouse, but I think it's a sense that our community does better when we all do better, right? And we are only as successful as the people who are most struggling in our community. And I mean, that's truly what we believe. You know, I have a brother who has significant mental illness, but for the fact that he is a veteran and was able to get a permanent housing when he came back from serving in a war, I would see him out in a situation like that. I just think that we are all just a couple of steps, right, from what anyone would be experiencing. And I don't know, it feels real. It feels tangible. It feels like we all have to come together and support each other.
One thing I'm learning, Jen, as you shared the story about your brother, is I continue to find that we think that homelessness or mental health or substance use, it's other families.
Yeah.
And the more I talk to people and I get calls and they're like, well, I want to tell you about my niece, or I want to tell you about my nephew, or what would we do for this? And so I continue to be struck as the more I am doing this work is how many people have a family member or an extended family member who has or is experiencing homelessness. And it's not as far away as we might think. It's just that people don't talk about it necessarily. And it is the family members who spend a lot of time worrying. And in fact, while we maintain privacy and confidentiality for our guests and residents, many times we hear from family members who really just want to know that they're safe.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
so Molly's leaving and waving goodbye, so goodbye, Molly. So I think that's lovely. Some of the questions I'm asking everyone is, when you think of homelessness or hear the word homelessness, what are 3 words that come to your mind?
I think need, compassion, and community.
Okay.
Need, because there is a reason that somebody is going through a period of homelessness, whether that is addiction, whether that is they've been kicked out of their house because of their sexual orientation. There are so many reasons that people are going through that period, and they have great needs at the time. Compassion, in that I think we all have to remember that people going through homelessness or experiencing an episode of homelessness, they probably didn't choose to be in that position. And they're also all very different, right? You can't say it's because somebody isn't working, right? Or everybody's on drugs, or you can't make any generalizations about that because everybody has such unique needs. And then community, because truly what I have seen in working with units of government, with our private sector, and with our emergency service providers is the way you all come together. And, you know, even thinking about the people who are most at needs and who don't just have the brief occasional episodes with homelessness, but are the ones that are constantly reoccurring, you all know them by name in this community. And you are all working together to serve them. And that's this is the most grassroots level effort ever, right? And it's also never going to go away. That's the other thing that I struggle with some of these efforts where we say, we're going to end homelessness. Well, no, we're not. There's always going to be people with needs. There are always going to be people who have these instances in their life when they're at their lowest point. But I think what we're trying to do is ensure that everyone who is experiencing that has a warm place to sleep if they want it. They have access to services if they're willing. And that those periods can be brief and non-reoccurring. But that's not realistic for everyone.
Yeah, that is because some that really have some acute mental health.
Yes.
And the types of services and care. But I actually love also that you used with compassion, which is one of our values, but community. One of our outcomes that we have for those who are in our residential programs is that they have a sense of community. It could be that they've reunited with family members. It could be that they have an AA program or group that they go to. It could be that they are engaged in a church. And but what we find is that is also like when they get to a low point, when they need some assistance, they've got a safety net that helps prevent them from relapsing into homelessness. So, and it really is how a community wraps ourselves around those who are vulnerable or when they are in need. So, yeah. You know, you talked about ending hopelessness. We actually have a new tagline, which is interrupt homelessness.
Which I love.
Well, we are so...
Huge kudos to you for that one.
Well, my team, and it originated from some thought from Bet, and Sarah had to sell me a lot on doing some of this stuff. And so... and now I'm going to measure the heck out of its success. But how are you? We
Former CEO, you know exactly how to do that. CEO in the private sector.
We all have our gifts and strengths, right? So how are you an interrupter of homelessness? Or how is Goff? Or how do you want to think about that?
I would say because we're paying attention to the issue and we are making an effort to change it, right? That is disruption, is not just letting it be the status quo. Is that as simple as that?
It is, because you know what? That is it, is status quo would be somewhat easier sometimes, wouldn't it be?
Right, ignore it, complain about, when you're walking into the building and, you are walking past people experiencing homelessness, and it's not always pleasant, right?
Yeah.
It's less pleasant for them even, right?
It is more work to say, what could I do?
Yes.
What should I do? What can I do?
And I'm looking at you and I see you, right?
Yeah.
And I wish there was a solution. And we maybe don't know what it is, but if we're talking and we're sharing information, and that's what I have been working in St. Paul, in downtown St. Paul for 27 years, and that is one thing I love about this community. We are small enough that we can all just talk to each other, right? We can work on problem solving together. It'd be just as easy for us to kind of go into our own offices all day and not do that, but this community rallies.
Yeah, well, we are around that round table on homelessness. We will be, and actually it's the last interview I have is with CEO Christoph Beck, and we'll be talking about that as well. So it's a great way to talk about how does a community rally together, think differently, things that we can interrupt because we're going to choose to do something and see it.
And how cool is that we have a global CEO headquartered in St. Paul who says, what I want to do is I want to fix homelessness in St. Paul. Right here, right? Yeah. All of these global problems that he's worrying about, and he is bringing us all together to start thinking about it in a little bit of a different way, and also be able to use Ecolab's influence to help shape what's happening here. I think it's cool. It's just, that is St. Paul to its core.
So as we begin to wrap this up, your team actually did some training for my team on public relations last Friday. They had a hard time controlling us a little bit. But,
who was the worst?
Waiting to get back. It was mutual. But it was a lot of fun, and I'm waiting to get my feedback confidentially back about how I did. But one of the things that they ended every interview with was, is there anything else that I haven't asked you or that you would like to share with us?
I'm glad they said that because that is the end of 99% of interviews. And the way that we always do our media training is we say that is when you are most warmed up. And often, here we're, playing the entire interview, but usually that is the clip that ends up getting used. So most people at this point want to say, no, I'm all good. Thank you. I'm done with my interview. But
I know you won't say that since you told
I'm
us not
following.
to.
I'm following my own advice and my team's advice, which is yes, of course. Thank you, Pam, for the amazing work that you and Union Gospel Mission are doing. You have incredible respect for the community. I've seen the way that you approach problems differently, which is also why we're sitting out here, right? You're sitting out here for 24 hours. I'm sitting out here for 20 minutes at 11 o'clock. This is not a heavy lift. But the way that you're approaching it is disruptive, and that is exactly what we need. So thank you for the work that you are doing, and thank you for being part of this community.
Well, thank you. I'm really excited to be partnering with you and seeing how we can actually disrupt together in new ways that we wouldn't have seen. So thank you so much for joining us on this late night, and we're really grateful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight, behind buildings, along hiking trails. Just look at this field. How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
This is where people in our city come when they have no other options. If I may ask, how did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man, what should we do?
It's so sad.
He needs help. No one should be out here like this.
If it were my brother, I'd want someone to step in.
And how do we step in?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
Hi, I am Desiree Brewer. Union Gospel Mission means a lot to me. It means a lot to my family. It has brought us into a safe community, helped me build a relationship with the staff around here, the other residents. It is a healthy environment. And I'm so thankful for the Union Gospel Mission as it has done so much for me and my children.
When I was 15, my brother died in a motorcycle accident. It was very sudden and it was really hard on me. I am diagnosed as dual diagnosis. So that means mental illness and an addiction. My mental illness didn't pop up until later in my life, until I was about 35. And I lost the place that I lived, I lost my job, I lost everything. And I was out on the streets for that year. I'm thankful for the mission because everybody here in the mission has lifted me up. Everyone in the mental health department, they've been wonderful to me. And I can't imagine anywhere else that will have a place where you can eat and sleep and get mental health services and recovery services for addiction, and the list goes on.
Homelessness is a choice.
They just need to get a job. It's too dangerous to get involved.
It's not my problem to fix.
They did this to themselves. They'll just spend the money on drugs or alcohol.
It's too overwhelming to even try.
I already pay taxes. Isn't that enough? But that's just how it is.
Help everyone.
They need to take personal responsibility.
They're just a drain on society. Someone else will help
It's the government's responsibility.
It's not safe to stop a difference from one person.
Here's how we interrupt homelessness at Union Gospel Mission, Twin Cities. Radical hospitality. Life-changing empathy. People who really care. Dignity. Hope. Faith. Creating lasting change that strengthens families and the Twin Cities. Together, we can interrupt homelessness right now.
All
look at us. We are like right on time. I've got like good staff here that are like.
They are
keeping
amazing.
Yes, don't they make us all look better, our staff?
Totally. It's the key to what we do.
It is. Well, I am now joined by Keith Krasowski, Chief Program Officer of Catholic Charities, and I would actually say a friend, a colleague, an advisor, a phone call when I go, how the heck do you guys do this? And you're like, oh, let me share that with you. And since I've started this job, I like really Catholic Charities, I say like, do you guys have a process or procedure on this? And then you share it. So like, I just want to say thank you.
No, I appreciate it. It's what makes the work possible, is being together in community, in partnership, serving many of the same people day after day.
Well, I didn't actually do your whole bio. Maybe I should. Chief Program Officer, Catholic Charities. You've got like a long history of doing all kinds of wonderful stuff. You're a licensed social worker, and you serve on the board of Aspire Minnesota and Connections to Independence. So there you go. Is there anything else in your bio that you think you really want people to know?
Nope, just that I enjoy what I do and come to work loving it every day.
Well, that is good. Well, actually, Catholic Charities has come up earlier in the day when we were talking about things, and I feel like I wonder if I should talk about some of that stuff. So actually, no, I'll just build on for those who are just recently watching our conversation with Jen Hellman. She talked about some of the barriers that, or concerns that those who might experience homelessness from coming inside to shelters or coming inside to housing. And even when I was prepping for this, that was one of the calls. And she talked about people and pets. And so you guys are trying something with pets. And so share with us, what are you doing there and how is it working?
We are. All of our shelters, whether it's our Higher Ground St. Paul shelter in downtown St. Paul, or our youth shelter at Hope Street in South Minneapolis, or our daytime drop-in centers, we have become a pet-friendly facility and have said to people, we welcome you and we welcome your pet. Because we know for many people that we serve, one of the last trusting relationships they have is with their pet. And if it comes between separating from their pet, the chances of them coming in and seeking services are next to nothing. That bond is so important to them, and that unconditional love that they get from that pet just increases their sense of worth and safety exponentially, and we want to try to preserve that relationship. When staff first came to me to talk about it, I'm like, you're crazy. We're going to have dogs peeing everywhere. We're going to have dogs getting in fights. We're going to have people get bit. And in reality, none of that's happened. People are so responsible because that relationship with their pet is so important to them that they are hyper vigilant about taking care of their animal and being responsible.
So, well, I am watching for something we're not ready to step into, but I know it's been a concern, and it's really great to see you guys finding a way to reduce some of those boundaries that prevent people from getting the help that we think will help them take the next step and the step after that as well. So you have been doing this work for a long time. What trends are you seeing in those experiencing homelessness?
Yeah, I think we're seeing increased complexity and need of the people we serve. Since the pandemic, we're seeing increased acuity of mental health needs. We're seeing an increase in the level of addiction to opioids. And we're just seeing people in greater levels of distress when they're coming off the street. The other thing I would say that we're seeing is an increase in older adults experiencing homelessness. In fact, if you look at the latest Wilder study or national statistics, seniors are the fastest growing population within those experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, that came up a little earlier. I had Wilder Research here talking about that. But Catholic Charities, again, we talk about how we're all better in community, how we can all do some things. So that's also an area where I think Catholic Charities is trying to do some additional efforts with elder care?
It is. We have a team of about 7 people on our homeless elders team, and their job is to work with local shelters to identify people that are older adults and ending up in the shelter, and trying to find ways to get them into housing as quick as possible, because we know that older adults in shelters, are more vulnerable. They tend to have a little bit more income than most people experiencing homelessness because of Social Security disability payments. So that makes them a little bit more vulnerable to people that may want to take advantage in a shelter situation. We also know they are more likely to have comorbid health conditions that make being in a shelter more dangerous for them, because they're not able to get regular access to health care, and they just have mobility issues that make sleeping in a bunk or a not so comfortable bed, or having to traverse to a shower that's all the way across the building, really difficult for them. So we have worked to get grant money from the state of Minnesota, and then a lot of philanthropic support to be able to try to get those people out of shelter as soon as possible and into permanent supportive housing.
The other thing that from Wilder that they mentioned is that often some of them, that's their first time experiencing homelessness as well. But we see that one of the things I'm excited in our renovation we're doing for our men's campus here is we'll have more handicapped accessible. And because right now I get the complaints that they have to wait to use the handicapped accessible bathroom, and that's a problem. So it means that in facilities that haven't been designed to accommodate that, we're really seeing that it's just not delivering the best services that we want to be able to deliver.
Exactly. Because of the limited resources in the work we do, we have to kind of build and design for the middle of the population. And sometimes people on the edge or on the fringe, like those who are disabled or older adults, don't often get their needs addressed adequately.
The benefit of coming like halfway in almost is there are a couple of topics we've touched on with others, and it's come up. And again, I think where Catholic Charities has had some focus, because of your size, I think you're able to do some very custom things. And one of which is respite care. So we had my friends from Regions were here, and we were talking about the healthcare needs of those that have experienced homelessness, and what's it mean after they get discharged from the emergency room, or what does it mean if they've been discharged after some type of healthcare crisis. And what people really need is they need step-down care. They don't need to stay in a hospital. They need step-down care. Catholic Charities has a respite type program, right?
We do, both in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Our St. Paul medical respite program has 10 beds for people who were in an acute care setting, but no longer meet that need of needing to be in a hospital. And it's really expensive, as you know, Pam, from your healthcare days, for someone to be in the hospital if they don't require that level of care. Right. It's wasted resources. And you guys at UGM, us at Catholic Charities, we know we have to make the best use of every resource that we have. So we offer the medical respite program to give those folks who aren't sick enough to be in a hospital, but not well enough to be in a general shelter, a place to recover, take a beat, and rest and recuperate, and leave that setting a healthier person.
Yeah, so again, having some of those options, that's actually good for our community as a whole. When we can find a way to give better care, medical healthcare care at lower cost through alternative channels, we're all better, because in the end, healthcare is often a shared cost.
Exactly. I often refer to UGM and Catholic Charities as being the social service emergency room of our communities, that we've got to be open and ready to serve regardless of capacity and take in some of the most vulnerable people in our community, just like our hospital emergency rooms do. And I know you guys do it so well, and just so happy to be here with you tonight.
Yeah. Well, you know, we were talking with Regents, but it's true is, and for my healthcare, when I was at United Healthcare, we talk about the social determinants of care, and we think about healthcare costs. But actually, more often, long-term, the housing cost is more expensive than the healthcare costs in the total ecosystem. So we can't dismiss the role that we play in that as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to ask a few questions. As I was preparing for this, I had some media interviews, and they asked me a couple of tough questions that I'm going to ask you as well.
Great.
Let's just share it together, right? That's
right?
what we do, right?
Exactly.
So, you know, are you seeing any impact or concerns you have with, you know, the housing stability in the program, which is being discontinued at the state? Obviously, there was some fraud, waste, and abuse associated with it, and the programs are being terminated. Are you seeing an impact on your services as a result, or not really, because you had different ways of making sure men got the right access to care or women got the right access to care at Catholic Charities?
You know, I would say that we haven't seen the impact yet because the service hasn't officially ended. Mm-hmm. But what we're seeing is people worried about those transitional supports for people and the additional resources to have people to help people, really vulnerable people who may be going into housing for the first time and really need that extra level of support. And I think it's going to be crucial for our state administrators at the Department of Human Services to figure out what are we going to do in the interim for people that got effective services through the HSS program, and how do we make sure that just because we end one thing and are transitioning to something else, people don't get caught in that gap, because we know that's dangerous, and the longer people spend in homelessness, the more expensive it becomes for the community long term.
No, I have been very fortunate in that just because of generous donors, individuals, and foundations, like about 94% of my funding, we do have some small pass-throughs for like child care assistance funds, some housing, and the speed with which that goes through does matter in terms of the care, and when it doesn't come through, we we make sure that the services are there, and that I do think there are concerns by providers, especially those that have heavier reliance on those government programs, like what's the implication of going to mean in terms of, yes, we don't want fraud in the system, but we also have a lot of legitimate providers out there doing really good services that have all the financial transparency, all the financial mechanisms in place. I would put Catholic Charities in terms of some of that. How are you guys thinking about that, and what are you doing?
You know, I think that the way we've approached it is to make sure that we're offering all the services that we can, that we're trying to meet as many of the needs as we can with the funding we have available. And we're very lucky, much like you, to have philanthropic support to fill in some of the gaps. But I think it's important that we don't lose sight of stewardship, and that we make sure that whether it's private dollars or public dollars, that we're operating as financially responsible and with ethics and integrity. And we talk about that with our staff when we onboard them, that the community places a lot of trust in organizations like ours, and we hold that responsibility sacrosanct and really make sure that we're delivering on our promises to the community. So we're trying to stay laser focused on that and doing advocacy on at the Capitol for ways that government can help support the needs of individuals we serve.
I love that. I am just so much gratitude for our donors, and that they have entrusted us to wisely steward the financial resources that as they invest in what we do, that we've got great, I can say, here's where we're using best practices, here's where we know we have good outcomes, here's how we know we are efficient. And I think our donors have called and asked us to make sure that we are doing that and have great transparency as well.
Exactly. We welcome people to come to our facilities all the time. We're constantly doing tours and visits with people looking to support the work. And we want to be as transparent as possible. There's no secret about what Catholic Charities or UGM does. We welcome people to come in and meet and see the faces of the need in our community.
Yes, I do. We love giving tours, and it's such an interesting thing because I don't think people think about touring shelters and homeless, but yet that's a greater way to get understanding. The word compassion has come up. I know you guys use volunteers like we use volunteers, and I think you use volunteers in your kitchen because I've seen your remarkable facilities for how you use your volunteers as well. How does Catholic Charity use volunteers?
We use volunteers all over the place, primarily, like you said, in our food service. The cost of providing a meal would go up exponentially if we had to provide all the labor ourselves. So we're really lucky that local congregations, local colleges, and I know you have Christoph Beck talking with you tomorrow. Ecolab is a regular participant in our food service program. We also have volunteers that help with facilities projects, and then we have some really special volunteers who do things like they're seamstresses that come and mend a pair of jeans that may be the only pair of jeans that individual has. And then we have a couple other folks that come in and just hang out, and we talk about their work being a ministry of presence. And just by being there and being in relationship with people as they're eating a meal or as they're getting ready to take a shower, that dignity they're provided and that volunteer saying, I see you, I respect you, and I choose to spend my time with you is such a powerful healing message for people.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of volunteers. We're trying to have some of those same things as well. And, skilled volunteers, unskilled, time and talent, all of them. I do want to broach, again, I'm going to take another question, but we've talked a lot about safety. And it is something that I worry about in terms of how do we provide a safe environment for vulnerable adults, for people who have not been safe. In some cases, and in particular many of the women we serve, have been in violent relationships. And so how do we provide safety for our residents, safety for our staff, and how does Catholic Charities think about that?
When we talk about safety, we think about it in many ways, but it's our responsibility to provide a safe environment, not only for those we serve, but for those that are surrounded by us. We're in downtown St. Paul. We're a strong partner with many of the businesses, parishes, other activities in downtown St. Paul. So it's really important to us that we're a low barrier and person-centered environment. So we have people coming to us in great need and who show up in various kind of levels of distress. And the biggest thing we can do for safety is to make sure that our environment feels safe, reflects safety, and the number one way we do that is by having staff who are specifically trained in things like trauma-informed care, crisis de-escalation, harm reduction, and all of those things that are so important to our work. Because if our staff feel prepared to meet the needs of our guests, then we're going to have a safe environment. If people feel that they're welcome and that even though they may make a mistake, that they're forgiven and that there is repair in the relationship is the number one thing that provides safety in our environment. And our guests take what they're getting with a lot of gratitude, and they work really hard to hold it together and to be their best when they're with us. And they put peer pressure on each other to make sure that they're following the rules and treating staff with respect. That's not to say that occasionally we don't have to ask someone to step away and take some time out to regroup, but we welcome them back and we figure out how to get them back into the environment. And those are the main things we focus on around safety.
Yeah, you know, as you say that building that trusted environment, you know, I get asked often if I fear for my safety on like my men's campus. And certainly I need to be attentive and aware, and but I know that there are often a lot of eyes watching me. And I do know that should something happen, is that, gosh, there would be a lot of people around that. But we focus on that de-escalation. Like, how do you avoid issues? How do you step back? And so I like that notion around that prevention and creating that and creating space so that we can avoid problems versus thinking about how we react after the problems occur. So I'd like to, I'm asking everyone, which is when you hear the word homeless or you think of someone homeless, what are 3 words that you would use to describe, or as you think about it, it comes to mind?
You know, my number 1 word changed today. I was at the opening of a new shelter in Minneapolis, and a good colleague, another friend, Kyle Hansen, the executive director at Agate, talked about fear. And he talked about how he and his partner were in downtown Minneapolis, and they were approached by a 70-year-old woman experiencing homelessness. And the first thing she said to them is, "Don't be afraid. I don't want to hurt you. I just need some help." And it reminded me how often the people we serve have to be looked at as a threat. Not, I should correct that. Don't have to be looked at as a threat, but are looked at it as a threat because people don't see them. They see their condition. They see the temporary state that people are in and make a lot of assumptions based on appearance of homelessness. And it just broke my heart to hear him talk about a 70-year-old woman that would assume she was threatening to 2 50-year-old gentlemen walking through downtown Minneapolis. The second one is avoidable. I think all too often we hear government, we hear philanthropy, we hear business, we hear other nonprofits talk about a lack of resources. And I really believe we have the wealth in our community, we have the wealth in our country, but it's where we choose to put the resources that continue to perpetuate homelessness. That if we really wanted to, and we made significant changes in the way we place value on people and what's important to us, that we could solve homelessness. This isn't a problem that's unsolvable. It just needs the right level of resource and the right level of skill. And then the last word I would use is opportunity. Homelessness is an opportunity for us as a community to say to people, we have you. We have your back. We care about you. And we're going to help you utilize the strength that resides within you to take that next step towards housing. And we're going to help you find that. And we're going to watch you succeed, not because of what we've done, but because of who they are and the inherent worth and strength and skill that every person we see has.
You know what's really, as I'm listening to people throughout this first half of our segment talk about their 3 words, there's always some acknowledgement of some characterization of the issue or the concern or the problem, and then there's always something around hope or opportunity, or you use the word opportunity, or something forward around how we can make it better or how we can do something about it. So I love that you've got some of both of those. So I'm asking also everyone, how are you interrupting homelessness, or your organization? And what are you doing?
You know, we're interrupting homelessness in many ways at Catholic Charities. Some of the traditional ways, we offer hundreds of beds of shelter throughout the Twin Cities. We have 1,100 units of permanent supportive housing throughout the Twin Cities. But some of the other things I like to talk about are our children's mental health program, our Catholic Charities Children's Day Treatment Program. We're helping families address children's mental health needs at an early part in their life so that they get adequate care and learn how to cope with those struggles and never end up at the Dorothy Day Place or at Union Gospel Mission because we took care of their concerns early on. Same thing. I know you guys have an early childhood center. So do we. By helping people face the educational disparities that so many of the young people we serve face in the state of Minnesota, by making sure that they get early education and start kindergarten ready, we know they have a much better chance of being productive parts of the workforce in Minnesota. And I'm really proud to say that we're creating the workforce of the future.
Yep, amen to that one. Hey, is there anything else that you wanted me to ask or anything else you would want people to know about how they too can interrupt homelessness?
You know, I think the mantra of nonprofits, time, talent, and treasure. You don't have to give all three. Give anything that you can, whether it's volunteering in one of our organizations, whether it's doing advocacy, writing letters to your legislator, or helping financially. However you can do it, it's so important. And I just hope that people realize that there are so many organizations in our community, like UGM, like Catholic Charities, like Listening House. I know Molly was here earlier. And we all work together because we trust each other, we agree on the way to do the work, and we enjoy being in community, and we try not to duplicate either. We all kind of have our niche, and we do it well, and I'm really proud of the partnerships that we have in this community.
Well, I am too. And again, like Catholic Charities has been a great partner. You've helped me learn the ropes. And I've benefited from watching and touring over there. And this notion that we make each other better and that we can be better has been a good thing. And I'm just grateful.
You don't always see it.
Thank you.
You don't.
All right.
You don't always see it at first, but homelessness is here, hidden in plain sight.
How long do you usually stay on this bench?
All night, sometimes. Safer than the street.
How did you end up here?
I lost my job, couldn't pay rent, didn't have a place to go, family, money. Here I am.
Hi, question for you. So you see this man. What should we do?
I don't know.
Everyone really wants to change this, but how?
I like to read urban books. I'm a foodie. I love to cook. And watching Disney movies with my kids. Lilo and Stitch is about big sister taking care of her little sister. And then they adopt the alien dog. I was a big sister taking care of my little sisters. My dad was a single dad. He would work 10 to 12 hour shifts, so I'll be like helping with my sisters. Get up, get ready for school. Make sure they're matching. Make sure we got food to eat. When I was 17, I mean, I wasn't able to leave, but I still did on my own because I wanted to be able to be a kid, go out and party. So that was definitely a part of the reason why. I didn't finish high school. When I got pregnant at 19, I was nervous because I didn't have like the financial stability, but I like knew I was gonna have the baby, so I was happy.
Dad said Ohana means family.
Huh?
Ohana means family.
I had Brandon when I was 20. 4 years later, I had Braden, and then I had Bernaya.
Mommy, we eat.
Yes. And then I had Braylon, and Braylon is my youngest son. I had moved to Mankato, and then in Mankato, I was just like, I can't do this. It's like I have no support out here. It was hard to like maintain childcare with the kids, even trying to work or anything. So I left Mankato, came to the cities, but I didn't have nowhere to stay with 4 kids in the cities. So that's when I went to NFP.
Hey, Miss Gladys. Hey, how are you today?
I met with my worker, and she showed me around to my room. And then I met everybody, Miss Lee Ellen, Miss Heidi, and then Miss Sharon. She was a good caseworker. She helped me a lot. A week into it, I was like, nothing's gonna change, nothing's going to happen. So I want to say a week after, Miss Sharon was like, all right, it's time to buckle down. We gotta get this, this, and this done. And I was like, okay. And then the kids got enrolled into daycare, and I started going to school, and I'm like, well, it's going fast. I'm getting somewhere. I moved out October 3rd, 2024, and it felt great. And then a big relief, because I was finally in my own spot.
Come on, Mommy, so we can do your homework.
I didn't have my mom around, but I know, like me being a parent to my kid, I provided like what I think a mom should have been.
So 1 and a 4.
4.
Mm-hmm.
1 and a 4. Nurturing your child, listening to your child when they cry, and then just seeing what you accomplished with them. Like you made them. They're very smart. Now MACV program, they have so many resources that can help you get to where you need to go. But if you don't ask, you're not gonna get nowhere. Well, I finished school in July of next year with my associates. Hopefully in 5 years, when my 2 younger kids get a little bit older, I can start nursing school. So I wanna go to nursing school for, to be able to work in a pediatric hospital, and mainly children's. So that's my hopes for the future.
Hello, my name's Jonathan, and I'm 36. I've been involved in the Union Gospel Mission for over a year now. Going on 2 years, it'll be 2 years in June. Basically, just came here, just get a change of life and just redirect my priorities. I was born in Kankakee, Illinois, but moved here in '95 due to my brother passing away. half my life addicted to drugs and alcohol. Addiction is a major problem out here. So I encourage people just to want to leave it alone, give it up. What led up to me coming to Union Gospel Mission was basically living a life of sin, doing the wrong things, and homeless a little bit, not a little bit, a lot of it. And I just wanted to get closer to God also, and just get off the streets and somewhere where structure was being made at. First off, I found God, found a new way to live without worrying about where I'm gonna sleep at tonight. I found out how to build my spiritual relationship with Him and then work on my health after it. I have 5 kids. I have twins, fraternal twins. My son passed away though at 3 months. I have 4 living, but 3 girls and 1 boy. It's important for me to be in my kids' lives and starting to change my life as of right now, so I could be in their lives. If I haven't come to Union Gospel Mission, me personally, I don't know God's will, but I think I'll be probably dead. Thank God, praise God, yes. To serve other people, it actually gives me a sense of peace. It feels good in the inside, because knowing that you're making somebody else smile or something, or if they was going through a rough time or something, you can just say something, or you can clean something and just brighten up their day or anything. It feels good in the inside to help somebody. You see the smile on their faces. I learned this organization, they love what they do. They love helping people. They want to see you in a better position than where you was before you got here. So that's what I love about this place. They truly dedicated to what they do, and it's a blessing that to have a place like this. What gives me hope is God has me on this path. I don't know what He wants me to do, but keeping hope and faith, going to church, and just keeping hope in God that He's going to continue to lead me on the righteous path.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome meteorologist, entrepreneur, and WCCO radio host, Mr. Paul Douglas.
Hey, come on, it's not snowing. Thank you. Thank you for that polite applause. And thank you for being here tonight. I'm really happy to be here and to see so many familiar, friendly faces. I'm happy to see rain. I'm happy to see green. I take nothing for granted, like most of us, including the generosity of everybody in this room. And with rare 100% accuracy, it's very rare. I predict you're going to have an amazing evening. You're going to hear some stories that will inspire you and hopefully move you to action. I'm here tonight because I believe in the work of Union Gospel Mission. And I can't wait for all of us to see, hear, and feel the hope of what's been happening this year. I love hearing the stories of life transformation that can start with something as simple as a meal and then grow from there. A bed, a shower, clean clothing. Many of us take that stuff for granted. We should not. They're all the foundation for true, meaningful, lasting change. The staff at the mission listens to the needs of every person and creates a custom plan that best suits their needs. It's not one size fits all. It's personalized, as it should be. It's really unbelievable to hear all about the programs and services available and tailored to every individual. I have to say, as a Christian, I can't think of another organization, and there's so many worthy organizations here in the Twin Cities, here in Minnesota, but I can't think of a mission that embodies the mission of Christ like Union Gospel Mission. Love your neighbor as yourself Every life has value. And we all go through down periods. We all have dark times. That's part of the human condition. But I've seen what Union Gospel can do, picking people up. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. And we've been instructed by Jesus to help others. The measure of a man is not what he has, but what he gives. Every person is made in God's image. And we're here tonight to celebrate the hope that a meal, a bed, a prayer, a conversation can bring to any person. The hope that Jesus offers each and every one of us, the hope found in holistic care. As the mission cares for individuals, entire communities transform, they change. When a mom can provide stable housing for her kids, our community is better. When a father can get himself sober and return to his family a changed man, when discipleship can lead a man to forgive and decrease his angry outbursts, show up ready for work, and pay his bills on time, when a woman can escape abuse and begin to rebuild her life in a safe place, that's when our entire community gets better. That creates hope for our futures, for all of our futures together. Tonight, you're going to hear from two program alumni who were desperate for hope. They are among the hundreds of people who have been transformed by the work done at the mission in the last year. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank some key sponsors. Nothing like this happens without amazing people, not only all of you, but sponsors who step up to support the mission. They played a crucial role in bringing about this evening's event. First, we want to thank our presenting sponsor, Thrivent. Thank you. Thank you, Thrivent. Woohoo! And our legacy sponsors, United Healthcare, Bituminous Roadways, and MEI Total Elevator Solutions. Thank you. Plus, many more on our generous sponsorship team. Thank you to all of you. A big round of applause for everybody who stepped up this evening. Thank you. All right, I can't wait to get started, and there's not a better way to start anything than with prayer, giving thanks for what we have. As we begin, please join me in welcoming Andrew Herman, campus pastor at Eagle Brook Church, Lino Lakes, who will open our evening in prayer. Thank you, Pastor.
Would you all pray with me? Heavenly Father, we are so incredibly grateful to be here tonight to celebrate all that you're doing in and through the Union Gospel Mission. God, right now we ask that you would continue to work powerfully through all that they do in our city to bring hope to the people that are in need and that continue to show up there. So God, we ask that you would multiply their work, multiply their efforts. And Jesus, we know that it's far more than just a meal or caring for those in need. God, hope comes from you, Jesus. So remind us of that tonight. Remind us of that through the stories. Remind us of that as we sit and listen and continue to celebrate all that you're doing. Would you bring hope to every single one of us, to every single person in need of it? And God, we just ask that you would be with us as we talk, as we listen, and as we eat. So we lift up this night. We ask that you'd bless it, and it's in your name that we pray. Amen. Amen. Enjoy your meal, everyone.
Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities provides Christ-centered discipleship pathways for men, women, and children who have experienced homelessness or trauma in their lives. We've continued to see homelessness rise in the Twin Cities, so the need is as relevant now as it was 120 years ago when we were founded. What we have found at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, hope often begins with just a meal. It is that basic. After we've given people that hope, we're able to then offer them what those next steps might be. So after they come to us for that first meal, that first shower, that overnight stay, they actually can then choose to enter into longer-term transitional and residential programs that help them transform their lives. We provide drug addiction and recovery programs. We provide life skills, adult education that really will provide them the skills they need and the resources they need to have long-term sustainable change. And then we provide mental health. Since 2018, we've hired our own mental health therapists. So we are truly dealing with the mind, body, and the soul. We are serving men and women when they are most vulnerable and most in need. And we know that true transformation happens because of the spirituality and the faith basis that happens here. And when the rest of society is looking away, we are leaning in. And when they feel they have no hope, we are able to start to provide them hope again.
Awesome. The next thing would be probably helping with dessert, and then we're gonna need somebody to help with the dishes. Let me get you a hairnet. I'm Vanessa Heinrich, and I'm the pastor of campus operations at White Bear Lake. Union Gospel Mission is our local partner, and we have teams serving here periodically throughout the month. Union Gospel Mission makes it super easy to get connected. To serve here, you just go on their website and click Get Involved, and they're open 24/7, 365. They're serving breakfast, lunch, dinner at both the men's campus and also their new women's facility. It's just an awesome opportunity to be the hands and feet of Christ. It's important for us to be out there serving in our community because these are our brothers and sisters, and we want to be that light in this dark season of their lives and helping people to know that they are seen and loved.
Eaglebrook has been a fabulous partner to allow us to do our mission and our ministry. Thank you, Eaglebrook attenders, for making a difference, not only to Union Gospel Mission, but to the men, women, and children that we serve. Your generosity with your time, your talents, and your financial means makes a difference. Thank you.
Hello, it is so great to see such a full room. Welcome, welcome. I'm Pam Stegora Axberg. I'm the CEO at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. It is so wonderful that we are here together. And for those that are here the first time, a special welcome. Who's it the first time? Oh my gosh! Well, a special welcome to you, and welcome for those who are back again with us. It is great to be here with those who are excited about what God is doing in the fight against homelessness, hunger, and addiction here in the Twin Cities and in all of Minnesota. There is nothing like it. I'd like to start with some deep, deep gratitude for you for coming here tonight. We consider you part of our Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities family. We have a big vision to see all men, women, and children healthy, whole, and successful in Jesus Christ and the transforming power of the gospel. And we have big dreams to end homelessness in the Twin Cities. We could not do it without a huge team of donors, friends, community partners, staff, and volunteers. We are grateful for each of you. In April, we celebrated National Volunteer Month. It is no exaggeration to say that we could not do it at the mission if it weren't for the dedication of people who come alongside us each day to volunteer their time, energy, and skills. More than 3,300 volunteers served our guests and residents at the mission this past year. Many have faithfully volunteered each week, every month. Volunteers make a big difference, not only to our residents and our guests, but to our staff. If you have ever volunteered here at the mission, please stand up. thank you. I'd like to invite Rick Clevin, the president of our board, and Andrew Herman, campus pastor of Eagle Brook, Lino Lakes, to join me on stage. There is a long list of churches who partner with us faithfully throughout the year, year after year. Some of you here tonight attend or lead those churches and have served at the mission along with your congregations. We treasure your partnership and multifaceted contributions. You are a blessing.
Thank you, Pam. Tonight I have the honor of recognizing Union Gospel Twin Cities Church Partner of the Year, along with our heartfelt thanks to each of the churches that have come alongside us as we serve those experiencing homelessness. There is one that we'd like to honor this evening as our Partner of the Year, Eagle Brook Church, the White Bear Lake and Lino Lakes campuses. Well, I didn't even have to tell you. Both of these Eagle Brook campuses have enthusiastically supported Union Gospel Mission. From small groups serving together to staff giving generously of their time, they have consistently sent volunteers to us throughout the year. We were thrilled to see many of their familiar faces from the church at our Thanksgiving meal distribution and the service that we did as part of that. Our dining hall was improved by a generous donation of salad bars to enhance meals and nutrition for our guests and residents, and it's quite good. Their steady financial support contributes to our ongoing work. We're deeply grateful for their partnership. Thank you for putting your faith into action this year. And I'd like to welcome Pastor Andrew to receive this award on behalf of Eagle Brook.
And now we will have a video from our presenting sponsor, Thrivent. They have been a fantastic partner of the mission for many years. Thank you, Thrivent, for your continued involvement in philanthropy.
In our experience, money decisions are as much heart as they are head, and a good financial plan listens to both. For over 100 years, Thrivent has helped clients with advice, investments, insurance, banking, and generosity, so they can live a life that's full as well as fulfilling. Let's go beyond the numbers and have a heart-to-heart about your finances. See how your money can do more.
Okay, at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, the Naomi Family Program provides holistic wraparound support for women in crisis who are facing homelessness and domestic violence, abuse or addiction as well. Women and children find safe shelter and meals, but that's just the start. We want to see each woman and mother with children move toward healing and stability. That's why our program surrounds the whole person with the loving and excellent care they need to thrive. They receive mental health services, chemical health support, education, job skills training, life skills classes, and spiritual support for their entire faith journey. A caring staff team provides this wraparound support to empower women and their children in this ongoing journey towards safe and stable lives, something we all want. Tonight, we are privileged to hear the story of Bria and her children, whose lives were transformed at the mission. Let's take a look.
Before I got to Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, I was struggling with homelessness, drinking every day. I was unhappy. I wasn't taking care of myself and just doing a whole lot of crazy stuff. Mentally, I wasn't there. I feel like I checked out. I was always angry. Spiritually, I was lost. I was actually in the psych ward for attempted suicide. And that right there just really opened my eyes, and it was like, okay, I need help, but I don't know where I'm gonna get it from. I was speaking with a friend about, hey, I don't know where I'm gonna go. I'm homeless, I have 2 girls. There just so happened to be a staff member that worked at Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities. She heard my conversation and she was like, hey, there's a family shelter right here that you can get into. I moved into the mission. You can just feel God's hands everywhere here. You know He's here because you feel safe and protected. It's more than a community, it's a family. The work that they're doing is life-changing. Helping families get on their feet. They really do want the best. That's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get the best. Having been homeless, it's really scary because being out on the street is extremely dangerous, especially when you have children. But knowing now that I have a safe place to sleep at night is comforting because my kids definitely needed that stability and the mission was able to give it to me and my family. I'm very grateful for that. Sometimes I'm not used to asking for help. They say, hey, we have a therapist here if you need to talk about anything with any of us. We have that mental health support for you. Eventually, I was able to talk about my trauma and really just breaking down those barriers and getting past it and learning to love myself and heal from it. I know my caseworker helped me get my benefits that I needed. She advocated for me. She went the whole 9 yards for me. I'm going to school at LifeNet. I thought that was gonna be really, really hard for me, but I've been told, no, you're pretty smart, you got it. I have that support. I have that reassurance. My youngest daughter, Brielle, goes to the Child Development Center, and she is flourishing. I know that they're especially working really, really hard to give her the things that she needs. The chaplain services here are amazing. They help me connect with God in a way that I did not know that you could possibly do that. It's this peaceful, overwhelming peace. He put me here for a reason because He knew that these women would be able to help me and my children. My daughter, Brylin, and I were walking past the park here downtown. It just kind of made me really sad because my siblings and I, we slept in that park. I was just telling her that I didn't want her to ever experience sleeping outside. She was just telling me, Mom, everything's gonna be okay. And I love that about my kid. Having a safe space for me and my kids means everything because that's all I've ever wanted since I was 9 years old. And knowing that I can get that to my kids means everything to me. I am moving. This is my last week here at Naomi Family Program. I have a job interview and focusing on being a family because we definitely need it. If it wasn't for Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities, I don't know where I would be. I needed to conquer my trauma and to be able to say that I'm no longer a victim, I am a survivor. I was headed down that dark path, but now I see the light.
Wow. Do you hear the hope in that story? The gift of hope when things felt so dark, and the hard work and dedication Bria showed as she went through the program. We deeply appreciate Bria sharing her story with us tonight. What I'd like to also do now is to specifically thank and acknowledge many of the key people in the room tonight. May I ask our current and former board members to stand? All right. Thank you for your leadership, your countless hours of volunteering, your hearts of compassion, and your deep commitment to the mission. I am a better leader because of you. Thank you. We are also honored to have with us tonight several elected and appointed officials who are wonderful partners in the fight to end homelessness in our community. Will you please stand? Yeah. All Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities leadership and staff, please stand. You are the hands and the feet of Jesus every day. You do the work. Thank you for your dedication and excellence. You make the mission shine. Well, you may have noticed I've got a little prop up here and been wondering what it is. Have you ever played the game Jenga? I love playing games, and I love playing this game with my family. It's a simple premise. You carefully take pieces out of stacked tower one at a time, move them to the top of the tower. You want to build as tall a structure as possible. You want to beat your husband. As you do this, it creates holes on the tower and it becomes less stable, making it harder and harder to place the pieces on top, limiting the height of what you can achieve. Men, women, and children come to us through our doors with lives that are in varying degrees of stability. Some have strong foundations, but they ran into hard times with the loss of a job or a recent eviction. Some grew up surrounded by tipsy towers all around them and no one to model what stability looks like for them. For some, chemical dependency or addiction has slowly destabilized their life. Still others have experienced devastating traumas that have shaken them to the core. Every day at the mission, we come alongside people whose lives are on the verge of collapse, just like this tower. It may look like one more thing might cause everything to fall apart, if it has not already. Their tower is not as tall as it could be. Each one of us, made in the image of God, needs holistic care so that they can transition to stable lives and independent living. Building a tall tower requires a strong foundation. That is why we meet immediate needs first. Food, safe shelter. Last year, the mission, we served nearly 200,000 meals. Hope begins with a meal. We also provided over 100,000 nights of safe shelter to men, women, and children. We provided showers and hygiene items for every guest in our emergency shelter. Generous donations of almost 100,000 pounds of clothing were offered to our guests, as well as laundry services. During each person's intake, which now is available on our men's campus, 24 hours a day, we begin to assess our guests' individual situation and begin to offer support in areas of need. We find that mental health issues can be at the root of homelessness. At least 64% of those who have experienced homelessness have serious mental illness, and we find that recent experiences indicates that this is getting worse. So often, those experiencing homelessness find it very difficult to access mental health services they need. Our on-site mental health professionals are such a unique part of what we do to stabilize our lives. Last year, we served guests and residents with almost 5,000 free on-site professional mental health appointments. I know. We're pretty unique that way, and it helps solve the access issue. And our clinicians, because we have some back there, are pretty awesome. For those of us in the room, there are many parts of our lives that we take for granted. Our Social Security card, an address to receive a piece of mail, a telephone with which to receive and to make phone calls, an outfit for a job interview, a savings account. Our support services staff come alongside our guests and residents to fill in these gaps. They provided over 1,500 appointments last year as they assisted in a journey towards stabilization. All too often, we see chemical dependencies create cycles of homelessness. We are committed to addressing root issues. We provide chemical dependency support and addiction recovery in our men's and women's programs. Additionally, our late-stage addiction recovery program, Christ Recovery Center, saw 93 men make progress towards healings last year. And they have an awesome alumni network as well. The good news of the gospel is that God longs to fill empty spaces with love. Everything we do is integrated with spiritual care that leads to lasting transformation. Our chaplains come alongside our guests and residents to provide exceptional spiritual care, non-therapeutic counseling, case management support, and general services to our guests and residents. Our adult education fills in gaps in education and builds upon students' strengths, and our job skills training prepares our residents for employment. Our residents look to transition to housing outside the mission. We prepare them with financial skills and classes that provide each one with their own savings accounts. Over the months, they are contributing to this account to save for their independent housing deposit and first month's rent. We are setting them up for success. Yeah. Our Child Development Center serves children ages 6 weeks to kindergarten with excellent and loving care and provides them for school. The mothers, as you saw in the video, in our Naomi Family Program are able to fully engage in their own programming, knowing that their children are safe, loved, and learning. We want to see every one of our guests and residents find a supportive community, whether that's at church or an Alcoholics Anonymous group or back with their family, to bridge their transition to independent living. So many of you here have surrounded others in their next steps to the mission. This now is starting to look more stable, isn't it? And we're coming alongside to assist in the building the solid base of our guests and residents so it can be even higher. There are thousands of people in the Twin Cities who are experiencing homelessness, poverty, hunger, and addiction right now. In the over 120 years at the mission, we have adapted to meet the needs of our community. And you, the donors, give us the flexibility to adapt to this ever-changing needs of our population. Our men using emergency services need more assistance than ever. Our support services staff provide critical stabilization for guests and residents. We increased our daily drop-in appointments capacity threefold this last year. As we have improved our Naomi Family Program for women and children, we have been able to welcome women more quickly. We need to be there to catch them, and timing is critical. We have significantly reduced the amount of time between inquiry and entry into our programs. We've held open forums at our men's campus to listen and to respond to the needs of our men. As they told us their desire for security for their belongings and a place to charge their phones, we responded with new phone charging lockers. Men have been able to voice their concerns and advocate for themselves. We've doubled the number of men in welcoming in our emergency cots this last year compared to last. Our cots, which were intended as overflow use, are now nearly completely full on most nights. This is even after we converted a dorm to an emergency beds. Our veterans program, housing program, yeah, we got a table of veterans over there from MACV, and they're great partners. They help us create a safe space for those who have served our country to transition to more stable housing. As we partner with partners like MACV, we are part of the solution to ending homelessness for veterans in the Twin Cities. This year, we had an amazing opportunity to introduce even more people to the support we provide. As the temperatures plummeted in December, we were able to take a classroom that we used during the day and turn it into an overnight emergency warming space for Ramsey County. Ramsey County came to us in a time of need, and we answered. During times of dangerous cold, we had almost 6,300 visits. Of the 3 Ramsey County warming spaces, ours was by far the most heavily used site. Our chaplains became part of an outreach on the streets, reaching out to those who were in danger. People who are often adverse to shelters came and used our warming space. What this did is this created exposure so more people could come inside, start with a hot meal, have access to our services, and to be loved. Can you believe it? Hundreds of people who got one step closer to stability, often starting with a free meal, which might lead to this. Holistic care that transforms lives. All right. We'll take those applause. Yeah. We continue to stand firm on our mission, vision, and values. We provide Christ-centered, discipleship-oriented pathways and programs that restore dignity and wholeness to men, women, and children. As you heard in Bria's story, and you'll hear soon in Kyle's, when the outside is crumbling and falling apart, it can sometimes be hard to hear the good news. And yet, as we have seen so many times, we need to offer hope, both spiritually and practically, hand in hand together. That is what we are celebrating tonight. The hope of Jesus partnered with holistic, practical support that transforms lives. We offer to each of you a building block to take home with the word hope on it, to remind you that you are part of that support that transforms lives, offering stability and hope to those in need. May it remind you to pray for our guests, residents, and staff and organization as we welcome all with dignity, respect, love, and continue the fight against homelessness, poverty, and addiction here in the Twin Cities. Thank you for all you do to lift up our work. God bless you.
Well done, Pam. Pam, are you going to take the blocks out now, or? Okay. It does seem a lot sturdier. Thank you. Thank you for that. Remind me not to play Jenga with Pam. Wow. Kidding aside, what a wonderful way to show how the programs of Union Gospel Mission Twin Cities make it possible for lives to stabilize and reach even higher than they dreamed possible. I know it's due to the hard work, the generosity, and faithful support of so many people that these meaningful, life-changing programs exist for our Twin Cities neighbors in need. I can speak on behalf of my colleagues in saying it's an honor for us at WCCO Radio to partner with a mission in sharing hope and transforming lives. This may be a little awkward and possibly embarrassing, which I will enjoy. Can we have the WCCO Radio team stand up? Big round of applause. for the amazing men and women. Thank you. No, I didn't say sit down. When is the Radiothon this year for Union Gospel? November 16th. Thank you, Ginny. I knew you'd know that. And that day, I mean, reaffirms my faith in humanity. Minnesotans come through in a big way. You tell your stories, and listeners respond. Tonight, I'm pleased to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Kyle Schweitz. Kyle is here to share his story with us tonight, a story of despair turned to hope when he entered the doors of the Christ Recovery Center back in 2009, and the story of shared hope, as he's now the program director of the Christ Recovery Center, leading the way in men's addiction recovery here at the Mission. Please join me in welcoming Kyle this evening. Kyle?
I've known Kyle since I was 16 years old. We were high school sweethearts. Just kind of started out, you know, early on the party. Everyone was, you know, drinking. When I found out that he was going to the Union Gospel Mission, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe this will work for him. I'm like, maybe this is our chance and his chance to get the help that he needs.
I figured I had nothing to lose. We're going to give this a shot, and I began praying. I opened the Bible for the first time in my life and began reading that. But I went all in, and as things happened, I just said, Lord, I'm in your hands. Please help me.
Oh, hi everybody. Pam, I should have known you were gonna incorporate a game somehow tonight. I don't think we've had a leadership meeting yet where Pam hasn't brought some type of game, and of course there's always prizes. And the last meeting, actually, I won one of those prizes. The theme was baseball that day. I won a 6-pack of Killebrew root beer. So bear in mind, I lead an addiction recovery program, and I'm walking back in the parking lot, and all my guys are sitting out on the patio, and I'm clanking along with a 6-pack of root beer. I'm like, I want a sixer, guys. Oh. All right. Well, this is truly an honor and a blessing to be able to share my story with you tonight. I've participated in the Celebration of Hope, obviously as a resident in the past, a volunteer, and for the first time tonight as a staff member. Yeah. I'm going to start my story off by dialing it back to the 1980s. Yeah. I was raised in a middle-class north suburb of the Twin Cities. My parents owned a bar in St. Paul, which had been passed down in the family for generations. As a result, my younger sister and I spent a fair amount of time in the bar in our early years. And these were all positive memories. I still remember the regulars who would give us quarters for the arcade games, the people that my parents employed and how they became like family to us, and just the overall fun and exciting atmosphere the place always seemed to carry. Of course, this was only visible to me in a very specific and sheltered light. I related drinking to being loud, acting goofy, just having fun. It wasn't until I was 12 years old that the dark side of alcoholism first reared its ugly head. And that is when my mother shared with my sister and I that she was going to be divorcing my father primarily because of his drinking. This was confusing to me because I'd always known my dad to be the guy, you know, somebody that people just wanted to be around. And of course, when he drank, it only magnified that. The family business was selling alcohol. So it was a hard time kind of comprehending how drinking could be bad. After the dust of the divorce settled, the bar had been sold, my dad moved across country to start fresh. My mom did the best she could to raise us, but always cautioned that alcoholism can be hereditary, and she was concerned that my sister and I might someday follow down Dad's footsteps. I always promised her that I would never let drinking get the best of me, and I meant it. Nevertheless, in my high school years, I began experimenting with alcohol, with some other drugs. It was clear right from the beginning I liked how it made me feel more social, fun, kind of the same life of the party that I remember seeing during the early bar days. I'd rationalize my use, of course, telling myself that, hey, I was just having some fun on the weekends, and of course, I'd never be an alcoholic. Then came college, and oh boy, was I ready for some serious fun then. I'd already visited some friends that went off to school before me, so naturally, I picked the college that I thought had the best party scene. Yeah, my mom's in the audience here tonight. I'm sure she loved to hear that little nugget. She's heard it all by now. Probably doesn't even surprise her anymore. So there I am, pursuing a bachelor's degree during the day, working on my PhD in drugs and alcohol at night. I'd come back to the cities still in the summer. I had established a pretty successful little lawn care and landscape company that I'd come back and run, and that too was a lot of fun. I had most of my buddies on my crew, so we worked hard, we played hard. Again, my natural ability to rationalize my behavior. Severity of my drinking progressed throughout college. There were some consequences, lost relationships, DWI, some other run-ins with the law. But I was still having tons of fun. I was still in college, and to me, that was just kind of the norm. I knew these days were quickly becoming numbered, though, as I approached graduation, so I just hit it even harder. You only live once, right? After graduation, I began my professional career while still overseeing my seasonal lawn care business on the nights and weekends. I was driven by the almighty dollar, determined to climb the corporate ladder, own a home, start a family, while treating myself to anything and anything I wanted along the way. This is what I had always envisioned for my life, simply leaving that party scene back at college in my rear view, moving forward, pursuing my dreams. Pretty good plan, right? And you guess how well that worked out? Well, it didn't take long, and my drinking had moved from a social outlet to dependence. I used substances as a crutch to escape, unwind, relax. Of course, my greatest skill was still my ability to rationalize my use. I'd even joke about it sometimes. I'd say, yeah, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm a drunk. Alcoholics, they go to meetings. Couldn't bear to think that I might have a problem and admit to something that I had promised my mother and myself that I would never become. Then, one evening in the fall of 2008, after a Vikings-Packers football game, I crashed my car on the freeway, returning home. I woke up to find my mother and then girlfriend, Angela, in my hospital room crying. I had escaped serious injury, but since the police could see a perfect impression of my head in the windshield, protruding from the windshield, they decided to keep me a couple extra days just as a precaution. This gave me a lot of time to think and the changes that I needed to make. When I was released, I went to the impound lot to retrieve whatever belongings I had left in my vehicle, and that was another huge eye-opener. I was grateful to be alive and determined to use that visual as my motivation to get sober. There was no more rationalizing it. I had a problem and I needed help. I had become the very thing I swore I never would be. Now, I wish this is where I could tell you this is when I found the Union Gospel Mission and Christ Recovery Center, but unfortunately, I still had a lot more pain to endure. Breaking a pattern that I had spent nearly 10 years polishing was going to be more work than I anticipated. I tried going to AA, couldn't stay sober. Tried an outpatient program, couldn't stay sober. Attended a 30-day inpatient program. Relapsed a week after I got out. And each time I relapsed, I fell harder and harder. I had a constant pain in my abdomen, in my lower back. One day with a severe tooth infection, visited the U of M dental school. Of course, I had lost my professional job by this point and didn't have insurance. When I was there, a student took my blood pressure and immediately summoned over an instructor. Second reading proved that I was off the charts. The instructor strongly advised that I leave immediately and go be seen at the hospital, explaining that he had had a heart attack the year prior and his levels weren't even that high. I begged him to fix my tooth because the pain was unbearable, but promised that I would go to the hospital immediately after. And I stopped on the way home, not the hospital, at a liquor store. I was drinking myself to death, and I knew it. It's not that I wanted to die, but rather that I just simply felt hopeless and had to accept that that was going to be my fate. This is the power of addiction. I was alone. The guilt and shame made it impossible to face others. Eventually, my parents found me in this horrific state after my dad had flown into town and was expecting me to pick him up at the airport, but I'd passed out instead. I could see the pain and the fear in their eyes. I knew they too felt helpless. And that's when they decided to call Tom, an old friend of the family who had gotten sober about 10 years prior after more than a dozen treatment centers had failed him. Tom explained how the Christ Recovery Center saved his life, and he offered to help arrange an interview for me the next morning. Excuse me. I agreed to go, but not because I felt I had any hope, but more or less just to give my parents closure and peace of mind that they had done everything that, to try to help when the inevitable was to finally come for me. On 9/9/2009, I walked into the door of the Christ Recovery Center, CRC, for the first time, which coincidentally is only located about a mile down the road from the old family bar, but I never even knew it existed. I walked in the door, body shaking from withdrawals, head thick with the brain fog, and despite the giant sign on the front of the building, I didn't even realize I was walking into a faith-based program. When interviewing with the director, he held up two books. In one hand, the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. In the other hand was the Bible. He explained that the program used both books and began questioning me. He was testing my willingness to see if I was truly ready to change my life. And I remember thinking how caught off guard I felt. Here I am interviewing for a place that I'm not even sure I want to be at, but in a quick turn, I'm persistently trying to convince this man how desperately I needed to be there. But eventually I agreed to do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, the secret passcode for acceptance into the program. That evening, head still full of fog, I followed my CRC brothers to the building next door for dinner. As I attempted to force myself to choke down a few bites of food, I looked around and noticed that a lot of the men in the dining room looked pretty ragged. I made a comment to one of the CRC brothers sitting next to me about this observation, and he paused and kind of looked at me with a weird expression on his face. He said, "You do know you're in a homeless shelter, right?" "Nope. Do now." In the days that followed, I felt about as low as I could ever think I could ever feel. Part of it was due to the situation I found myself in. Bottom of all bottoms, 3 years prior, graduating from college, starting a promising career, to staying in a mission. The other part was that I could actually feel these emotions after drowning them out in booze for so many years. The weeks that followed were not easy, but the motto at CRC is just stay until the miracle happens. So that's what I did. CR staff were all alumni of the program, as were most of the group facilitators that lead the 20-plus weekly meetings. More alumni would stop by randomly all the time, some to sponsor current residents, others to take guys on service work opportunities, or in most cases, just to hang out with their fellow brothers. This is unlike any other treatment center I'd ever been to or even heard of. Usually, you finish treatment, you walk out the door, and you hope you never have to go back. I'm going to back up for 1 second, though, and share that growing up, I didn't have a whole lot of experience with religion. Our family went to church on Christmas and Easter, but that was really about the extent of it. Therefore, accepting Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior without really knowing anything about him was another challenge that I struggled with. That is, until I met my now good friend, Dorsey. Yeah. So Dorsey's advice was simple. Just start praying. Pray for forgiveness, pray for strength, healing, understanding. Didn't really matter as long as I started that dialogue. So that's what I did. In the months that followed, I began to notice changes happening, both inside of me and to those around me. I was witnessing a transformation happening to others in the program, the Lord's work, miracles happening. Eventually, I just had to surrender